Position number 15. Three schools tied on one.
Good morning, viewers, and welcome to day 2 of the GAPS Intercol Games 2026. We're broadcasting here live from the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. And yesterday we saw some very exciting and interesting events. And to bring you the live coverage today, I have with me Bernard Antoine, Bunston Kellis, Samantha Worm, and myself, Leslie Smith. Later on, we'll be joined by Mr. John. And we're happy that you're able to join us that early in the morning. Although we were forecasting a 9 o'clock start this morning, we are slightly behind with the start on the schedule. But expect to see this morning the girls high jump senior, the girls heptathlon long jump, the girls javelin junior, the girls 100-meter hurdles in the junior category. There'll be events in the octathlon for the boys and the girls 100-meter senior, likewise the boys. But we just want to recap some of the highlights from yesterday and to look at the overall team scores. And we're going to start with the team scores before we go into the individual events. And if I may just read to you the scores in the girls category. In 17th position at the moment are the St. George's Institute and the Grenada Seventh-day Adventist. They are currently on 1 point. In 15th position, we have the Wesley College and Happy Hill Secondary. They're both on 2 points. In 13th position, Grenville Secondary School and St. Mark's Secondary School. They're on 3 points. In 12th is Bishop's College from Carriacou on 4 points. In 11th is the Westerhall Secondary School on 7 points. Also in 8th position are St. Joseph's Convent Grenville and the Grenada Christian Academy. They're all on 8 points. In 7th position is the Hillsborough Secondary School on 9 points. MacDonald College is in 6th on 26 points. The Boca Secondary School is in 5th and giving a good performance. They are on 35 points. Anglican High School in 4th on 38 points. The St. Andrews Anglican Secondary SAS on 51 in 3rd position. Defending champions St. David's Catholic Secondary, they are on 53 in 2nd position. And the St. Joseph Convent St. George, maybe the surprise of the pack so far, they're up front on 55 points. In the boys category, we're going to start with position number 15. There are 3 schools currently in position number 15. Wesley College, Bishop's College, and the Happy Hill Secondary School. They're all on 1 point. Grenville Secondary, they're in 14th position on 2 points. Westerhall Secondary, they're in 11th position together with J.W. Fisher Catholic Secondary and the St. Rose Modern Secondary. They're all on 3 points. Just above them, the St. Mark's Secondary, the Hillsborough Secondary on 4.5 points. They're in 10th. St. Mark's Secondary in 9th on 5 points. St. John's Christian Secondary in 8th position on 10 points. Grenada Christian Academy in 7th position on 12 points. Boca Secondary in 6th position and they are on 19 points. MacDonald College in 5th position on 25 points. St. David's Catholic Secondary in 4th position on 26 points. Presentation Brothers College, they're currently in 3rd position on 36 points. The defending champions, the Grenada Boys Secondary School, on 77.5 points in 2nd position. And up front, the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, SAS, on 104 points. So before we go into the individual events, let us just get a perspective on the team scores. And let's look at the female category first, gentlemen. Defending champions, St. David's Catholic Secondary School, trailing by 2 points in 2nd position. From what we saw yesterday, they were not very dominant. They were not very visible in many of the events, yet still I think the last relay really pulled them back nicely within the 4x1 senior, and they're currently in 53 points. But I think for me the find or the surprise for many who may have predicted or looked at St. Joseph Convent St. George maybe to be in maybe 2nd or 3rd position, they are the top and they really cropped some valuable points yesterday. Your take on the top 3 positions?
Yes, good morning, viewers and listeners wherever you are. It's a good day for track and field. Leslie, you are absolutely correct. The surprise is and surprise really for persons who have not really been following what has been happening for the entire season. In fact, a significant number of athletes have returned. They are returning athletes from 2025. That's in St. Joseph's Convent, St. George. So they first position, getting into day number 2, which is often referred to as moving day. This is where we are going to see a lot of shake-up today. It's not that surprising. St. David's Catholic Secondary School was a bit surprising because they are really technicians. So one expected St. David's Catholic Secondary School to be more visible than they showed yesterday. And moving day number 2, one can expect some shake-up at the top. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. And good morning to our viewers, and welcome to another day of athletics in the GAPS Intercol Championship for 2022-2026. So yesterday was a very interesting day. The surprise package, yes, St. Joseph Convent, St. George, they were at the top of the table, and many people didn't have them as one of the teams to really strike it out on the first day. But they did miraculously well. They did well. And here they are at the top of the table. The defending champions, well, they are a very strategic bunch. And I expect that today we'll see something different from St. David's Catholic Secondary. And SAS is always there and thereabout. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be a good day for athletics.
Well, only 4 points separate the top 3 schools. For me, Convent really pulled some unexpected points yesterday. They discussed, I think it was in the junior girls, they got 1st and 3rd. And I don't think we were looking out for that. And then they got a 1-2 in the 1500 meters, which were again very valuable points. And they had a real presence on the track yesterday. Annie Logie and our entire team was that impressive yesterday to make sure that Convent St. George at top of the table. Let's see what the day unfolds for them and the other schools as well. I'm sure St. David's Catholic Secondary would re-strategize. SAS, who has a quest for the double this year, would look at where they are currently positioned and how they can also capitalize on the events on day 2. We segue now to the boys category, the defending champions, the GBSS, currently on 77.5 points, some 26.5 points behind the perennial rivals, the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School. And Presentation Brothers College, who always have a very good first day, are currently in 3rd, but some way behind on 36 points. And then we cannot rule out St. David's Catholic Secondary, 26 points, and McDonald College on 25. We had Boca Secondary School as one to offer some challenges, maybe not for championship, but to give a very good account of themselves. They're currently in 6th position. And I think we can still look out to see what Boca Secondary has to offer in 2026. But I think we would all agree that GBSS is really hard-pressed to retain the title in 2026.
Well, Leslie, day number 2, moving day. If there's any movement to GBSS, it would have to be today. And in fact, we will get a pretty good impression of what might devolve the rest of the day based on the heats this morning. With all the semifinals this morning, we get a pretty good impression. PDC in position number 3, one can probably say this is where they were expecting to be on day 1. The surprise for me again is St. David's Catholic Secondary School with 26 points. One expects St. David's Catholic Secondary School to do much better on day 2, and there should be some significant movement, especially with the field events. Some of the field events that are lined up today, you would expect St. David's Catholic Secondary School to make some movement up the ladder. SAS, based on what would have gone on for the entire season, is unsurprising. In fact, I would suggest that there would be a lot of consolidation today with the SAS team in position number 1. So look early, see what evolves from the semifinals this morning with GBSS, and let's see if in fact they can close that gap of 26.5 points.
So we are expecting to see some movements among the top 5 teams. McDonald College is one of those teams that always seem to be there in the top bunch. I expect to see something special from McDonald College today. St. David Catholic, they're expected to do what they normally do. But when you look at the top three, PBC, GBSS, and SAS, PBC has been there, but for some reason, they haven't been able to make that big jump to get into the top two. Hopefully, today might very well be that day. GBSS and SAS, the rivalry continues. The gap seems to be widening between SAS and GBSS at the moment. But GBSS will have to do something special today if they want to really get into the reckoning. They're the defending champions, and champions don't go down easily. So I'm expecting to see some movements from GBSS, but on the other hand, SAS will want to extend and widen that gap. So today we can look forward to a lot of competition among the boys in the male category, and it's all setting up to be a wonderful day.
Well, if you recall, last year there was a real battle for the third and fourth positions between PVC and St. David's Catholic Secondary. And from what we're seeing here, third, fourth, and fifth is only separated by 11 points after day one. So again, we may have a very interesting situation developing for positions third and fourth.
Leslie, we would never discount McDonald College. I failed to make mention. McDonald College had a good showing yesterday, and one would expect to see a repeat of yesterday's performances in terms of points gained in McDonald College today.
If we look at some of the finals today in the boys category, we have the boys javelin junior. Well, the Octathlon would not be completed today. We have the boys 100 meter senior, and we also have the boys high jump senior. The 1500 meter sub junior boys is also for today. The boys 110 hurdle meters junior, and there are some relay events. The boys 800 meters senior is also for today, and of course the relay events. The 400 meter hurdles senior boys is also today. Just to give a perspective of some of the events for those of you who are tabulating at home. But we also saw some individual brilliance yesterday as well, some record-breaking performances. Emma Frederick in the 800 meters for sub-junior girls, erasing a mark set by Annalisa Brown. Tevon Hall in the 400 meters hurdles for junior boys, record-breaking performance. And we expect maybe to see some record-breaking performances today, or even some world junior standards being met by some of the athletes. But give us a perspective on some of the events that you felt were that exciting, that close, and performances worthy to be discussed at this point in time.
Leslie, right through the year we have been making races, 800 and 1500 meters, and even the 400 meters races, 800 and 1500 meters, and even the 400 meters took the show yesterday.
So in particular, that 1500 meters between Moses and I'm trying to remember his name from SAS in the junior category, that went down to almost a photo finish towards the end. And Moses for GBSS was really, really pushed hard. He came in as the favorite, and I don't think he expected that level of competition that he got, but in the end it was a very good race. And then we had the 800 meters for sub-juniors, which we understood resulted in a disqualification in the end. But both races had disqualification. SAS been disqualified in the 1500 meters, and the Presentation Brothers College been disqualified in the 800 meters sub-junior. And then we had Emma Frederick with the brilliant performance. Of course, that was a standard, a record-breaking performance. The strength and fortitude of Tevon Hall, competing back-to-back events, high jump and the 400-meter hurdles. Christoph in the long jump was another good performance. And to me, those were the highlights. SAS, I believe, would have robbed themselves of an opportunity to break the record in the 4x100 meter seniors had it not been for some, what I call showbolting towards the end, heading for the tape. And I believe they may have just challenged the record. I'm not saying break the record, but challenge the record because it was that close to the record.
Yeah, I put it down as youthful exuberance. Leslie, and basket spare thought for Annie Logie. It's unusual you would get an athlete dominating two middle long distance event on the same day, 400 meters, one with ease, 1,500 meters, won with ease. That's unusual. It's a performance that will live with us on day one of Intercol 2026.
I just want to make mention of the Octathlon for the young men. We had some impressive performances in there. We had a record in the long jump back from Randy Jones. He established a new record, just a little over 6.5 meters. And then we had Quanel Pierre. He set a new record in the 400 meters. I also knew that he won the shot. And it was impressive to have so many records being broken in those events. But again, these are quality athletes that we're talking about here.
Yeah, Quanel Pierre was very impressive yesterday. GBSS opting to send him in the multi-events rather than the individual events. He's a favorite there to win this event. He's done pretty well. He was second in the 100 meters, and he had those 2 record-breaking performances. As a matter of fact, he was the fastest 400-meter athlete on the day yesterday, running 48, just under 49 seconds. And the winner of the 400 meters was under 50 seconds. So he has been that impressive, Quanel Pierre, and is expected to win that event. So that too was some very good performances. But we also have to look at Annalisa Brown. She had 2 gold medals yesterday as well, the 1,500 meters, which she ran very conservatively because she knew she had the 200 meters coming up as well. And to see the long and middle distance runners coming back and doing the sprints and doing well, winning gold at the sprints,
significant,
says a lot about their own development, their own tactical approaches towards the pet events, which are the longer distance events.
Yes, Annalisa Brown has matured as not just as an athlete, but in her time on event management. As Leslie would have said, again, this is quite unusual. Dominate the long distance easily, won the 1,500 meters and come back to win the 200 meters. That too is something that is of a highlight for day number 1. It's a remarkable young lady who has shown some real growth. And one would expect and hope that she continues. Just a word of it with Pierre. Pierre, if he would have entered into that 400 meters flat, I think we would have gotten a significant time, because he won the 400 meters in the multi-event with very little or no competition.
And we need to also look at the performance of Philip Mitchell in the 200 meters. Quite an impressive race, quite an impressive time that he did there.
21:53, a personal best, Carifta qualifying mark as well. To me, that was a very, very strong performance. The favorite going into the event could have been Giovanni Green from what we saw him at the national champs. He would be upset with himself for running such a slow time in the preliminaries to get lane 8 going into the finals, although some people believe that the time he ran in the preliminaries, although it was not a winning time, could have earned him a better lane, but nonetheless he ran out of lane 8 and was still able to get the silver medal. But Philip Mitchell on day 1 at 21:53, I don't think he himself really believed he could have done it. In his interview, he said that he was motivated to run a good time to make the Carifta standard and to do good for himself, and he did just that. But he won quite handsomely in the end. The challenges from Giovanni Green and Cassius Stephen really didn't matter in that race for him.
Yes, and Leslie, 21.5, looking at some of the performances around the region, that's competitive at Carifta at 21.5. So put a bit of an asterisk around Philip Mitchell's name. He will be, and this is a prediction now, he will be amongst the rare serious contenders come Carifta 2026.
Let's look at some of the events that we have today. There are some events that we expect record-breaking performances and maybe even world junior standards being met. But we're going to look through the boys category first of all. So the boys have, as I mentioned, the 110 hurdles junior. We're going to see an interesting matchup here between Tevin Hall and Philip from GBSS. Philip from GBSS is the record holder in the sub-junior category. He was DQ'd at the national champs, and he's one that can do very well here in this event and maybe go on to make Carifta standard as well. So let's look out for that. That is going to be a real competitive event, the 110 hurdles or the 100-meter hurdles for the junior boys, and that should have been at 9:20 this morning. The 110 hurdles, I beg your pardon, for juniors, and that is a race that we were all anticipating to see what is going to happen. The boys javelin junior, we expect a record-breaking performance here from Smart from SAS. He has been throwing 63 meters all season. The record stands at 66, I believe, and he has his eyes set on that again.
At the Nationals, that guy was a class amongst, it's like a man amongst boys, and one would expect him to continue that winning streak. 60 plus meters as a junior. That's quite significant.
Significant indeed. He is emerging as one of the top performers, or the top stars of athletics in Grenada at the moment. In the javelin, which is one of our featured events, one that carries a flag for Grenada, we have an emerging star in Dishon Smart, and we're expecting great things from him today. We're expecting that he's going to break that record. I think the conditions are right, and we were on record-breaking watch for today.
I think so, because even at the character level, the record which is currently held by young Antiguan, he has his eyes set on that as well. So today is going to be a very interesting day for Dishon Smart. We move now to the boys 200-meter sub-junior. A name that we've been calling all season, all the time, Dishon Oliver. He won the 100 meters yesterday, and he's really on challenge. I think his closest match is Cumberbatch out of the St. Rose Modern Secondary, and this again should be a good victory here for Dishon Oliver in the 100 meters, sorry, the 200 meters for junior boys.
Cumberbatch, that's Akil Cumberbatch, is from St. John's Christian, just so correct, just a little bit of correction. But he's one of the emerging athletes. He's a powerful, strapping young man. A very powerful athlete, but Dishon Oliver just seemed to be, you know, in a class of his own at the moment in the sub-junior division.
So we can move now to the 400 meters for junior boys. Again, we see the clash between those titans in the junior category, the Kashe Stephen, Giovanni Green, maybe not his favorite of the three events. Philip Mitchell may also be there, and we may very well see some other schools wanting to stomp the authority on the 400 meter for junior boys. But this is a race I think can go anyway. Kashe looked very smooth in the national champs. Philip Mitchell didn't run there. He got the better of Giovanni Green back then, and I think Kashe may well fancy his chances here, having already lost the 200 meters to look towards redeeming some glory for his school in the 400 meters.
Well, I saw Janik Felix this morning, and he seems to be ready. He had a little niggle at the national championships, but being the champion in the junior 400 meters for SAS, Janik Felix will want to show that he can do something in the 400 meters.
Yes, and Cassius Stephen and Felix, they're both down to compete in the same heat. So and also the young man from Hillsborough Secondary School, that's Joseph, Kimon Joseph. So this should be quite interesting.
Quite interesting indeed.
So as we continue, we also have for the boys the 400 meter hurdles sub-junior. We have not seen these youngsters for the season, so it may be difficult for us to predict what is going to happen for the sub-junior boys 400 meter hurdles. But again, maybe the usual suspects there in the sub-junior boys category may feature prominently in this event. The 400 meter senior boys hurdles is also going to be happening today, and a number of names again will pop up here for the 400 meter hurdles. And then we have the 4x100 meter relay junior boys. The top two schools at the moment would be in contention here. We saw them running against each other in some of the meets earlier on, and I believe it will be a showdown again between GBSS and SAS for the 400 meters junior boys.
Yes, traditionally for relays, you get some good presentation from St. David's Catholic Secondary School. All relays, because they are usually so well grilled technically, so one would expect in good performances there from St. David's Catholic Secondary School, as well as PBC in the relays.
So we're going to skip to some of the events, but I want us to go to the boys 100-meter senior, which is scheduled for today. And one name automatically comes to mind from the St. John's Christian Secondary. Ian George has been in ripping form. He has done a 10.34, I think, for the season already. And we saw a glimpse of him yesterday in the preliminaries of the 4x100 meters for St. John's Christian Secondary. He must be the favorite going into the 100-meter seniors.
Yes, and he's down to run in heat number 1. So we expect a good showing there from George.
George seemed to be in the shape of his life. He's been running some remarkable times and looking good at doing it. So we're expecting that he's going to put in a good show today. So one to watch, Ian George, most definitely.
So Ian would receive competition from the likes of Kamal, Joseph, Josh, Thomas, Daryl Daniel from SAS, and Duran Sincere from the Boca Secondary School.
Yes.
But we're going to go trackside now because we have lined up here the 200 meters, and we're going to go house mic for the lane introduction.
Lane number 2, Paddy's Enterprise, Hillsborough Secondary, Keilani Kwashi. Lane number 3, from the Nawasa SAS, Brianna Oliver. And lane number 5, from the Wagiti Sunover St. David Catholic, Delina Joseph. That's your field. Heat number 1, junior girls 100-meter hurdles.
So it's actually the 100-meter hurdles for junior girls that is going to take place. And we have Sandyford Kwashi, Oliver, Joseph, and Providence from McDonald College is not here with us today. Anglican High School, Hillsborough Secondary, SAS, and St. David's Catholic Secondary.
Yes, 4 athletes yet facing the starters. The record for this event is 16.27 seconds. That was established last year's Intercol 2025, Cristiano Charles from SAS. So he's a top finisher in each of the 2 heats, and then the next 6 best time.
So they call onto the mark one more time. Sandyford, Kwashi, Oliver, and Joseph. They're up and running now. The 100-meter hurdles for junior girls. Brianna looking very good here. Brianna Oliver of SAS, challenged on the inside by Kwashi from Hillsborough Secondary. They go stride for stride. Kwashi with a slight advantage here over Oliver. Kwashi from Hillsborough Secondary wins this first preliminary. The top from each preliminary goes forward, and then the next 6 best times. So an automatic qualification here for Keilani Kwashi of the Hillsborough Secondary School.
Yes, Leslie, good run there by Kwashi, running at lane number 2. It's a bit of technical competence you can see here, but quite early from the start, athletes from SAS, technically sound, can't say the same thing for the other 2 athletes, but in the end, Kwashi was a stronger athlete, winning this one in a time of 17.24 seconds. That is 17.24 seconds. She would take this into the finals. It's 17.58. It's the second place athlete here.
So if you look back, you'll notice that Oliver had a very good start, and it was a good comeback run there by Kwashi from Hillsborough Secondary School. A good way to start. Carriacou winning the first preliminary on the day. They didn't just come down for the boat ride, they come to compete, and young Kwashi here qualifying into the finals for the 100-meter hurdles in the junior category.
Yeah, what's most impressive is you could have seen the technical competence coming through for Kwashi in this heat number 1. Both Kwashi and Oliver they actually had some technical competence in this event.
Well, kudos to the coaches. They've been doing a fantastic job. We looked at all of the athletes yesterday. They look in good form, good shape. Not many injuries due to lack of preparation from what we saw yesterday. And we must compliment the coaches.
Oh yes, we need to give kudos to the coaches. They've been doing an excellent job. We are seeing a lot of improvement in the technique of the competitors, especially in the hurdles, and we appreciate
One of the
that.
coaches I really want to single out is the coach for the Boca Secondary School, Charles. We're very familiar with we're going to come back to that in a short while.
ASEA's sub-junior champion record holder Sydney Douglas, Wagiti, son over St. David Catholic, and Tia Andrews of the GTC Anglican High, lane number 6. That's your field. Heat number 2, set to go. Over to the starter.
5 athletes listed here to compete in this second heat. The winner goes through automatically, and then it's the next 6 best times make up the 8 athletes. So as we have it now, there might be a repeat in the finals.
And they're off. This is the second heat in the girls 100-meter hurdles for juniors, and in the middle of the field there, St. David's Catholic, that's Sydney Douglas. She's in charge, getting over the hurdles nicely, just striking one a little bit there, but still maintaining her form and getting to the finish line. SAS Destiny in second position, Destiny Harry there. That's the completion, and your winner from St. David Catholic Secondary, Sydney Douglas.
A relatively easy win there. Douglas from St. David's Catholic Secondary School. And again, you can see on showcase here, it's a technique, it's a good technique. Clipping one of the hurdles, the penultimate hurdle, but in the end, she had sufficient strength to take it to the finish line. And she finished with a time of 16.59 seconds. And the second place athlete there, 18.20 seconds. And it's the 8th finalists.
So what I can tell you, she ran 16:59, clipping one of the hurdles and slowing her down a bit. The record stands at 16:27. So going into the finals, I'm sure she would have her eyes on Christina Charles' record that was established last year of 16:27. And Sydney Douglas would no doubt have that in sight.
Yes, I think that's a good observation, Leslie, because she did give it a good clatter. And they set up hurdles to the last, and yet still finishing with a time of 16.59. It's a good showing. It speaks to the strength also. We know the next event in the track will be the male version. So the 110 meters for junior boys.
The official refreshment of the Boca Secondary green machine.
So the boys are getting themselves ready. The hurdles have been adjusted for the boys. They're going to be doing 110 meters rather than the 100 meters that was done by the girls a moment ago. And again, this is one of the events that we really want to look closely at. There is an opportunity to make character standard, world junior standards here for these athletes. And so I mentioned the likes of a Tevin Hall. He's one to look out for. Also, Ali and James is there. So too is Slater. Peter Keane of the PBC. Olive of McDonald College. Anthony Phillip of PBC, the favorite going into this one. And let's see how well he would do. The record is at 15:10.
So there are 2 heats, and winner directly into the finals. And then the next 6 best times. So of the 12 athletes on show for the 2 heats, 4 will be left out. If they all compete, and the 8 will go into the finals. Record, as was just said, is 15.10. This was established a long time ago in 2017 by Corey Joseph.
boys, junior boys hurdles, 110 meters, junior boy hurdles.
So the 110-meter hurdles junior boys. So there's a change. There's a change in the in the event now. It's actually going to be the Octathlon boys 110 meters. And we're going to see Keon Jackasal of PBC. Keon Jackasal of PBC is going to be there. Darren Batiste of Westerhall Secondary. Cameron Richardson of the Grenville Secondary, he's there. And these will be the three athletes in this flight for the Octathlon boys 110-meter hurdles. Jackasel, Noel, Fletcher.
There are two sections or two heats here in this Octathlon for boys. 110 meters open hurdles.
Well, Javid Noel of GBSS was one who was a mark to maybe pick up the silver medal overall in this multi-events. He is running out of lane 2. I've not seen him on the track, but he's supposed to be running out of lane 2 for GBSS.
And the thing about these multi-discipline events, if you miss one event, then your competition's basically over.
I think what we're seeing here is Deron Batiste of the Westerhall Secondary School, who was supposed to be in flight 2. He is there in flight 1. It seems as though the two flights have been merged. Maybe some of the athletes are discontinuing this event. We are not sure. But from the listing that we have here, Deron Batiste was of the Westerhall Secondary School, supposed to be in flight 2. Still believe they're going to have two flights because a number of the other athletes who were supposed to be in flight 2 are not on the track. Might be just some slight adjustment to the athletes competing in flight 1.
What we can tell you with some assurance is that a record for this event here, the Octathlon, the 110 meters hurdle, the record is established in 2025 last year at a time of 15.38 seconds. That's Avril Williams Jr. from the Boca Secondary School. He is the record holder as it stands in this particular discipline in the Octathlon for boys.
The boys, junior boys, 110 meter hurdles. In lane 1, Keon Jackasal of Presentation Brothers College. Lane 2, Javid Noel of Grenada Boys Secondary School. Aaron Battis in lane number 3 of Westerhall Secondary School. Lane 4, Cameron Richardson of Grenville Secondary School.
So we just heard there that Aaron Batiste of the Westerhall Secondary School should be in lane 3. He's currently sitting on the lane marker for lane 2. We have not seen Javid Noel of GBSS. He's scheduled to be in lane 2. So I think while the hurdles are being adjusted, we may just see Javid Noel taken to the track. Already the drumming has started downstairs. I just had a chat with the inspector of police
So I
who
think we
is
have
in
some early
charge
contenders
of the security arrangements, and he basically asked us to congratulate and to commend the spectators who were so well behaved yesterday. We hope that he can say the same on Friday, but he wants to extend the congratulations and the commendations to the spectators who were so well behaved, and there were no major incidents of any sort that they had to deal with. We also want to say a special good morning to our online viewers. You were there in your thousands. We recorded somewhere about 13,000 overall yesterday, and over 100 and something thousand comments leading into day 2. We encourage you to keep it clean, keep it friendly. We know that you have your favorites and your rivals and what have you, but to avoid the obscenities and the degradation and the bullying and so on that we sometimes see happening on Facebook. Shout for your team, send out your blue hearts, your red hearts, your green hearts as you've been doing, your purple and all the colors. We see them as well, and so we encourage you to keep the banter but keep it friendly. At the end of the day, this is for the good of Grenada and just for the excitement and the hype that it creates for Intercol games.
Well, you're not missing any action on the track. Yeah. The track is being readied for the Octathlon. The 110 meters hurdles for boys open. Athletes are laboring up, they're getting themselves ready, and we should be on our way shortly.
So the athletes are on the mark. We have Jacasal, Batiste, and from Grenville Secondary, Cameron Richardson. 110 meter hurdles in the boys Octathlon. There they go, hopping over the hurdles. Seems as though Grenville Secondary or Westerhall Secondary in the lead in Aaron Batiste. Aaron Batiste of the Westerhall Secondary. And on the inside, Jacasal of PBC for the second position. They'll be competing for points, so the position in the race is secondary to the times that they would have registered and the points that are allocated for these times.
What we see here is a bit of a competition between Jacasal in lane number 1 and the athletes from Westhall Secondary School in lane number 2. And in the end, a bit of a competition right to the end. So it's Batiste, that's Deron Batiste from Westhall Secondary School, winning this heat in 19.69 seconds. And in second position, Keon Jacasal from the PBC, 20.63, with Cameron Richardson from the Grenville Secondary School at 20.83.
So we'll be getting ready for the second and final flight of competitors in the Octathlon 110 meter hurdles open for boys. And in this section, that's where we're going to see what look like the leaders in this competition at this moment.
I want to say a special shout out to Colleen, SJC past pupil, and she believes that when you don't have good food, you take in front. Good show from Convent St. George so far. As the athletes for the 110 meter hurdles, Octathlon boys open, get themselves ready. We should see Deron Batiste of Westerhall Secondary. Sorry, Deron Batiste, just one there for Westerhall Secondary. We should see Randy Jones of SAS, Alistair McPhee of Shaper, Quanel Pay of GBSS.
And
Morel of the Boca second of St. John's Christian Secondary, Tevin Joseph. So we're going to go to the house bike now for the lane assignments.
Cornell Pear. Lane number 2, Nagico GBSS, Javid Noel. Lane number 3, from the Nawasa SAS, Randy Jones. Lane number 4, from the Nawasa SAS, Jamari Fletcher. Lane number 5, Classic Lighting Boca Secondary, Trevon Joseph. Rounding out the field, from the Hubbard St. John's Christians, Kiwani Morel. That's the field, section number 2. 110 hurdles for the Octathlon.
What we expect, Leslie and Bernstein, this heat number 2 should be much more competitive than what we saw in heat number 1. Some big names here in heat number 2.
And we see Boca Secondary in the change strip for today. In lane 5. And they're off. And here they go. Pretty early. We can see Boca Secondary in the middle of the field there. It's Boca Secondary. That's Joseph of Boca Secondary. St. John's Christian Secondary, GBSS. So here we have it. Boca Secondary, Trevon Joseph, your winner of the second heat of the boys 110.
There we see right in the middle of the track. It's Boca Secondary School athlete there in Trevon Joseph, and winning in the end. Quite pleased about it too. Knocking his chest to declare that, hey, I am the winner, and announcing himself in a big way. 17.10 is the winning time. Much faster time here as we anticipated than heat number 1 with a time of 19.69. That's 17.91 in second position and 18.10. It's all about points. So your time determines how much points you would actually get in this particular event. It's the Octathlon for boys, 110 meters hurdles. These are your 2 heats.
Well, Cornell Pear picking up the 6th position here in 21.75. Not his best showing. Would not get a whole lot of points for this one, but Trevor Joseph of the Boca Secondary was elated at his victory and the points he would earn from this event.
I think they'll be pleased more with the positions than with the style. They seem to be, a lot to be desired here. Maybe most of these young men haven't been practicing or doing much of these hurdles over a long period of time, so they're still in the initial stages of actually learning the technique.
Well, Randy Jones had the fastest time at 10.7 in the 100 meters for this event for the Octathlon boys, and getting 18.68 here now in the hurdles.
I think we are going to go back to the 110 meters hurdles for junior boys. So up next on the track would be the 110 meters hurdles for junior boys. 2 heats. The 8 will advance to the finals later today. The record for this event is 15.10 seconds, established in 2017 by one Corey Joseph.
Denton, Classic Lighting Boca Secondary. Lane 2, Allion James, Nagico GBSS. Lane 3, Tyler Davis, Paris Enterprise. Hillsborough Secondary. Lane 4, Tavon Hall, Nawasa SAS. Lane 5, Samson Phillip, Wagedy St. David's Catholic Secondary. Lane 6, Anthony Phillip, next Presentation Brothers College.
Well, this is going to be a close one between the athletes in lanes 4, 5, and 6. Tevin Hall, the winner of the 400-meter hurdles. Samson Phillip of St. David's Catholic Secondary has good top-end speed. And the current record holder in the sub-junior category, Anthony Phillip, one of the favorites from the Presentation Brothers College, he's running out of lane 6.
This promises to be quite exciting and competitive right to the end.
They could challenge the record of 15:10 by Corey Joseph. Let's see what they have to offer in the preliminaries in preparation for the finals later on this evening.
Well, it's only the winner that's guaranteed a place in the finals. So that to be the first objective, to win, and to win good. And if you don't win, you get a good time to be one of the 6 best losing times. So it's boys 110 meters hurdles. That's junior boys. 2 heats. Heat number 1 about to start. Live action on day number 2 at the Karani James Athletics Stadium. The sun is out in its glory, and one expects the stands to continue being filled. And one would imagine by 1:30 it will be filled today.
There's some action also going on in the high jump. And this should be the girls' high jump senior. The bar is now adjusted to 1.56 meters. The boys are still on the track for the 110-meter hurdles juniors.
We're in a bit of a holding pattern here for the start of this event. So you are not missing any action on the track. As Leslie would have said earlier, we have some action in the field. High jump for girls. That's senior girls.
The junior girls javelin should also be in progress at the moment. And we have Blossom and Sherry on the ground. They're going to give us some capsule report. We just saw a good clearance here from Christina Charles from SAS in the high jump, clearing 1.50 meters. Attempting it now is an athlete from the Anglican High School, 1.50 meters. She too has a very close clearance, shaving the bar in the process. St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's is next.
The record in that event is 1.72 meters.
So a failed attempt by St. Joseph's Convent, St. George.
Strawn is up next.
She clears on a second attempt. That's Natalia Strawn of the St. Joseph Convent, St. George.
And we get him back to some action on the track. 110 meters hurdles for junior boys.
So they're on the starters orders now. They're on the mark. Franklin, James, Davis, Hall, Philip, and Philip. There they go. Nice clean start. And who makes up the all? It looks as though it's Anthony Philip on the outside here from the Presentation Brothers College. Indeed, is Anthony Philip. We're going to look to see what time he returns. But Anthony Philip is looking really, really good. And he jogs to the finish line. A flash time of 14:77. And he should have really run through the line here. He really eased up. And 14:77 on the flash time as we look back here.
There's Philip there easily. And what is pleasing here is that all of these athletes here, the technique is actually on point. And winning in the end fairly easily, easing up with some 7 meters to go. In fact, he had sufficient time to extend his arms. A bit of a celebratory mood.
The time has been adjusted to 14:82. Tevin Hall with a diving finish or a tumbling finish was in second at 15. So the time of 14:82 is actually a new record for Anthony Philip.
And slowing down significantly.
I commented on that yesterday, the showbolting before the finish, and I was admonished on Facebook for that. But here again, the young man would have robbed himself of a better time in this preliminary. But at least he has some redemption into the finals, and I'm sure he's going to make up for that.
Oh yeah, some 10 meters to go, he was finished. And the coaching manual would say you run and you run right through. Here, the technique is absolutely beautiful. And there he is, right there. 10 meters to the end, he was done.
And still broke the record, right?
And still broke the record.
That's how impressive this young man is. Presentation Brothers College, Anthony Phillips. Second actually was Tevin Hall tumbling over the finish line at 15.5, and Ali and James of GBSS was third.
So a good run indeed from Anthony Philip of the Presentation Brothers College.
One, representing McDonald College, Kenton Olive. In lane 2, Ezekiel Bess, Boca Secondary. Lane 3, Kimon Joseph, Hillsborough Secondary. Lane 4, Michael Simon, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. Lane 5, Omari Peter King, Presentation Brothers College. Lane 6, Tavon Slater, Greater Boys Secondary School.
So there you have it, the stat list for heat number 2 of 2. The boys 110-meter hurdles, junior.
The winner go directly into the finals a little later today. And they all chasing, well, what is now a new record of 14.82 seconds. Boys 110 meters for hurdles for junior boys.
So they're getting set, ready for heat number 2 of 2. Win, and you get into the final automatically.
Ooh, as we have a definite false start unless the athlete from PBC here, that's Peter King, would only be saved if it's deemed to be a faulty start, but he was up too early for the naked eyes. There we go. Athlete in lane number 5, Omari Peterkin from Presentations Brothers College. Let's see what the verdict is.
He seems very nervous. His actions is telling the story quite clearly. Let's see what happens.
See the red card. He's gone. So the first disqualification. Status disqualification. The young man has to live with this. So that's Peterkin. That's Omari Peterkin in lane number 5. Presentation Brothers College disqualified false start.
So now we're left with 5 competitors: Olive, Best, Joseph, Simon, and Slater. And there we go, a clean start this time. And already in the middle of the field, it's SAS, GBSS on the outside. GBSS gaining some momentum there. That's Slater, but here comes SAS. It is an obstacle race and anything can happen there. And your winner, Michael Simon of SAS.
A good run there, a good competition right in the middle of the track there. The athlete from SAS, that's Simon, and the athletes on the outside from GBSS, who had a good clattering in the third hurdle, and in the end, but he still regained his composure to finish. But in the end, the winner, Michael Simon, running out of lane 4 with a time of 15.59.
Well, it's unfortunate for young Slater from the GBSS. He was in the lead and crashed into the hurdle and really lost his balance and his momentum and had to settle for 3rd place in the end. But with what we saw from Michael Simon for 15.59, it means that as Slater continued to run, he'd have registered a pretty decent time going into the finals. But I still think he can make it into the finals with the next best times, and so he has an opportunity to correct that mishap that he had there on the hurdle and to look for a good position in the finals.
Well, it seems to be a suggestion based on the times in the 2 heats that we are going to have a competitive final. Anthony Phillips seems to be head and shoulders above the rest, but anything can happen. It's an obstacle race, as Bernstein said, so anything can happen. These finals.
But the finals will be later on this afternoon, so there is enough time for him to redeem himself, come back again, and perform to the best of his ability.
On your screen is a javelin throw from St. David's Catholic Secondary School.
The javelin for junior girls, pin number 34.
And we have some 22 athletes who registered for this one. The game's record of 41.75 meters. This was established in 2017. Holly Charles from McDonald College, 41.75.
So the javelin for junior girls in progress, so too is the high jump for senior girls. The bar now is at 1.53 meters. Rishana Charles of the Grenada Christian Academy just had a throw there in the javelin. As you see, the girls are getting ready for their 100-meter event. As the senior girls, 100 meters. You can barely see them at the bottom of the screen there, getting themselves ready. It's the high jump for senior girls. A good clearance from Anglican High School.
Jump. Update from the Heptathlon group. Discipline number 5.
There's been a new record. Grenada secondary. The top of girls, long jump, 4.84 meters.
On the track now, the girls for the 100 meters seniors.
One of 3 in the girls 100 meter dash. Senior. Lane 1, Kidona Roger, Greater Christian Academy. Lane 2, Rosemary Thomas, St. David Conduit St. George. Lane 3, Kyla Christopher, St. David's Catholic Secondary. Lane 5, Kayla Lewis, Paddy's Enterprise, Hillsborough Secondary. Lane 6, Jada Roberts, Anglican High School. Lane 7, Leona. Lane 8, Kashanti Mitchell, Boca Secondary.
Well, there you have it. The first of 3 preliminaries in the girls 100 meters in the senior category. And the winner from each of these heats would go through to the finals, and then the next best 5 times. Rogers, Thomas, Christopher, Lewis, Roberts, Bob, and Mitchell. Kayla Christopher would fancy your chances emerging as the winner of this heat. She is one of the favorites that can challenge her teammate, that's Shadi John, into these finals. So we're looking for a good run from Kayla Christopher from St. David's Catholic Secondary School.
Hi, good morning, Grenada. And so, yes, Leslie, I have to agree with you. We're going to look out for Kayla Christopher. She showed up yesterday, so she's a common name that we know, and we expect good things of her this morning. But again, we cannot call the field. We have to wait to see what the athletes deliver.
The field in the high jump is getting smaller and smaller. They're still going after 1.56 meters. Coach giving his athletes some instructions here. That's Anglican High School. Micaiah Ramsey. That's Coach Nebut of the Anglican High School. Let's see what Micaiah Ramsey can do on her next attempt.
Sometimes the presence of the coaches close gives them a little comfort, a little, motivation to go a little further. So I see it works well with the high jumpers when they're able to consult with their coach. After a good jump or a bad jump, they go directly to them.
Micaiah Ramsey on the runway. go back to the track for the 100-meter dash senior girls, heat 1 of 3. Kedona Rogers, Rosemary Thomas, Kayla Christopher, Kayla Lewis, Jada Roberts, and Janelle Huggins. They're up and running here. We're looking for a good running coming out of lane 4 in Kayla Christopher. Already she is in the lead. Kayla Christopher of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School wins and confirms her place into the finals of the 100 meters for seniors.
And there we have it. No surprise. We expected Kayla Christopher to dominate this preliminary event, and that is exactly what she did, quite convincingly too. She's way ahead of the others in that field, and she secured her spot in the final. Kayla Christopher, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 12.23. Rosemary Thomas of St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, 13.09, and Jada Roberts of the Anglican High School, 13.41, taking the third place. But they have to wait to see if they're going to advance to the finals this evening.
Well, not a bad time at all by Kayla Christopher in the preliminaries. 12.23 is just a good introductory time. That's her first event for the day. And going into the finals with Ashade John, who has done a 12.1 for the season so far, is going to make an interesting run between themselves. An interesting situation is here. We see Christina Charles about to run in this second preliminary. She was competing in the high jump a short moment ago for the senior girls. I'm not sure if she's still in competition. The high jump is still in progress, and she may just be doing 2 events at the same time, as we saw some of the athletes doing yesterday.
Again, that's a discussion we had yesterday, and I'm sure others are seeing it too. And Leslie, they will have to figure out a way to not stretch these athletes so thin. But you know what? One would argue if they can do it, why not? We don't know.
So Makaya Ramsey is still making some adjustments. She is still in competition. This is her third and final attempt.
Representing the Anglican High School, Kiruna Jelino. Lane 4, representing Bishops.
Well, the athletes have been called off the field. The heavens have opened up one more time. And so all of the athletes are scurrying off the field. The high jump is suspended. The second of the 3 preliminaries in the 100 meters for senior girls also suspended. The javelin, as these athletes seek cover. But Makaya continues in the high jump. This is a second approach to the bar that she aborted. They do have a time for which they need to compete. She has 22 seconds on the clock, it seems. But they're going to suspend it now. The covers have been placed on the jumping mat now. And so there's going to be a short break in the events as the rains are coming. The rain is coming on much heavier now. But Samantha, so far we've seen 1 or 2 good performances already. Anthony Phillip in the hurdles breaking the record with a very easy run. And that sets the stage for the finals. And a moment ago we saw Kayla Christopher in 12.23.
I was very impressed with young Philip this morning, although I must indeed say if I had a chance I would scold him a bit, because I think he could have done so much. He could have really attacked that record even further had he finished bursting through the line. But a very, very good run from him this morning in the hurdles. He was beautiful to look at. And of course, this morning, Leslie, it's not shaping up to be too bad. It sets a good precedence for what's going to come this afternoon.
Well, here is him again, Anthony Phillip, Presentation Brothers College. And look at him, they're very easy indeed. So while the rain comes down, we're going to try and catch up with some of the field events. We just saw that Montisha from Carriacou in the Heptathlon would have broken a record in the long jump, I think it was. But we want to pay homage to some of our sponsors, so we're going to take a short commercial break and come back with some more action at the National Stadium.
Kites in the sky, families on the beach, good food, good vibes. It's the Easter season, but parents, remember this. Even on holidays, your parenting duties continues. If they're at the beach, stay within arm's reach. If they're flying kites, keep them away from the roads and electrical lines. If they're out, know where they are, who they're with, and what time they're coming home. And remember, if you're liming, somebody must stay sober to supervise. More free time means more screen time. Monitor online activity, maintain curfews, keep structure in place. Because safety starts at home. This Easter, let's protect what matters most. A message from the National Parenting Program, Ministry of Social and Community Development, Housing and Gender Affairs. Empowering parents, protecting children.
Get set! Boy, it's coming! It's coming! Classic Lighting and Communal Credit Union Invitational. Kirani James Athletic Stadium, April 25th and the 26th. Come and see strength and pressure, yes? Police taking on busmen in the tug of war of the century. Huggins sizes up Hubbards. Now what's up pulling down Grenada? Pull it in and go! Flo going head to head with Digicel in a biting final. It's a family affair, yes? Giveaways, vibes, and real competition. Don't miss it. April 25th and 26th. Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Be there.
Do you live or own a business in Calavini, Marianne, Hopevale, Westerhall, or surrounding communities? The government of Grenada invites you to a town hall meeting this Wednesday focused on Grenada's healthcare transformation and Project Polaris. Hear directly from the project team, ask questions, and gain a better understanding of the new hospital development in your community. The town hall meeting is on Wednesday, March 18th, 6 p.m. at the Westerhall Secondary School. The Honorable Prime Minister and members of Cabinet will be attending. You are an integral part of this conversation. Join the Government of Grenada, 6 p.m. Wednesday, March 18th at the Westerhall Secondary School. Come out and learn more about this exciting project happening in your community.
To the Kirani James Athletic Stadium is the GAPS Inter-Secondary Schools Championship. We call it Intercol 2026. And we still have a slight suspension in the proceedings due to the rain. But we can update you on what's happening in the high jump. We have 2 jumpers left. We mentioned Christina Charles of SAS moments ago. She's just about to compete in the 100 meters preliminaries. And also in competition is Natalia Strawn of the St. Joseph Convent. Sorry, Micaiah Ramsey of the St. Joseph, of the Anglican High School. These are the 2 that are left in competition. So heavy workload, 2 for Christina Charles. She is competing now in the 100 meters. She has the triple jump, I think it is today. She's in the high jump as well. And the bar is now at 1.56. So I'm sure the high jump would be held up for her to complete her preliminary in the 100 meters for senior girls. And she will have a tough running here, looking for a top spot, because in her heat, she also has to deal with Shadi John of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, the favorite for the 100 meters. And so Christina Charles will want to run as hard as she can to secure maybe the 2nd position and a time worthy for selections into the finals later on. In the girls' heptathlon long jump, 2 athletes have surpassed the record of 4.71 meters. Montisha St. Bernard of Bishop College, she continues to do well. Yesterday she was very impressive. And Antonia George of Grenville Secondary. So Antonia George jumped 4.84 and Montisha St. Bernard 4.93 meters. Both of them going beyond the record that was established in 2023 of 4.71 meters. Congratulations to Montisha. We saw that Facebook post where, you know, your people from Carriacou was looking on with all of the exuberance and excitement. And Montisha continues to represent well. We're back on the track here for the second of the 3 preliminaries in the girls 100-meter dash. To remind you, we have Jaden Alexander of Convent St. George.
Lane 3, Kiruna Jelino, Anglican High School. Lane 4, Nikaya Roberts, Boca Secondary. Lane 5, Ala Alexander, J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary. Lane 6, Sophia Patterson, Wesley College. Lane 7, Christina Charles, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. And lane 8, Talia Richardson, Grenada 7-Day Comprehensive School.
Well, we have 2 of our character selectees in this race, Shadi John, also Christina Charles. Christina Charles, we know, of her prowess in the long and triple jump, but she's been an outstanding sprinter as well, and we see today she's also in the top 2 in the high jump for senior girls. So the real running will come from lanes 2 and lanes 7. That's where both Shadi John and Christina Charles are respectively.
I was just about to ask you, what do you make of this preliminary, knowing that we have these 2 big gunners in this one?
Well, Shadi John would win, in my opinion. Christina should pick up the 2nd position. There they go. Good start by Christina Charles. But Shadi in lane 2 is also looking good. Shadi moves into the lead now. Anglican High School is also doing good in Jelino, but it's Shadi John, Christina Charles, and then it looks as though it was Anglican High School in Cariona Jelino to pick up the 3rd position.
And you are correct. Shadi John ran through this preliminary. Very powerful athlete. Good strength in her legs. Her arms are moving, and she went through the finish line, booking her place in the final. Of course, Christina Charles also came in 2nd in that event, and of course Miss Jelino from high school, the Anglican High School, took the 3rd position. Shadi took this event with a time of 12.19. Christina Charles came in 2nd, 12.53. Corona Jelino, 12.67. You are watching the girls 100-meter dash, and that's the senior girls.
Well, that was a much quicker preliminary than the first one. As a matter of fact, Christina Charles in 12.53 would have just been a little slower than the first place in Kayla Christopher. So 2 good positions going into the finals for St. David's Catholic Secondary in 12.19 by Shadi John and 12.23 by Kayla Christopher. Christina now would make her way to the high jump pit. The high jump mat to continue with the high jump, as Micaiah was just attempting there again. She aborts the run up one more time as we continue on the track with the girls 100-meter preliminaries.
Christina Charles is who I would refer to as a superhero athlete. You move from one to the next.
Well, she's already across there at the high jump area. I just saw her there, and she's receiving some instructions from her coach.
3, Summer Baptiste, McDonald College. Lane 4, Kate Fletcher, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. Lane 6, Makeda Joseph, Happel Secondary. Lane 7, Jada Joseph, Wesley College. Lane number 8, Jamaya Williams, SGI.
The Intercol.
Well, there you have it, the lane assignment for the final preliminary in the girls 100 meters seniors. They're on the mark here. Let's see how this one goes. We have Summer Batista there of McDonald College. Odisha George, Hillsborough Secondary. Kate Fletcher of SAS, there they go. 100 meters preliminaries. Happy Hill Secondary in Makeda Joseph looking good, but out there from McDonald College, it is Summer Batiste. Summer Batiste of McDonald College wins over Happy Hill Secondary. SAS picking up the 3rd position with Kate Fletcher, but a good run for Summer Batiste of McDonald College.
She ran a strong race. She knew what she had to do. You know, in these preliminaries, you just cannot let up. You have to book your position in the final, and that was the intention, that was the motive of young Batiste, and that is what she did. So Summer Batiste, McDonald College, 13.03. Makeda Joseph, Hillsborough Secondary, 13 for Happy Hill Secondary School, 13.39, and Kate Fletcher of SAS, 13.57.
Well, Summer Baptiste has earned their way into the finals as an automatic qualifier. This was the slowest of the 3 heats.
Joseph of Happy Hill Secondary School.
So we can tell you that the automatic 3 qualifiers would have been Summer Batiste of McDonald College, Shade John of the St. David's Catholic Secondary, and Kayla Christopher also of the St. David's Catholic Secondary. Christina Charles would have also made it onto the final. So too would be Cariona Gelino of the Anglican High School. These would have been the top 5 times.
But so Summer Batiste's time, even though winning that preliminary 13.03, when you compare it to 12.19 and 12.23, let's see what she delivers come later this afternoon.
Interestingly, Rosemary Thomas of SJC St. George should also get a place into the finals with 13.09.
Lane 2, Jamal Nichols, Boca Secondary. And lane 3, Ian George, St. John's Christian Secondary. Lane 4, Kenzie Matthew, Wesley College. Lane 5, Carmel Jovis, GBSS. Lane 6, Shem Smith, JW Catholic Secondary. And lane 7, Darrell Daniel, Nawasa Sass.
Well, this is the final.
What a lineup for the first preliminary in the boys 100-meter dash senior. 3 of the top contenders in this heat here. The favorite Ian George is there. Carmel Joseph is also there. And Darrell Daniel, the winner of the 400 meters, is also in this lineup. Again, the top from each of the heat will go through, and the next 3 best times, there are going to be 5 preliminaries. So they have to run for good times here. That is the instructions they should have received from their coaches. It's not about just running through, but running for good times. Looks like a false start out of lane 2. It looks like Jamal Charles of the Boca Secondary School.
It is, well, from our vantage point, that is what it looks like. I'm not going to call it. I'm going to wait until the field officials do what they have to do. But you know, Leslie, I could understand. He is in a lineup with gunners. I could understand the tension. I could understand the nervousness. I could understand the eagerness to want to be in front. So I'm sorry for him, but I understand. I put out my sympathy card. I cannot give him a second chance, but I fully understand. It's unfortunate.
And if that continues, if that is held up, it will be the second disqualification up for the day. But definitely from what we've seen here, even on the replay, Jamal Nichols of the Boca Secondary School, as the instructions have been dished out here now, the decision, is being made. And they have some indecision here. I see Ian George had his hand up ready to say, definitely not me. That's not for me. You're in the wrong lane. And the official has retreated. Here she comes again. And she issues it now to lane 2. She's actually standing between the 2 lanes, but her right hand is in lane 2. So Jamal Nichols, a little bit dejected here, disappointingly leaves the track. And let's hope he has another opportunity next year to compete for the 100-meter senior boys.
Well, like I said, if I could have given him another chance, I would have. But I understand. I understand that this is nail biting. This is nerve-wracking.
Just to look back one more time.
Oh, it couldn't be Ian at all. He was not even out at all.
So they back down and getting ready. We have Reshon Charles, Ian George, Kenzie Matthew, Carmel Joseph, Shem Smith, and Daryl Daniel. This time a stumbling takeoff here for Ian George. Gets into his drive mode now, and Ian George is looking good. Daryl Daniel on the outside in second, but Ian George looks across and see where the competition was coming from. It's Ian George, Daryl Daniel, and then Carmel Joseph, the top three.
No surprise at all. We expected Ian to bring his A game in this preliminary, and we expected Kamal to also do so, and we expected the Daryl Daniel to do it. Let us see what times they would have clocked coming into this preliminary round.
So 10:56 for Ian George, 10:66 for Daryl Daniel. Ian George has already run a 10:34 for the season, and we saw him slowing down there to the tape. 10:79 for Carmel Joseph of GBSS. And so these boys will have another opportunity later on in the finals. But some good times in the preliminaries. This may very well be a personal best for Daryl Daniel, 10:66. And Ian George has gone lower than 10:56 previously. The record stands at 10.40 seconds. Marcus Julian, 2003.
But we still have 3 more preliminaries to go. So the field for this is really large. We have 5 preliminaries. We just saw 1. So we still have 4 more on the slate this morning. It therefore means that the competition for this is going to be really stiff. You have to really deliver to even get a consideration to make it to the final.
Absolutely.
In Happy Hills Secondary School. Carry on, Patrick. Lane number 2. Next up, PBC, that's empty. Lane number 3, St. John's Christian Secondary, Kareem Sansom. Lane number 4, Grenada SDA Comprehensive, Vishon Edwards. Lane number 5, Nawasa Sas, Kazim Dubiset. Lane number 6, Classic Lighting, Westerhall Secondary, Omarion Richardson. And rounding out the field, Paddy's Enterprise, Hillsborough Secondary, Inzari Williams. Heat number 2, that's your field. 100-meter dash senior.
Well, there you have it for the athletes in the second of the 5 preliminaries. It's going to be a close one between all of these competitors. Happy Hill Secondary, PBC, Shaper, Montrose Seventh-day Adventist Comprehensive, SAS, Westerhall Secondary, and Hillsborough Secondary all lined up here. Looking for the automatic qualification and the next best times as well. They're up and running. Let's see who makes it out good. It's looking good here from SAS. Looks like Kazim Dubiset. Dubiset of SAS is in the lead, and he's going to win this heat easily. 10.90 on the flash time. We're going to look to see what the adjustment is. But Kazim Dubiset of SAS, a clear winner here and an automatic qualification.
So he has earned his spot in the final. A slower time than the first preliminary. There you see him exerting, really moving towards the finish line, separating himself from the pack and ensuring that he's going to have a place in the final this afternoon. So I believe we have 2 SAS athletes already. Well, we can't say yet from this vantage point, but so far Kazim Dubiset from SAS, 10.93. Leslie a little slower than the first preliminary. Karim Sampson from St. John's Christian Secondary, 11.26.
Well, that was expected. I don't think any of the boys could really match Ian George, but 10.93 would have given him maybe 4th place in the first preliminary. But nonetheless, the winners go through to the finals. Samson of Shaper, 11.26, and Vishon Edwards of the Grenada Seventh-day Adventist Comprehensive picked up the 3rd position.
So if we're looking at times, we could almost say that so far a good few of the athletes in Heat 1 or ahead of the pack in if they had to get a placement on time. And that's the difficulty when you have such a large field of competitors. It really comes down to the time, not just simply your placement, except for the first place finisher.
Well, the seeding is actually be done by the computer. That's why we have those top 3 athletes who are in gold medal contention in the first heat. And if you look at some of the other heats, we may very well find a winner running above 11 seconds, and that's just the nature of the game. So to get your automatic qualification, ensure that you win your heat, and then run for a good time to be amongst the next best 5 times. 3 times, the next best 3 times.
Christina Charles, Nawasa Sass.
So continues in the field. We're down to the top.
So we just got the results there. Christina Charles won the girls' senior high jump as they make their way off here. Anglican High School, Micaiah placed second. St. Joseph Convent, Strawn would have placed third. The top 3 in the girls' high jump for seniors. It's the first event completed for the girls, so we can actually do some calculations in the overall point standing. Sasswell trailing St. Joseph Convent by 4 points. They would have earned 7 points here, and the Convent would have earned 3 points. And so Sass would move from 51 to 58, and Convent should be at 58 as well. So Sass, from our calculation, we don't know what the other positions are up to position number 8, but from what we see here from the top 3, they would have equaled the scores.
Three opportunities at the medals.
So SJC would have also placed 5th, so that means that they will get an additional point, and so they should just be 1 maybe ahead of SAS at the moment. We're getting ready for heat 3 now in the boys 100-meter dash seniors. Quite a number of lanes have been scratched here. Lanes 2 and 3 are scratched, which was supposed to be Raheem Rayburn of McDonald College and Calvin Louison of St. Rose. Well, there they go. 100-meter seniors, and it looks as though it's the athlete here from the Boca Secondary School, Diron. Sorry, it was actually Abbey of the St. George's Institute. I was actually looking at the next preliminary, and an automatic qualifier for SGI 11.22 seconds.
So that was Oluwashinayo Abe of the SGI. He's been around for some time, never able to really break, of course, because the competition is so stiff. But what he has done is earn his position in the final. That's Oluwashinayo Abe of SGI.
How are you able to pronounce his name?
Because I knew Oluwashinayo since he was a little thing going to Beacon, and so I had to learn it, and I'm proud that I can pronounce it very well today.
Good for you, well done. Nazim Philip of Grenada Christian Academy was 3rd in 12.06. And so this was the slowest heat. So I think only the winner would come out of this heat. The others, with the times that we've seen here, would not emerge into the finals. So good for Abe, getting into the finals by virtue of winning, as we get set for the 4th heat in the boys 100-meter dash. Some familiar names we're going to see here. Diron Sincere from the Boca Secondary School should be the favorite in this heat. He would have Raheem Rayburn of McDonald College to contend with. Kenil Charles of the Grenville Secondary School. Clifford Romain from Happy Hill will be there as well. And Kesai Moody of the Grenada Boys Secondary School is another one to look out for.
Well, so far we're only seeing 4 of them taking their positions.
So Diron is there for sure, so too is Moody. Happy Hill is also there in Romaine. And then we also see from Westmoreland Secondary, Max Richards.
Oh, I know Max has been an athlete showing quite a bit of potential. It's good to see him here representing what you would call, I don't know if to even refer to Westmoreland as an underdog, but we are glad to see their presence here. And I remember seeing Max running very well coming up. Whether he's going to get a place in the
Happy
final,
Hill Secondary, Clifford Romaine, lane number 6 from the Westmoreland Senior School, Max Richards. And running out of lane number 7 from the Najiko GBSS, Kasai Mudu.
So there you have it. And just to go back on Westmoreland Secondary, Dominic Joseph, she did pretty well yesterday. I think she must have picked up a gold or a silver medal yesterday in one of the field events. So they have made their mark and registered some valuable points yesterday in the girls category. They have 8 points in the girls category. Well, here they are, heat 4 of 5. Sincere of the Boca Secondary School, a favorite here. Moody would give him good challenge. Faulty start, it seems.
Moody has Jamaican heritage, Jamaican blood in him, so maybe we might see some sparks on the track today.
Well, it looks as though the first movement here came from Westmoreland Secondary. And then he jigged and he held his position. It's going to be a disqualification here for Westmoreland Secondary. We were just speaking about Max Richards, and he had to be removed in an unceremonial manner, disqualified for a false start.
Oh, it's unfortunate. It is unfortunate. But, like I said, I cannot give them a second chance. We cannot give them a second chance, even though we would love to. They have to earn it.
So it's only 3 athletes remaining in this preliminary now. And the 3 are Duran Sincere of the Boca Secondary School. And what I can say about Duran Sincere, he started the season very impressive and sort of faded. He did not make the finals at the national champs. And he has an opportunity now at Intercol games. That's Moody there for you from GBSS. He's one we can definitely look out for qualifying into the finals as well. There they go. Let's see who comes out first. Duran Sincere is looking good out there. It's Duran Sincere. He's a man for business now. He's on a mission now. He's running straight through the line. 10.64 on the flash time. Duran is in a no-nonsense mood today. 10.64 is readjusted to 10.66. And that's within the range that he normally runs.
Well, what can we say? Duran Sincere knows that he not just has to secure his space in the final, but he needs to run a good time to get a good spot so that he can compete, and rightfully so. We know he has the ability to compete with the big boys come in the final later. Kasai Moody, GBSS 11.01, not the fastest, not the slowest, so maybe he might get a chance to go over to the final this evening as well. But Duran Sincere of the Boca Secondary School, 10.66, not bad at all.
Well, there you have it, a very impressive run from Duran Sincere. He actually ran the same time as Daryl Daniel in Heat 1, which would be the second fastest time so far. So it's going to be a real showdown going into the finals later on.
And the athlete from Happy Hill Secondary School, Clifton Romaine, may also get a chance to go in with an 11.19.
Well, we still have one more heat to go, so let's see how that unfolds. The athletes are making their preparations on the track, and we should see in this heat Johnson Louison Jr. from the Grenville Secondary as we go trackside for the lane assignments.
In this event, introducing your field. out of lane number 1. From the Grenville Secondary School, Johnson Louison Jr. Lane number 2, next up PBC, Nathaniel Douglas. Lane number 3, the Wagiti Sonova St. David Catholic, Andre Fletcher Jr. Lane number 4, the St. Mark's Secondary, Donta Oliver. Lane number 5, Classic Lighting, McDonald College, Omar Franklin. Rounding out the field, lane number 6, Classic Lighting, J.W. Fletcher, Josiah Harris. That's the field. Heat number 5 of 5, final heat of the 100-meter dash, senior boys.
Well, there you have
Winner,
it. The 100-meter senior boys final preliminary. The winner automatically goes into the final. And Nathaniel Douglas with fancy chances here from the Presentation Brothers College, running out of lane 2. Johnson Louison from the Grenville Secondary, he too might be thinking of a spot into the finals. We definitely cannot rule out a McDonald College. Omar Franklin, he's there in lane 5.
And apart from winning the heat, the athletes are literally running for their absolute best time to secure their spot later this afternoon.
They're up and running. Let's see who comes out early. Johnson Louison is looking good on the inside. He has a good challenge from Presentation Brothers College. What Presentation Brothers College may have, but it looks as though, from my vantage point, Johnson Louison Jr. of the Grenville Secondary School may have just edged him out, but it's actually PBC in 10.97. That's Nathaniel Douglas, 10.97. The winner here, and Grenville Secondary will take up the second position.
As you saw in the replay, Nathaniel Douglas had to really work for that to get across to secure his position, 10.97. Johnson Louison Jr., Grenville Secondary, 10.99, taking the second position, and Dante Oliver, St. Mark's Secondary, 11.32. We do not know who is going to be in the final, except for those placing first. And then we have to do the waiting game. So we should see Nathaniel Douglas this afternoon. We would also see the likes of Diron Sincere. We would see Oluwashinayo Abe. We would also see Ian George. And I am missing one. I believe it's Giovanni Phillip.
So Abe from SGI is also in.
He's going to be in for sure because he won his. Then Diron Sincere, and then we have, of course, Ian George, Kazim Dubisset.
So what I can tell you though is that 7 of these guys in these 5 preliminaries was sub 11, and so they would emerge. If I can give you just a quick rundown of the names who was sub 11, we had Ian George at 10.56. We also had Kamal Joseph at 10.79, Darrell Daniel at 10.66, Kazim Dubisset at 10.93. We also had Diron Sincere of Boca Secondary at 10.66. And then we had in the final heat Nathaniel Douglas 10.97 and Johnson Louison 10.99. These were the fastest times going into the finals. And then we would look to maybe a 11.09 from Moody, maybe as the next best time.
And then we have finals. An 11.19, I believe, from Giovanni.
Clifford Romain, was it?
I have Giovanni Phillip. Well, let's wait and see. We are just doing nutshells as the little details that we are collecting on our own, but the systems will really guarantee or confirm who are going to be sitting, who are going to be standing in those positions.
So what an exciting morning we've had so far. We saw a prelude into these 100-meter senior boys finals with 3 top gunners in one heat, and they really came out and gave a good account. We saw a win for Christina Charles in the high jump for senior girls. We heard of the record-breaking performance in the heptathlon by Montisha out of Karakou.
and also the young lady out of Grenville Secondary. She too, well, both of them would have surpassed the existing record. Who gets, I don't, well, of course, the one with the furthest time will get their name attached to it. So the record was really played with this morning.
The athletes and the students are coming in. The bleachers looks good compared to what it was yesterday around the same time. We expect more patrons to come on down to the National Stadium to enjoy this riveting competition amongst the schools. We predicted that there may be a closer contest now in the girls' category. St. David's Secondary may just be 1 point now ahead, not St. David's, St. Joseph Convent, St. George, I beg your pardon, may just be 1 point now ahead of SAS from what we saw happened in the high jump for the senior girls. And in the boys' category, we have not had any results coming in yet, so I believe it still stands as it was overnight. We're going to take a very short break and come back to you with some more live action here at the Kirani James Stadium, Intercol 2026.
Do you live or own a business in Calavini, Marianne, Hopevale, Westerhall, or surrounding communities? The government of Grenada invites you to a town hall meeting this Wednesday focused on Grenada's healthcare transformation and Project Polaris. Hear directly from the project team, ask questions, and gain a better understanding of the new hospital development in your community. The town hall meeting is on Wednesday, March 18th, 6 p.m. at the Westerhall Secondary School. The Honorable Prime Minister and members of Cabinet will be attending. You are an integral part of this conversation. Join the Government of Grenada, 6 p.m. Wednesday, March 18th at the Westerhall Secondary School. Come out and learn more about this exciting project happening in your community.
So it's a fall throw, and it is official. Your medalist in the junior girls javelin throw. Bronze medal goes to Theona Jackson of St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville. Silver medalist, MacDonald College, Chelsea Providence. And a gold medalist, 36.75 meters. Wagiti Sonova, St. David's Catholic Secondary. Sydney Douglas.
Welcome back to the live action here at the Kirani James National Athletics Stadium. Bernstein, the action this morning was packed. It was intense. Competition was tight. What say ye for what's to come?
It's looking very, very exciting. And so far we saw the 100-meter preliminaries for the senior boys. Oh, what a race. Oh, well, what some preliminaries that was. And the expectation will be so high for the finals. Oh my God, it will be mouth-watering this afternoon.
All right, so don't turn the channel. You stay right there. Up next on the track, though, will be the girls' 200 meters for sub-juniors. We have some 8 athletes here listed in heat number 1. There are 5 heats. So the top 8 will advance. That is the winner in each heat, then the next 3 best times. So it's going to be quite competitive. You got to win to make sure you get into these finals. So the top 3 after the winners of each heat. This is going to be quite competitive. 5 heats. Heat number 1 is up next. We have a games record of 25.20 seconds established in 2006 by one Genisha Mark of St. David's Catholic Secondary Schools. So 2006, that's where the record stands. 25.20 seconds. Let's see if we are going to get any challenges even at the stages, these heat stages. Heat number 1 is up next.
Girls 200 meter dash sub junior. Heat 1 of 5 should be coming up next. Lena Simon's coming up.
So they're down in the status orders. Horsford in 1, George in 2, Felix in 3, Charles in 4, Cyrus 5, 6 is Alexander, 7 Cato, and 8 Edwards.
And it's the 200 meter dash sub junior girls. First place, and you're into the final. And we see Westerhall Secondary making a smart move on the inside there. That's Charles, Tristana Charles, but on the outside it's McDonald College. A strong run from McDonald College. SGI is there. Happy Hill Secondary making a move through. That's George of Happy Hill Secondary. It's Happy Hill Secondary and Westerhall Secondary to the line, but it looks like Happy Hill Secondary in McKeeva George, your winner.
Kaya George, your winner there from lane, running out to lane number 2, Happy Hill Secondary School. Happy Hill Secondary School, good, nice run here, balance at it, what, 65 meters to go. A little bit of a competition from the athlete there from Happy Hill Secondary School. Elated at the end, hands in the air, your winner, Micaiah George from Happy Hill Secondary School, 27.13 seconds. That's the winning time. The winner, you go through to the finals, and 27.33 in second place, 27.35 in position number 3.
So you got to run sub 28, I think, to get into the final here. That will be coming up this evening. We have 3 athletes already going sub 28. So it's looking interesting for the rest of the preliminaries coming up.
Let's take a lane aside.
Williams of Wesley College in 3. Dominic Joseph, Westmoreland Senior School. She goes in lane number 4. Lane number 5, we'll see April David, St. Mark's Secondary. Harmony Patrice, Patty's Enterprise, Hillsborough Secondary, set to go in lane number 6. St. Rose Modern, Connell Mitchell, set to occupy lane number 7. And Kiara Walters of SGI, the feature in lane number 8.
So just in case you missed the first 2 lanes, in lane number 1, the outstanding Haley Terrell, she's running from lane 1 from SAS, and in lane number 2, Davil Cooper from
So you're getting ready for heat 2 of 5. Tyrell, Cooper, Williams, Joseph, David, Patrice, Mitchell, and Walters.
It's good to see some of the smaller schools in this heat. Wesley College is here, and so is Westmoreland Senior School, SGI, St. Rose Modern Secondary School.
This is discipline number 6 of 8. We are Octathlon of 8 disciplines. This is number 6. As we head back to the top of the track, the children will be there. We give a C2.
And they're off. That's the 200 meters for sub-junior girls. Heat 2 on the inside is Tyrrell of Sass. Tyrrell of Sass it is. In the middle of your track we're seeing Westmoreland. Westmoreland making a move in the middle, but it's Sass. Tyrrell in control. Tyrrell in control of this one. But Westmoreland is giving a good account of herself in this event. Tyrrell shutting it down and showing a place in the final. Westmoreland right there, probably with a good chance to get into the final.
It's a good control run there by Tyrrell Haley. Right at the top of the 100, she was already by some 20 meters in the lead, and that only increased as she shut it down towards the finish line. And in second position, a good second position too, the athlete there from Westmoreland Senior School, that's Dominic Joseph. So your winner, Tyrrell Haley from SAS, 26.43. First heat, touch a tape at 27.12, 27.43. Rare faster race in second position, 26.95. That is the second position, and a chance to get into the finals. That's Dominic Joseph from Westmoreland Senior School.
Yes, Joseph from Westmoreland with an impressive time, 26.95. That should guarantee her a spot into the final this afternoon.
When you get into the finals, you get at least 1 point. Heat number 3, that's up next. This is 3 of 5. Okay, let's get some Lena Siamese.
Lane number 8, GTC Anglican High, Connor Marie Monroe. Lane number 7, Classic Lighting, Boca Secondary, Aquinda Lawrence. Lane number 6, Nawasa Sass, Kelina Modeste. Lane number 5, Grenada SDA Comprehensive, Dequana Richardson. Lane number 4, Wagiti Sanova, St. David Catholic, Reina Hosford. Lane number 5, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, Ariel Edwards. Lane number 6, St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, Jada Calder. Rounding out the field, Paddy's Enterprise, Hillsborough Secondary, Equana Francis.
Okay, there you have the starting lineup there. All 8 ladies facing the starting gun, and they are onto the max now. Look for some running in the middle of the field, and in lane number 8.
And they're off. It's heat number 3 of 5. And already making some move in the middle of the field there. It's Modeste of SAS. On the outside, it's Monroe of Anglican High School. St. David's Catholic in the middle of the track there. Taking control, but it's Connor Marie Monroe of Anglican High School on the outside in lane 8. Taking it to the finish line. St. David's Catholic in second, and Wanawasa Sass in third.
True to form there. Not unexpected, Monroe and the athlete there from St. David's Catholic Secondary School. There we see here clear leaders. The athlete there from St. Joseph's, from Anglican High School and St. David's Catholic Secondary School, 1-2. And that's how they finished at 26.44. The winning time there from Monroe, and 26.84 for Hosford. That's Rena Hosford from St. David's Catholic Secondary School, 26.84.
So we have a number of athletes who have gone sub 27, which means that the time is getting lower and lower for the final berth in this afternoon's final.
Yes, a relatively slow heat, but we remember that Haley Terrell, she slowed down quite considerably in heat 1.
Your winner automatically qualifies for the final, which is shaping up to be rather interesting. We're getting ready for heat number 4.
Heat number 4 is up next. Quite competitive so far, with the exception of heat number 1.
Joseph's Convent, Grenville, Brielle Nelson. Lane number 7, Grenada Christian Academy, Jordelia Edwards. Lane number 6, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, Leah Rose Charles. Lane number 5, Classic Lighting, McDonald College, Ashel Romaine. Lane number 6, GTC Bishop's College, Khadijah Modeste. Lane number 3, from the Classic Lighting, J.W. Fletcher, Ranika Cyrus. Lane number 2, Wagiti Sanova St. David Catholic, Tamara Newton. And lane number 1, Classic Lighting, Happy Hill Secondary, Rena Hosford.
There you have it there. The 8 young
Bubble
ladies.
time, 27.33 seconds. Heat number 4.
Heat number 4. The young ladies are facing the starters. Look for the running coming out of lane number 4 and lane number 2. And lane number 6. So 2, 4, and 6.
So we're getting ready for another exciting one. The girls 200 meter dash sub-junior. It's heat 4 of 5. You win and you're automatically in to the final this afternoon.
So it's Happy Hill 1, St. David's Catholic in 2, J.W. Fletcher 3. McDonald College, St. Joseph Convent, St. George. Already asked to stand up and take it again. It's a nice hush around the field. Gives the athletes a chance to hear quite clearly the instructions from the starter, and this is how it should be.
It's quite cool on the outside. Our conditions seem just right for sprinting, and the athletes are doing their part to try to get in the final this evening. It's the sub-junior 200 meter dash for girls. Heat number 4, just about to be started. A clean start. Is it?
Oh, they're going to call him back. There seems to be a false start in this one. We have 2 non-starters though, from the original field of 8. There are 6 that are facing the starters, and in lane number 2 seems to be lane number 2.
It's some movement probably came from, you say, lane 2?
And it seems to be, are we going to get it official?
We'll get it official. Let's not speculate.
2 non-starters. Leah Rose Charles and St. Joseph's Convent, St. George. She's out. And it was, the infringement was in lane number 5.
Lane number 5.
That's Ashel Romaine, McDonald College.
So the disappointment for the athlete from McDonald College is always rough on the athlete having...
Oh yes, quite clearly. The playback there seems to indicate that the officials, the judges got it right.
The judges got it right. We always leave it up to the official. The judge's decision is final unless there is a protest.
So we are down to 5. One, 2, 4, 7, and 8.
And they're off. This time it's a clean start. And on the outside, St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, the Grenada Christian Academy. On the inside, in lane 2 though, it's the St. David's Catholic and Tamara Newton. Newton it is. Who is going to take this one? She is in control. Coming down the 100 meter, the final 100. It's Newton, St. David's Catholic Secondary. She's going to take this one. Happy Hill in second. Looks like Bishop's College in third.
So that's Newton, the clear winner there. Running out of lane number 2 from St. David's Catholic Secondary School. There we see here, right at the top of the 100 meters here, clear lead. No competition at this stage, and a control run towards the end. No acceleration, certainly no slowing down. Just to maintain her pace right to the end. And then lane number 1, that's Rena Horsford in second position. That's from Happy Hill Secondary School. 28.11 is position number 2, where the winner in a relatively slow time of 25.93. Well, it's not relatively slow. In fact, it was the fastest time on the day so far, but in second position, relatively slow.
A brisk run there from Tamara Newton, St. David's Catholic. Let's take the assignment, lane assignment for final heat.
So heat 5 of 5 for the 200-meter dash sub-junior girls, final heat. Armani Phillip of Wesley College, she goes in lane number 8. Kiana Sampson of the Grenada Christian Academy goes in lane 7. Raquel Bedassi, St. Rose Modern Secondary, she goes in lane number 6. Ava Plenty of the Anglican High School goes in lane 5. Summer Alexander, West Hall Secondary, goes in 4. Isaiah George, Westmoreland Senior, she goes in 3. Olivia Barry Charles, Grenada SDA Comprehensive in 2. And rounding out the field from the Grenville Secondary, Anaya George. That's the field. 5th and final heat, sub-junior girls, 200-meter dash.
And there we have the lane assignments. This final heat. The girls sub-junior, 200 meters. And the last heat, the fastest of the 4 heats thus far, 25.93 seconds. And Tamira Newton from St. David's Catholic Secondary School.
So we're getting ready for the final heat of the girls 200-meter dash sub-junior. And there we go. The final heat, the girls 200-meter dash for sub-junior. In the middle of your track there, coming right to your screen is Anglican High School. That's Ava Plenty of the Anglican High School on the inside. A timely run from Grenville Secondary. West Hall Secondary also in the mix, but it's Plenty, Ava Plenty of the Anglican High School. She's going to take that one quite easily. In second position is the West Hall Secondary, Summer Alexander, and in third place, the Grenville Secondary School.
Yeah, that's your winner there. Athlete number 10, that's Ava Plenty from Anglican High School. 80 meters, she was leading by 5 meters. That only increased somewhat as she comes to the finish line. Control run, and in the end, some 8 meters. There was a distance that separated into second place in the athlete from Wester Hall Secondary School. That's Ava Plenty, 27.62. 27.62, relatively slow heat. 27.62, 28.30. It's the second place team. It's the second place person here, 28.30. But one would expect 28.30 would struggle to get into the finals. So first, the winner of each heat, then the next 3 best times.
So we've come to the conclusion of the girls 200-meter dash sub-junior. That's the heats for the girls 200-meter dash. Next up will be the boys doing the boys 200-meter dash for sub-junior. That should be next on track.
Cassius Stevens, the record holder, established in last year, 2025, 22.77 seconds is the meet record here. Oh, some 8 athletes are down to face the starters in this heat number 1. There are 5 heats. The 8 would advance. The winner of each heat, then the next 3 best time.
College, Travon Alexander. Lane number 7, Nexa PBC, Jonathan Labari. Lane number 6, Wagiti Sanova, St. David Catholic, Aidan Klein. Lane number 5, Hubbard, St. John's Christian, Adriel Phillips. Lane number 4, Grenada SDA Comprehensive, Tahir Nelson. Lane number 3, Classic Lighting, J.W. Fletcher, Jalen Moore Bartholomew. Lane number 2, Nagico GBSS, Akel Briggs. And lane number 1, Classic Lighting, Happy Hill Secondary, Zilon Charles.
Well, in the end, 7
That's the
would face.
field. 200-meter dash, sub-junior boys. We head over to the starter.
7 would face the starters. There's a non-starter in lane number 3. So it's lane numbers 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Hit number 1. Next on track. The boys 200-meter dash, sub-junior.
It's a hush over the field.
And it's a clean start. On the outside, it's Wesley College on the outside, but already making the move. It's Presentation Brothers College, but St. John's Christian is right there. GBSS is also making a move. It's GBSS, that's Akel Briggs of GBSS. He's taking this one to them, taking it to the rest of the field, closing down slightly as he gets to the finish line, but a clear win for Akel Briggs.
And not unexpected, Briggs there taking this second heat, that heat number 2. He collared the race there from about 80 meters. That's Briggs, and never let up right to the end. He took it in strides, didn't really slow down. Comfortable win, maintain his momentum right to the end. Briggs, your winner there in heat number 2. In heat number 1, sorry. The first heat of 5.
So Briggs indeed, your winner. From the Nalgico GBSS, that's Akel Briggs.
And on your screen, the excitement from the supporters, 23.48 seconds and 24.19 in second position, 24.51 third position. Your winner, Akel Briggs.
23.48, quite an interesting time. A nice way to start. Boys 200-meter dash sub-junior.
Philip in second position from St. John's Christian Secondary School. George from Grenville Secondary, third position, 28.99. No, this is wrong equation here.
So we're getting back to some live action on the track. The 200-meter dash for sub-junior boys. Heat number 2 is coming up next. Remember, there are 5
Hayden Henry.
hits.
Lane number 6, Classic Lighting, J.W. Fletcher, Tyler McFarlane. Lane number 5, Nawasa Sass, Dishon Oliver. Lane number 4, Nagico, GBSS, Andre Coutain. Lane number 3, Westmoreland Senior School, Ramald Beggs. Lane number 2, Classic Lighting, McDonald College, Kashim Ganis. Rounding out the field, lane number 1, St. Mark's Secondary, Kareem Grant. That's the field.
Well, we have
number 2 of 5.
And again, we have 2 non-starters in lane number 1 and 6. So there's no Kareem Grant. There's no McFarlane.
So Dishon Oliver, that's the winner of the 100 meters. He's back in the 200 meters. Let's see how he does there. He's been challenged by Andre Coutin of GBSS. Let's also look out for Kashim Ganis of the McDonald College. It's going to be a competitive one. Let's get ready for this event.
Well, the odds-on favorite is running right of lane number 5. That's Oliver. And they asked to stand and compose themselves. They get back in a starting position. It's in Gannis in lane number 2. Beggs from Wesley College. In 3, Houtain from the GBSS. Season 4. 5, your favorite in this race. That's Oliver. He's from SAS. JW Fletcher. He's not there. And Jaden Henry, 7, from Grenville Secondary. Lane number 7.
And this time they're off. It's a 200-meter sub-junior boys. Heat number 2 already making up the saga. On Grenville Secondary outside is Deshaun Oliver of SAS. GBSS, that Coutain is right there. It's going to be a battle between Oliver and Coutain, but it's Oliver in control of this one, running well within himself, just turning it off a little here, taking it to the finish line. SAS your winner, GBSS in second position, McDonald College in third.
Well, unsurprisingly, your winner there, Oliver. That's Deshaun Oliver from SAS. It's 100-meter mark. He was clearly in the lead. A little bit of a challenge initially from athlete there from the GBSS, and on your inside, the athlete there from McDonald College. That's Gannis. But in the end, an easy win, shutting down with 30 meters to go. In 200 meters, it can be regarded as a very easy win. 23.38, a good time. In fact, a faster time than heat number 1.
And yes, shutting it down with, let's say, about 25 meters to go. This tells you that he has something in the bag for the final coming up later on.
So heat number 3, that's up next.
Secondary, Aquil Conbabach. Lane number 6, Classic Lighting, Boca Secondary, Jabari Charles. Lane number 5, Classic Lighting, Wester Hall Secondary, Terion Samuel. Lane number 4, Grenada SBA Comprehensive, Carrington Albert. Lane number 3, Grenada Christian Academy, Remy Daniel. Lane number 2, St. Rose Modern Secondary, Dimitri Sabazan. Lane number 1, from the SGI, St. George's Institute, Danielson Tucker.
There you have it, a lineup there for heat number 3.
So we head over to the starter.
As we sometimes see, some of the lesser schools have an occasion to stamp their authority here and book their spot into the final.
Yeah, definitely.
Cumberbatch, the one to watch in lane 7.
Cumberbatch and St. John's Christian Secondary, they're off.
And they're off. St. John's Christian Secondary is right there. A strong run on the inside there from SGI. On the outside, it's St. John's Christian Secondary in Cumberbatch. Akil Cumberbatch is there in lane 1, making a good run for himself and his school. It's the SGI athlete, but it's going to be Cumberbatch. And West Hall Secondary in Samuel. To the finish line they come. Your winner, Akil Cumberbatch, St. John's Christian Secondary.
20 meters to go, and Cumberbatch basically shut it off. He was that confident. A little bit of a challenge at the 100-meter mark from the athlete there from the SGI in lane number 1, and from Happy Hill Secondary and Wester Hall Secondary School in second position. A little bit of a challenge, but in the end, it was Aquil Cumberbatch winning rather easily. 23.96 is his winning time. And 24.52 is the athlete's closing time there from Wester Hall Secondary School. He will be on the outside looking in.
So the times have been pretty competitive so far. A number of 23s and 24 lows. It's going to be quite interesting as we get down to heat number 4 of the boys 200-meter dash for sub-junior.
That's a penultimate heat. We're going to get a lane
Running out
assignment.
of lane number 7, Paddy's Enterprise, Hillsborough Secondary, Alex Lendor. Lane 6, Nawasha Sass, Tishon Lambert. Lane number 5, Classic Lighting, Boca Secondary, Job Samuel. Lane number 4, St. Mark Secondary, Jabari Bonaparte. Lane number 3, Wagiti Sanover, St. David Catholic, Christian Collins. Lane number 2, St. Rose Modern Secondary, Shondell Harriman. And lane number 1, Classic Lighting, McDonald College, Aidan Bishop. That's the field. Heat number 4 of 5. 200-meter dash, sub-junior boys. We head over to the starter.
That's your lineup there. They look for the run in the middle of the track. Lane up number 3 in Collins and lane number 4 in Bonaparte. St. David's Catholic Secondary School in 3.
And they're off. It's a 200-meter dash for sub-junior boys, and already a strong one from Sass. Sass in lane 6, that's Tishon Lambert of Sass on his inside. St. David's Catholic, that's Christian Collins. It's Collins and Lambert. Collins and Lambert coming to the finish line. Collins with a slight edge there. Lambert on his outside. Collins of St. David's Catholic. Lambert of Sass. Your top 2 boys 200-meter dash sub-junior heat 4.
A good run there by Collins, not unexpected. And a significant challenge initially. The athlete there from Sass, but Collins maintained his form, held through to the end. Fast closing Lambert couldn't catch him in the end. 24.38 is the winning time. Collins' winning time from St. David's Catholic Secondary School, 24.38.
As we look at the replay, Collins very much in control of this one. Lambert giving some chase, but Collins just outlasting him to the finish line.
And it makes rather interesting reading. It's heat number 5, that's up next. Oh, let's take this lane assignments.
Next up, PBC, Ethan Gunpot in 6. Classic Lighting, Happy Hill Secondary, Shafiq Alexis in 5. Westmoreland Senior, Benjamin Smart in 4. Paddy's Enterprise, Hillsborough Secondary, Davian Alexis in 3. And Classic Lighting, Westerhall Secondary, Kamal Gordon in 1. That's the field.
The 5th and final heat, in case you missed it, in lane number 8 is Rickel Simon. In lane number 7, Rodney Barry. Gunpot you may have gotten from the PBC, running out of lane number 6.
So you got to win to get into the final. The final heat of the boys 200-meter dash sub-junior is about to start. Win and get in. Some impressive running has gone so far, and we expect no less from this final preliminary.
We have an athlete listed here in lane 8 from Beacon High School. We haven't heard or seen much of Beacon in these 2 days so far.
So this is his opportunity to book his place into the final. win, and he's in.
200 meters sub-junior boys. Heat number 5. That's up next.
So the top spot in each heat is guaranteed a place in the final, and then the next best 3 on times. So your best bet is to win your heat.
That's your only guarantee.
So as you see, the fans are packing in today. In contrast to yesterday, it's somewhat a lot more populated.
And that's not unexpected. By this time on day 3, then sound and sights will be something to behold and to listen to.
We know by tradition there won't be any standing room in this facility. Come on day 3, that's tomorrow.
You're not missing anything on the track. It's a little bit of a holding here for this last and final heat of the boys 200 meters sub-junior.
So we've had some impressive times so far, some 23s and a number of 24s, 24 low, but it's only 8 competitors who are going to get to the final. And
yes.
The first 5 winners, so the next best 3 times. We'll discuss that after this heat.
The first 3 heats, they were all in under 24. 23.38. Heat number 2, that was the best time. 23.48. Heat number 1, second best. And 23.96 from heat number 3.
So we already have 4 guaranteed spots into the final. 1 will certainly come from this heat, and then we got to look for the next 3 best times.
Your second place finisher in heat number 1 had a time of 24.19. It's the fastest of the losing time so far. They're all looking for a place in the finals later today. We're just having a sight of javelin throwers, and the roar that you are hearing is a successful high jump clearance. You will get the full breadth of this shortly. It's a clearance of 1.60 meters. Athlete from Boca. The full details of that event you will get not too long from now from our field roving reporters.
So there's a sighting of Dishon Smart in the javelin there.
There's a lot of excitement around that young man.
The excitement on the field will be shared with you in a timely manner. We have our roving reporters, Sherry and Blossom, and they'll keep you up to date with what's happening there. You can just have a look at the javelin for junior boys. Westerhall secondary, just slightly above the 40-meter mark.
That looks like Bishop.
Next up, Grenada boys secondary, Nalgico GBSS. Athlete number 497.
That's Ethan Bob.
is out of the arc, so it wouldn't be recorded as a throw. Foul throw.
There's some riding in the snow as we go back to the 200 meters. The last and final heat number 5 of the 200 meters for sub-junior boys.
So it's Gordon, Alexis, Smart. Alexis, that's Shafiq, Gunpot, Barry, and Simon.
Well, there's no Simon from Beacon High School. I guess we were more wishing. And they asked to stand one more time. Again, the roar that you're hearing is taking place in the jumping pit. Another athlete has successfully cleared a height of 1.60.
So sharing some high jump with you at the moment. Westerhall secondary it is. Successfully over 1.6 meters as we segue back to the track. 200 meters, final heat, sub-junior boys. And they're off. This is the final heat. The 200 meters for sub-junior. It's PBC. That's Ethan Gunpot in lane 6. On his inside, Happy Hill Secondary. In lane 1, we see Westerhall. As we come down to, let's say, 50 meters to go, it's Westerhall and PBC. Westerhall just edging out PBC's athlete. Ethan Gunpot being edged out there by Westerhall's Kamal Gordon. Gordon, your winner of the final heat of the boys 200 meter dash sub-junior.
Good win from Gordon there. There he is in control. Doesn't look like a fast heat, but certainly a winner, the clear winner. Gordon in position number 1. And that's with a time of 25.25, the slowest of all the heats, 25.25, and 25.43 in the second position in Ethan Gunpot. So Gordon will go through. Gunpot will be hoping. Let's have a look here at a replay, and running out of lane number 1 all the way, it was Kamal Gordon, control run, secure his place in these finals, and a good spirited challenge for a while from the athlete there from PBC, but didn't have enough in the end.
Attention to the main screen.
Points update, ladies and gentlemen.
Scores in the female division. Results posted to the main screen. So positions 14 through 8 now on the screen. Updates in the female division. As we get set for our next round of updates, we're asking all students participating in the March Past competition. All students participating in the March Past competition, please begin getting ready now as we see the top contenders. Your top 5, Boca Secondary 36 and 5, Anglican High School 45.33 in position 4, tied in position 2, SAS, and your defending champions, St. David Catholic. Ladies and gentlemen, still out front, still with the lead, 60.33 points, position number 1, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's.
So you heard
once again.
So you heard the points update for the female section. Your top 3, St. David's Catholic, and St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary on 60 points, and by the slightest of margin, 0.33 of a point, St. Joseph's Convent still in the lead.
All intent and purposes, Bernstein, there's a three-way tie at the top.
Technically speaking, but mathematically speaking, you're incorrect.
Well, one would hope it doesn't come down to 0.33 to decide the championship.
Let's hope not. Let's hope not. Is day 2, everybody?
But this is good competition going in, as we would have said right at the start, Bernstein. This is moving day.
It is, it is. I know a lot would have gone into the pep talks, into the adjustments to strategies and so on, into the overnight, well, sleepless night. That was last night for some of the coaches. But at the end of the day, there'll be a lot of movements.
Yes, and we will now turn over the commentary to our next commentary team. How did they get it 0.33 points?
Just
So we welcome you back to the live action here at the Kirani James Athletics Stadium. It's the GAPS Intercol 2026. And we just want to give you the top 5 in each of the categories. You would have seen them moments ago on your screen. In the girls category, we have Boca Secondary on 36 points. Anglican High School on 45 on a third, as we just see the athlete in the Octathlon for SAS clearing the bar there. St. David's Catholic Secondary, the defending champions, they are currently in second position together with SAS on 60 points, and 1/3 point ahead is the St. Joseph Convent St. George, still maintaining their overnight lead by a much smaller margin now though, on 60 and 1/3 points.
And that was Cornell Pair over the bar at the high jump, and they're taking part in the multiple discipline event, and the spectators are on their feet. They're excited. This event is quite entertaining to them.
It's an exciting one. The bar is at 1.66. They're looking for valuable points. In the boys category, the top 5, McDonald College, they're into the 5th position with 25 points. 1 point ahead of them in 4th is St. David's Catholic Secondary on 26. Presentation Brothers College, they are on 36 in 3rd position. The defending champions, the Grenada Boys Secondary, on 77.5 points. And the SAS on 104.5 points. So the positions in the boys category have not changed yet. I think that's what we came into today with. And some of the events are not yet completed. The javelin for the junior boys is in progress, and the Octathlon yet to be completed. It means that there were a 3-way tie for a position, and so the points had to be split equally, and that's how they derive at 1/3 for these 3 schools. So the 3 schools with the 1/3 are McDonald College on 32 and 1/3, Anglican High School on 45 and 1/3, and St. Joseph Convent St. George on 60 and 1/3 points.
For those of you following and looking at the javelin event, We know that we have Deshaun Smart. He is participating in that event, and we know so far that he threw a distance of 57.55. Next closest rivalry, I believe, is from Westerhall, 42.11. We'll get an update a little later as to exactly where these athletes are standing. But you just saw a throw by the students of Westerhall Secondary, and they are above the standard. I believe that red mark is the standard distance that they're looking for. So a decent throw, but right now Smart is leading. A good throw, but this one is outside of the range, so that athlete will have to take another go at it if he has another chance.
Trevor Joseph of the Boca Secondary School about to attempt 1.66 meters. This is his second attempt at it. And he goes over in the scissors jump. Pretty much not the contemporary approach to high jump, but he's very delighted with that jump.
For him, once I do not throw down the bar and I do not get off the mats in the wrong position, I'm good to go.
Westerhall Secondary is going to make an attempt here now. That's Deron Batiste. 1.66 the height here. Octathlon boys high jump. Failed attempt by Deron Batiste. Intense competition in the Octathlon boys high jump.
Very intense.
Lyndon Archibald has the record for this event at 1.88 meters. He established last year. Boca Secondary on the javelin runway outside of the arc. That will be a foul throw. Boca Secondary in a completely new kit today.
I noticed that, and I wanted to tell our viewers that if you were looking for them in that traditional gray yesterday, today you will find them in a green and black. Very distinct look, but that's who you're looking for if you're a Boca Secondary supporter. That's what you're looking for. You're looking for that green and black kit today.
A demonstration of the resources at Boca Secondary School.
And why not? The school has put a lot of effort into upgrading their quality and performing and producing good quality students and their presentation, and we're seeing it on the field today.
Well, we must say hats off to Mr. Martin Bido of the Grenada Trade Center and Classic Lighting for sponsoring quite a number of these schools, Boca Secondary being one of them. We see also McDonald College, which has joined the ranks of the schools that have been sponsored by the Classic Lighting brand. Anglican High School, Happy Hill Secondary.
And these are just the secondary ones. We also know that he also sponsors quite a few of the primary ones as well. Just a little update. Lee J. Bishop of Westerhall Secondary is currently in second position for the junior javelin. He has a throw of 52.21. And of course, Kyle Abraham from SAS, 50.03. So quite an interesting competition going on over there in the javelin. The favorite so far is Deshaun Smart, but that's who we know. That's who all eyes are on this morning. But again, I always say you never know. Sometimes you know that one athlete just gives you that one good throw, and we don't know. Let's see what Lee has in store. Let's see what Kyle has. If any of them are able to upset young Smart today.
...100-meter dash juniors, and from the Grenada Christian Academy we have Dwayne Alexander. They're up and running here. We also have Kylie Williams from the Anglican High School. She should be a favorite here. Eliza Rose Benjamin is also here for the SGI. But Kylie Williams looking good from the St. Mark Secondary. We have Rochelle Elahi. Elahi has on her inside Kylie Williams, Anglican High School. And Kylie Williams is sub-junior champ last year at Intercol Games. She moves nicely into the lead. Going around the turn to head into the home straight, Kylie Williams. We see St. Joseph's Convent making a good run in Michaela Patrick. Michaela Patrick on the outside of Kylie Williams. The top from each heat goes into the final. Here comes Michaela Patrick. Patrick is gaining good grounds on Kylie Williams. Williams beginning to move a little faster now to go over the line in the lead and to win the first heat in the girls' junior 400 meters.
Well, we know that Kylie Williams is an extremely good athlete, and we saw her doing her thing here in this preliminary of the 400-meter dash girls. Would I say it's one of the fastest? I don't know. I have to look to see what the other athletes produce. But Kylie Williams from the Anakin High School taking the first position, Michaela Patrick from St. Joseph's Convent St. George taking the second position, and Eliza Rose Benjamin from SGI the third position in this event. I mean, it's 3, Kylie Williams.
Well, Kylie Williams was looking a little bit tying up towards the end, but she was able to muster some good strength when she received the challenge there from Michaela Patrick of the St. Joseph Convent St. George, and in the end was able to hold on. Boca Secondary, another clearance of Boca Secondary in the Octathlon boys high jump.
What is interesting to note is that these multiple discipline events, there are events that some athletes are better at than others. So if you're looking for best technique per se in certain things, you have to kind of just give them a little leeway. Their aim is just to get through it, to not fall out of any activity or any event. They need to go through every event in order to make it to the podium in this event.
A good attempt there by Javin Noel. He had good clearance. I think he just needed to keep those legs up a little more to avoid crashing into the bar.
We see Tashana Bascom getting ready.
Well, the second preliminary will see Francis Lewis from Wesley College, Michaela Abraham of St. Joseph's Convent St. George's, Tashana Bascom, one to look out for from St. David's Catholic Secondary, Kenzie Mudu of SAS is there, Shamaya Nelson of Anglican High School, Hanaya Tavana from the St. John's Christian Secondary, and Angel Lewis of the Boca Secondary School should be out there in lane 7. Lane 6 seems to be scratched. There is nobody from the St. John's Christian Secondary. An attempt here by, it looks as though the athlete from SAS in the high jump. And that should be Randy Jones. So there's real competition going on there in the high jump. In the Octathlon, we see GBSS making an attempt now, and he goes over the bar as well. Excitement for sure in the high jump boys, Octathlon. We just heard there 64.4 meters for Dishon Smart, inching closer and closer to the record.
I believe the record is somewhere in the region of 66, so it's within grabs.
Another clearance for SAS here in the high jump. That's Randy Jones. But we go to the 400 meters for the junior girls, the second of the 4 preliminaries. They've been called up here, so we have again Brown, Douglas, we have Lewis, Abraham, Bascom, Mudu, Nelson, Tavani, and Lewis. So 64.0 seconds for 0 meters for Dishon Smart on his third throw. Back to the 400 meters junior girls. They're up and running this time here. 400 meters junior girls, and they've been called back. Seem to be a faulty start here again. Second time we've seen this for this event. Another clearance here for Quanal K of the GBSS in the Octathlon boys high jump. The bar is now at 1.72, the record 1.88. Intense competition it is. Yes, JC students are here in the numbers today. They've been motivated from the results overnight, and they're coming down here to support their classmates and the athletes from the SJC. The girls on the hill giving a good account of themselves at Intercol Games 2026. Boca Secondary, Joseph, almost clearing here. Not too sure that was the technique that he started the event with, but has matriculated into the scissors jump, and he seems to be enjoying the competition as well. I'm sure that's a personal best for him in the high jump.
It's lovely to watch these multiple discipline athletes go at it today. They are truly competing with each other. It's not just one or two dominating. They're all bringing their A game to each of these events, and it's really, really, really competitive in this high jump today.
Well, they have 8 events to complete in this multidisciplinary event. Javid Noel. Nice clearance for Javid Noel. Competition steepens here in the high jump. It's a real test for these athletes. So far, they're holding out nice to the challenge.
So far we have 2 GBSS athletes and 2 SAS athletes going at it for this event.
A failed attempt here as we go back to the 400 meters. They're up and running this time. 400 meters junior girls heat 2 of 4. And again we have in this one Louis Abraham Bascom, Tishana Bascom in lane 3 for St. David's category. A pedestrian pace, St. Joseph Convent, Grenville, Michaela Abraham making up the stagger and Tishana. But up front is Anglican High School in Shania Nelson. She's one to definitely look out for. Nelson in the lead. On the inside we have from Wesley College, Francis Lewis. But that is Shania Nelson of the Anglican High School with a good lead over the rest of the field. Nelson looks in ripping form here. He's going to take a lot to catch up. Tishana Bascom begins to make a move. Goes past Convent Grenville. But it is Nelson still in the lead. Tishana Bascom would really have a work cut out for her. She begins to pick up some momentum, but Shania Nelson of the Anglican High School will hold out, it seems. Here comes Bascom still. Nelson over Bascom. Nelson wins it over Bascom. And from St. Joseph Convent Grenville, Michaela Abraham picks up the 3rd position.
Well, Shania Nelson took charge of this event from the very beginning. She ran her way through to taking the top position. She did not have an easy task because, of course, Bascom decided to put some pressure on, maybe a little too late, but she did her very best to secure the 2nd position. So Shania Nelson, Anglican High School, 1 minute 2. Tishana Bascom from St. David's Catholic Secondary, also 1 minute 2, but at 51. So Shania Nelson and Bascom.
Well, Bascom gave it all. She left everything on the rubber. She was flat out after the event. And this was a much faster heat. So as a matter of fact, the top 2 finishers had a better time than the first place by Kylie Williams in the first heat. As the high jump continues in the Octathlon, we segue in between both events. Randy Jones, failed attempt by Randy Jones in the high jump.
quite emotional. He is putting his heart into it. So a failure doesn't go very well with him, but that was his third attempt at that height.
1.72 meters. So Randy Jones bows out of this competition. His compatriot Jamari Fletcher of SAS is there still. Boca Secondary is still there in Trevon Joseph. That's Trevon's last attempt too at 1.75.
Boca Secondary, Annalisa Brown.
So give you quickly the lane assignments for heat 3 or 4. Annalisa Brown in 1, Sydney Douglas in 2, Michaela Williams in 3, Gabriel St. John of St. Rose in 4, Kevon Joseph of Westall Secondary in 5, Ciara Augustine of Grenada Christian Academy in 6, Leah Griffith of J.W. Fletcher Catholic in 7, and Kiema Julian of Hillsborough Secondary is in 8. Annalisa Brown would be the favorite here, but she would have some competition from Sydney Douglas of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, but this should be an easy one for Annalisa Brown. She won the 200 meters yesterday and the 1500 meters in the junior category, and already she has made up the stagger on both St. David's Catholic Secondary, Sydney Douglas and Michaela Williams of SAS. Annalisa Brown going down the back straight. Out there on the outside is Kiema Julian of the Hillsborough Secondary School. As they go around and approach the 200-meter mark, it is Annalisa Brown right there in lane 1 for the Boca Secondary School. But running a good race so far is Kiema Julian of Hillsborough Secondary School on the outside. SAS now moves into 3rd position with Michaela Williams. But Annalisa Brown runs the turn into the lead and would just cruise home for the victory, I would think, to qualify automatically into the finals. Annalisa Brown of the Boca Secondary School, a very comfortable victory. No need to exert too much here now. She wins comfortably with maybe a 30-40 meter lead over Michaela Williams of SAS, who picks up the 4th position. As a matter of fact, Grenada Christian Academy in Sierra Augustine running back to get the 2nd position, and Kiema Julian of Hillsborough Secondary picking up the 3rd.
You're right, Leslie. This was a comfortable run. There was no need for her to exert all that energy and effort. All she needed to do was secure her position in the final later this afternoon, and that is exactly what Annalisa Brown did in this preliminary. So she is in, and of course Sierra Augustine made a good run back to see where if she can book her place in the final this evening. We lost the athlete from St. David's Catholic Secondary just around the 200-meter mark. Let's see if she's okay, but we lost an athlete there. That would be Sydney Douglas. That is where we were expecting the competition to come from, and she buckled up just around the 200 mark. But just so that you know, Cornell Pierre just cleared his distance of his height of 1.75 in the high jump. And Javid so did Javid.
Javid Noel has done just the same. They're looking for good and valuable points. 1.75 is the height of the bar, and these two are dominating the high jump at the moment. Javid Noel and Cornell Pierre of the Grenada Boys Secondary School.
I believe the height is going to change because I think those are the only two in. The 2 SAS athletes did not clear the previous height. Neither did the athlete from Boca Secondary. So I believe the competition is just between these 2 athletes here.
Well, we see the results now of the javelin for the junior boys. We're going to go to the house mic just to get the results.
The Nawasa SAS, 50.03 meters, Kyle Abraham, currently sitting in the silver medal position. Representing the Classic Lighting West Hall Secondary, Lee J. Bishop, and your field leader sitting in the gold medal position with 3 rounds left to go, and assault on the record from the Nawasa SAS, Deshaun Smart. They're into the final rounds of the junior boys javelin throw.
Well, these athletes have 3 more attempts in the javelin. Clarence here, that's a Quanel pair in the Octathlon boys high jump. Deshaun Smart leads as expected. They're into the finals now with 3 more throws in the javelin for junior boys.
Oh, Leslie, that was Javid. Javid just cleared.
Oh, that was
behind.
Javid, was the Quanel.
Quanel is going to go next. So like we said earlier, the competition is between these 2 young men from the GBSS as they try to clear 1.78.
Well, Quanel will have his work cut out for him, his compatriot Javid, as we go back to the 400 meters in the junior category. And St. Joseph Convent St. Andrew already making a good mark here. And that is Ariana James. That's Ariana James of Convent Grenville. She's in the lead at the moment. Convent St. George is also there with Karima Lashington. But up front is Ariana James of the St. Joseph Convent Grenville. St. Mark's Secondary, Micaiah Frederick is also there. But Convent Grenville with a good lead as she approached the home straight. Convent St. George making a good run for it. In Karina Lashington on the inside. Here comes Micaiah Frederick of St. Mark's Secondary. Micaiah Frederick in the lead, a slight lead over Convent St. George, Karina Lashington. And Micaiah Frederick is going to hold out nicely. One of the underdogs in this division and this category. Second to St. Joseph Convent St. George in Karina Lashington and Convent Grenville.
So Micaiah Frederick of St. Mark's Secondary did take the first position, but the second position went to Ariana James of St. Joseph's Convent St. George's. She is the young lady taking the second position. Micaiah Frederick, St. Mark's Secondary, 59.20. Ariana James from St. Joseph's Convent St. George's, 1 minute. She would have been the favorite going into this race, but I don't know why she's at second place. We have to wait to see if she's going to book her spot in the final, and maybe we will see a little magic from her. But for now, the magic rests with Micaiah Frederick. And Quanel Pair continues to dominate, continues to show that he's a powerhouse in the high jump, in the Octathlon this today. So he clears, like I said to you before, the competition is between himself and his teammate. Let's see who wants it most.
Just want to go back to the 400 meters and Micaiah Frederick from St. Mark's. She has been running well this season. She actually did a 59.20. Another nice clearance here. Javid Noel, those GBSS boys are really doing their due in the high jump this morning.
We have to give them that, and it's clean competition. You know, teammates, but we are going, and to me, they're motivating each other.
Well, they're looking for valuable points here. This is the multi-event high jump, and they're looking to do the double, I would think, in this event. So they're competing among themselves, so to speak. The height is now at 1.84. The record is 1.88 as we go to the junior boys 400 meters.
Lane number 2, representing Grenville Secondary, Jadon Henry. The lane number 1, Bishop's College, Chavez Compton.
Well, it's an interesting lineup here. We have Compton from Bishop's College. We've seen for the first time Janik Felix from SAS. We saw him at the national champs trying to run down Cache Stephen and pulling up in the event. Michael Abedin from McDonald College is one to look out for as well in this preliminary. And Cache Stephen of GBSS is also in this one. So another matchup between Janik Felix and Cache Stephen, but Michael Abedin could pose a threat in this one as well from the McDonald College.
Let's wait and see. I always like to wait to see what the students, what the athletes would bring forth in after their run or during their run. I know sometimes we know who we think may, but I'm always one to see exactly what each, to me, they start the race with a clean slate. Let's see what they will bring.
Failed attempt here by Javid Noel.
soon we're going to get an update for you for the points for the Octathlon event. We have to wait for it just as you. So once we get the update on points, we would let you know. But we understand it's a sticky one. It's a hot one. Everybody's anxious and eager to see where these athletes are standing points-wise. And as soon as we get that information, we are going to share it with you. Quanelpe is here. What does he have left in him? A failed attempt, but it's not the end of the game.
So the athletes are ready to go. The 400 meters for the junior boys. We see one athlete stopping. The race is called back eventually. Looks as though it's going to be a false start by the athlete from SAS, Janik Felix, in lane 5.
And he's holding his head. What does that mean for him? We can call it, but I wouldn't call it until the officials do. But a lot is on, and there goes the shirt.
Well, it was very obvious.
Covers his head.
It was very obvious to us from our vantage point, a false start. Janik Felix will be credited to that false start, and we know what happens when you false start, you get a red card, you are disqualified. And he would be very disappointed. He had an injury pull up in the national champs, and I think he really wanted to redeem himself here. To get a second go at Cache Stevens, that would not happen here today from the likes of things. A disqualification might be the most obvious decision from the officials. Let's see what happens.
Well, it is what it is. For some, this might be good news. For some, this is bad news. We do not want any sort of this.
That's Janik Felix there for you from SAS. The red card comes up for lane 5. Janik Felix of SAS, very disappointed indeed. He was winner at SAS in the 400 meters. He actually defeated Philip Mitchell in the 400 meters at SAS Sports. And now looking for a position into the finals. He will have to wait next year. Hopefully he's a junior again next year.
Well, like I said, this might be good news for some. This might be bad news for some. Viewers, forgive us. We have our moments of excitement in the commentary room as well. We were watching and we are feeling the energy. So sometimes we get a little excited, but that's okay.
There they go again. 400 meters for junior boys. Heat 1 of 4. Compton, Henry, Stephen, James, Aberdeen, and Joseph. There they go. Cache Stephen is one to look out for. He's running out of lane 3 for GBSS. And also we want to look at Michael Aberdeen of MacDonald College. That's him there in second position at the moment. Hillsborough Secondary, Kimon Joseph is in the lead. Cache Stephen beginning to make his move down the back straight, making up the stagger on MacDonald College. Cache Stephen in the lead at the moment with 200 meters to go. It is Cache Stephen over Kimon Joseph of Hillsborough Secondary. Michael Aberdeen is making a move too as well. He goes past Hillsborough Secondary. Cache looks very relaxed at the lead here now. He would have to push because Michael Aberdeen is going to be pushing for MacDonald College. Grenville Secondary is giving a good run in Javon Henry on the outside, but here comes MacDonald College, Michael Aberdeen. Cache digs into reserve and would win this one in the end, but he was trying to be as relaxed as possible and had to go into reserve because Michael Aberdeen from MacDonald College was going to give him a run into the finals.
Leslie, what these athletes have to understand is that at this moment, there is no room for relaxing because somebody wants your position. And Cache, I guess, got the reality a little, well, in time just to secure his position. And he's in, but he has to know that in the final, there's no relaxing. You have to run and you have to run. 51.83 Cache Stephen. Michael Aberdeen, who wanted it very bad from MacDonald College, 52.24. Jaden Henry of Grenville Secondary, 54.25.
Well, pretty decent time for Cache Stephen in the preliminaries. We expect that in the finals these guys would go sub 50. The senior boys disappointed a little bit yesterday with their times, but Cache has done a sub 51 already for the season, and we expect that he will go faster into the finals. He really was not too pushed for the second 50 meters or so, but in the end, McDonald College really gave him a challenge and had him having to accelerate towards the finish line.
The high jump event just a little bit concluded. We're just waiting on the lineup of the athletes so we can know their position. But what we can tell you, and from what you were seeing, it was indeed an exciting competition among
Modern
these
Secondary, Joshua Braffett. Lane number 4, Classic Lighting, Boca Secondary, Kelson Francis. Lane number 3, Najiko, GBSS, Allian James. Lane number 2, Grenada SDA Comprehensive, Jarek Hippolyte. That's the field. Heat number 2, 400-meter dash, junior boys. The winner automatically qualifies to the final.
All right, so we have the results of the high jump. Javid Noel, 1.81. Cornell Pear, 1.81. Trevon Joseph from the Boca Secondary School, 1.69. And Fletcher from SAS, 1.69.
As we go back to the high jump, we just missed the throw there from Deshaun Smart, but this is Westerhall Secondary. We'll try to get the update for you in the javelin as they continue, but to look back at the 400 meters for the junior boys. They call onto the mark one more time. There they go. Nice clean start to the 400 meters for junior boys. We have in this one Anthony Phillip, Jarek Hippolyte, Elian James, Kelson Francis, Joshua Braffett, Jaden John, Alvin Franklin, and Christian Cato. Grenville Secondary looking good with Jaden John in the lead at the moment. GBSS in Allian James is making some good run on the inside, but it is Grenville Secondary, and on the outside of Grenville Secondary, St. Mark Secondary, Alvin Franklin. Grenville Secondary is in the lead at the moment. That's Jaden John. Allian James is making some road on the inside, but John from Grenville Secondary is still in the lead as they enter the home straight now. Here comes GBSS Allian James. On the outside, JW Fletcher Catholic is moving. Here comes Boca Secondary as well. Kelson Francis running very strong. Kelson Francis for the victory over GBSS Allian James.
Well, congratulations to Kelson Francis from the Boca Secondary School. A victory that they need to get themselves into the final. We want to see Boca Secondary competing in the big league as all the other schools on that final stage this afternoon. And Francis has booked that position. GBSS, Allian James, who gave a spirited run, settled for second in this event.
Again, we want to recognize the effort of Coach Charles of the Boca Secondary School and the Finish Line Club. He's been doing a fantastic job there in preparing these athletes from the Boca Secondary School. And that's why they are in the top 10 in both categories. As we see two of the leading athletes or the leading throwers in the javelin. Westerhall Secondary, I think they're currently in the second position.
A good throw there, looking for his mark, just over the 50-meter mark.
.48, it looked like it was a time from Boca Secondary School. 53.48. And a 53.57 for Allian James of the GBSS. And 53.71 for Christian Cato of GW Fletcher Catholic.
There you go, Deshaun Smart. Oh, that's a no throw. Outside the region. A good throw, but outside of the region. So it will not be recorded.
But he still remains in the lead with his preliminary throws. The boys for the 3 of the 4 preliminaries in the 400 meters, they are getting ready. We will see Jaden Strong from Westmoreland Secondary, Shamari Wildman from SGI, Kiwani Matthew from Seventh-day Adventist, Kyle Noel from JW Fletcher, Hillsborough, Happy Hill Secondary, Relani Bascom, faulty start there, Demali Lendo from Hillsborough Secondary, and Samson Phillip from St. David's Catholic Secondary. Samson Phillip, one to look out for from this heat, from the St. David's Catholic Secondary. From the Berean High School, we also have Malachi Noel. Noel is in lane 5. Look to see if there's a false start here. It looks as though lane 5, Malachi Noel from the Berean High School seems to be the one who would have jumped the gun and maybe awaiting his fate as well from the starters.
Beacon High School.
Keep saying Berean High School, but it's Beacon High School. Do you think Berean High School exists anymore?
No, it doesn't.
Beacon High School. Malachi Noel.
They came in with quite a small team, so having a disqualification is not necessarily the best for them, but it's a learning experience, really. Let's see what they can learn from this year.
So the dreaded decision is about to be made. The red card comes out, and so Malachi Noel has been disqualified from the 400 meters for junior boys preliminaries.
So we're one shot. Malachi Noel will not be taking part in this preliminary, but the race goes on.
They're on the marks one more time. Lane 2 is also scratched. No Wildman from SGI. They're up and running here now. Let's see who makes up the early stagger. Happy Hill Secondary is there in Relani Bascom. And Bascom is making up the stagger nicely on Namali Lendo of the Hillsborough Secondary School. We still have not seen a move by Samson Phillip yet from the St. David's Catholic, but in the lead it's Happy Hill Secondary, Dimali Lendo. Sorry, Dimali Lendo is of the Hillsborough Secondary. Happy Hill Secondary is Relani Bascom. That's Bascom of the Happy Hill Secondary School. Samson Phillip is about to make his move now. He's running out of lane 8 on the outside. But Relani Bascom is not giving up. They're going to sprint to the finish line looking for that top position. And we can see here Philip Sampson outwinded here. Relani Bascom is going to win this one to earn a spot into the finals. And Samson Phillip from the St. David's Catholic Secondary would pick up the second position.
Well, no doubt the Happy Hill Secondary supporters in the stand would have jumped for joy in this, because what this guarantees is that they will see their athlete again, Relani Bascom, this afternoon in the final of this event. Relani Bascom running, not very struggling if you ask me, as compared to the athlete from St. David's Catholic who had to dig a little deeper. So Relani Bascom, Happy Hill Secondary School, 52.77. Samson Phillip of the St. David's Catholic Secondary, 54.12.
So there we have it, the results of the 400 meter dash juniors. That was the third of the 4 preliminaries. We still have one more to go, and this one we will see the likes of Davil Andrew, Giovanni Green, Omario Amade, Marcus Castle, Zuriel Fleming, Shakel Bascom, Ethan
Nawasa Sass.
Edwards, and Philip Mitchell.
Lane number 7, Wagiti Sanova, St. David Catholic, Ethan Edwards. Lane number 6, Classic Lighting, Wester Hall Secondary, Shakel Bascom. Lane number 5, Classic Lighting, McDonald College, Zuriel Fleming. Lane number 4, Nexa, PBC, Marquis Castle. Lane number 3, Wesley College, Omario Amede. Lane number 2, Classic Lighting, Boca Secondary, Giovanni Green. Lane number 1, Hubbard, St. John's Christian, Deville Andrew.
Well, there you have it, the lineup for the boys, 400 meter heat 4-4. Two very familiar names there. In lane 2, Giovanni Green of the Boca Secondary School and Philip Mitchell of SAS. Philip Mitchell already won the 200 meters and he would want to make the double here. Giovanni Green, maybe that's not his favorite event in all 3 events. He won the 2 and the 4, but he has been doing well all season. He was second in the 200 meters yesterday. We saw a blistering 10.88 from him in the preliminaries at national champs. But the 400 meters definitely not his best of these 3 sprint events. So too is Philip Mitchell, but they'll be looking for a good time going into the finals nonetheless.
Indeed, these athletes want to make sure that they give their best to book themselves good lanes as they go into the finals this afternoon. A pretty good day. The rain has come a little bit in and between, but so far so good. We're having a good day at the National Stadium. If you can find a ticket, make sure you find your way down, and of course, be a part of the whole excitement that is happening here today.
Much more student fans on the stands today than we had yesterday, and I'm sure by this time tomorrow there wouldn't be any space at all on the bleachers that has been dedicated for the students.
You know, these students are so comfortable, Leslie. They have the National Stadium to jump on. I remember jumping in Tantine, in Tantine before Intercol. That was a very different environment, but those bleachers were very strong then to house all of us.
Well, you've just declared your age here.
No, I didn't.
I don't even remember Tantine as a student, so I would have been long before that. But
Intercol champion over
good conditions here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium for both the athletes and the spectators. You won't remember anything about the bleachers crashing at the old Queen's Park, would you?
I had 1 year, I think, at the Queen's Park, 1 year. And it was easy for me because I lived at River Road at that time, so it was just run across the road and you get to Queen's Park. 1 or 2 years I think I had at Queen's Park, and then the rest was at Tantine. And then at some point I was an athlete, so I didn't enjoy yes, I didn't enjoy the bleachers experience.
So there they are. They are ready now for heat 4-4 in the boys 400 meter dash juniors. Again, we have Andrew, Green, Amadi, Castle, Fleming, Bascom, Edwards, and Mitchell. We see something happening there all day in lane 4. Marcus Castle may have just lost his balance on the blocks there. He's still down on his knees. I think he's aware of what has happened. And we can see the expression on his face. Marcus Castle of the Presentation Brothers College.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. It's all because of the tension.
Indeed, indeed. Marcus Castle of Presentation Brothers College up before the gun. And he would await the dreaded decision from the starters again. And we continue to see these numerous false starts from these events. I mean, last year was maybe unprecedented for false starts, but this year again, a number of false starts from the athletes.
One would ask, Leslie, why do they have to wait until the dreaded card? I mean, if you know your false start, one would say, well, maybe you could just leave, or is it standard that they have to wait until that decision is handed down?
Well, it's part of the protocol, and for sure they would not know if it is them. They may have gone off before, but somebody else could have gone off before as well. And so they have to wait for that decision from the officials. But many times, like in this case here, where they know they go off before they hear the gun, they're almost certain that the decision will come against them. And we can see the expression on the young man's face here. It's not maybe the best time you'd want to be sitting on the blocks waiting for a decision that you anticipate is going against you. And pretty much an unfortunate situation again.
Well, it is what it is.
So he gets a green on this occasion. He lives to see a continuation into the event. So the starters in their deliberation may have identified that there was something else besides young Castle from the Presentation Brothers College.
Well, this will cause some discussions to be made, but the gods, or the god that smiled on young Castle today, let's hope he takes advantage of this opportunity that he has been given. But Leslie, I know that some decision, some conversation is going to happen. We are going with the flow. We respect the decision that is being made or has been made, and we're going to go with it.
So there we go, the 400 meters junior boys, heat 4 of 4. They're on the mark one more time. Young Marcus Castle was saying a prayer there when we were looking at him, and his prayers has been answered. They're looking for a position into the final. The first position automatically qualifies, and then the next best times. There they go. Giovanni Green out there in lane 2. Philip Mitchell out there in lane 8. Two names of repute in this one. Not their favorite events, but there they go. Philip Mitchell going down the back straight here. He has on his inside St. David's Catholic Secondary, Ethan Edwards. But Giovanni Green is making very, very good grounds on the inside in lane 2 for the Boca Secondary School. Giovanni Green in the lead at the moment over Philip Mitchell. Giovanni Green looking good, looking relaxed too. The arms are not pushing too hard. Giovanni Green in the lead here, entering into the home straight. Giovanni Green, McDonald College making a run back. Philip Mitchell is in second, but a very comfortable run here by Giovanni Green. Philip Mitchell has some challenge from McDonald College on his inside. That's Zuriel Fleming. And a good and comfortable run here for Giovanni Green of the Boca Secondary School.
No discussion there at all. You know, I always guard against speaking of the favorite coming in, because we just never know what is going to play out on the track. But young Green stamped his authority on this event, on this heat, booking his place in the final this afternoon. Do I think it was his strongest run? I do not know. We know that it is not his favorite event, but Giovanni Green of Boca Secondary 50.32, Philip Mitchell of SAS 53 flat, Zuriel Fleming of McDonald College 53.34, and Marquis Castle took the fourth position 54.05. He smiled to get a chance to compete, and there he did, placing fourth. But your top position, Giovanni Green of Boca Secondary School, 50.32.
Can tell you Giovanni Green had the fastest time of all the qualifiers, 50.32. Kashe Stephen at 51.83. We also had a 52.77 from Rolani Bascom. But a good strong run here by Giovanni Green to send a clear message going into the finals.
The finals this afternoon would have a nice lineup of athletes, I believe, a nice cross section. So many schools have reasons to wave their flag. Those of you looking online, you have reasons to throw up your color hearts this afternoon for this event, because it's not just dominated by one or two schools. You have quite a cross section. I know the Happy Secondary contingent is going to be happy. They would have a place in the final this afternoon. We're going to wait to see that final sheet when it comes in for us to know exactly who's going to go where and what lane they're going to go in. But from what we've seen thus far, a nice cross section of athletes will be there. So the 400 meters this afternoon is going to be very, very interesting.
We still have some more preliminary events on the track. We still have the 400-meter hurdles for sub-junior boys and girls, and also the 400-meter hurdles for the senior boys and girls, and of course the 2 relays, the 4x1 for juniors, boys and girls. So stay tuned for that. More action on the track in the preliminaries before we segue into the finals later on this afternoon.
And don't forget, we have the March Past competition coming up. Those of you who like that level of entertainment, it's going to be the second day. The ladies will take to the matching this afternoon. Of course, that competition is sponsored by Classic Lightning and the Communal Cooperative Credit Union. So they are the ones pumping the money into this one. And of course, it promises to be a good show this afternoon. So those of you looking forward to that, it is still to come. Yesterday you saw the young men, St. David's Catholic, of course, walking away with that coveted title, defeating the Presentation Brothers College, who had to settle for second. And today we have the ladies on display this afternoon. The defending champs, of course, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's.
Again, the fans are out here in the numbers. That's the green section, the GBSS posse. As we go to the track for the 400-meter hurdles sub-juniors. So we've just been told that they're going to go straight to the finals in the sub-junior hurdles.
I believe the girls leg, they are going straight to the final, but I believe we will have to have the preliminary in the boys division because the field is a lot larger than 8. So what has happened is because there are only 8 girls or 8 schools for the sub-junior.
And over St. David Catholic, Christian Collins. Lane number 5, Nagico, GBSS, Akel, Briggs. Lane number 4, Nexa, PBC, Jedediah Roberts. Lane number 3, Nawasa Sass, Tishon Lambert. And lane number 2, Classic Lighting, Boca Secondary, Romario Philip. That's the field. Heat number 1 of 2. 400-meter hurdles, sub-junior.
Games record 1 minute, 2.20 seconds. Set in 2025 last year. Next up, PBC and to the field. We'll head over to the starter.
So the boys are ready to go in the sub-junior category of the 400-meter hurdles. Again, just to go over, we have here Philip, Lambert, Roberts, Briggs, Collins. Briggs has been the top sub-junior athlete of the GBSS. Jedediah Roberts of PBC is there. Tishon Lambert, who's playing second fiddle to Oliver from Sassy, is also in this heat. Looking for a place into the finals. The winner from each of these heats would be the automatic qualifiers, and then the next 6 best times would join them into the finals.
Only 2 preliminaries in this one. And of course, like we said earlier, the ladies are going straight to the final later this afternoon.
Anthony Phillip of the Presentation Brothers College holds the record for this event. 1 minute 2.2. Record he established last year. We saw him very impressive earlier on today in the preliminaries for the 110 hurdles for the junior boys. He's expected to do well into the finals. these sub-junior boys. This may be their real first go at the hurdles. Many of the secondary school sports don't have hurdles in them, and so the preparation for that for these young men is something that has to be very intense and very repetitive to ensure that they have the techniques fully covered.
From the various schools here to dip for the order.
Thank you.
I now call on Miss Kim Parrish Thomas from the Anglican High School.
Well, what's happening there is the dip for the march past. For the march past appearance of the schools competing. Today we're going to see the females, as was indicated earlier on. We already see on the chat a number of persons asking what time is the march past. It reminds me of SJC Sports.
Oh boy.
Richie would give us the stats on the number of viewers we're going to have during the march past competition. I'm sure there's going to be a bump in the viewers during that time.
And why not?
St. Joseph's Convent St. George's goes for number 12. Our next principal hails from the St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville. Ms. Linda Francis. And Ms. Francis has dipped for number 9. SJC Grenville, number 9. Next, J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary School, Miss Laurel Bartholomew. And Miss Bartholomew has dipped for number 7. Up next, the St. David's Catholic Secondary Schools, Mr. Gary Jones. And Mr. Jones has dipped for number 10. Up next, the Wester Hall Secondary Schools, Mr. Fenton Paul. Mr. Paul has dipped for number 11. Up next, the Boca Secondary Schools, Miss Valine Hagley. She dipped again in Jesus' name and dipped for number 2. Up next, the Hatfield Secondary School, Mrs. Nerissa Celestine James. And the Hatfield Secondary School is going up in position number 1. Up next, the McDonald College, Mr. Carl Andel. Mr. Andel has dipped for number 3. Up next, the Bishop's College, Mrs. Indra Scott. Miss Scott has dipped for number 6. Up next, the Wesley Colleges, Mrs. Donnell St. Bernard.
Tell me.
Mrs. St. Bernard has dipped for number 8. And last, and by no means least, the Hillsborough Secondary School's Mr. Brian Lendor.
Number 4 is missing.
And he has dipped for the remaining number 5. So there you have it. Position number 1, Happy Hill Secondary. Position number 2, Boca Secondary. Position number 3, McDonald College. Position number 4, Anglican High School. In 5, Hillsborough Secondary. 6, Bishop's College. 7th, J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary. 8, Wesley College. 9, St. Joseph Convent Grenville. 10th, St. David's Catholic Secondary. 11th, Westerhall Secondary. And 12th, the St. Joseph Convent, St. George. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, your order for our March Past 2026. It's going to be a bumper time inside the walls of the Karani Jail.
Well, there you heard it, the March Past order, which is going to happen during the intermission. For those of you who are paid a keen interest on the March Past competition, we know there were a lot of persons looking on yesterday in the boys category, and you're routing for your schools. You have an opportunity to do that again this afternoon for the girls division. But we're getting ready to continue with the 400-meter hurdles in the sub-junior category, and that's for the boys. The athletes have been on the track while the dipping for positions for the March Past was taking place. And so we have there now Boca Secondary. In 2 is Boca Secondary, Tishon Lambert of SAS. In 3, in 4 we have Jadida Roberts, that's Jadida Roberts of the PBC. Akel Briggs of GBSS in 5, and Christian Collins of St. David's Catholic Secondary, he's out there in 6. Boys looking for a position into the finals later on this evening. The winner automatically qualifies, and then we have the next 6 best times. There are 2 preliminaries in this event. They're off here. 400 meters hurdles, heat 1 of 2. Already cannons, that's Roberts of the PBC looking good, but also Boca Secondary on the inside in Romario Phillip. He has made up the stagger on a couple of the athletes, and David's Catholic Secondary. Christian Collins also doing well, but it's Boca Secondary that's in the lead at the moment in Romario Phillip. Romario Phillip still in the lead here, followed by St. David's Catholic Secondary, Christian Collins. And then we have 3 athletes very close to each other, but it is still Boca Secondary School. Let's see who is in the lead now. Still Boca Secondary, then St. David's Catholic. SAS is giving good chase here in Tishon Lambert. But it is Boca Secondary entering into the home straight. Boca Secondary, then SAS, then St. David's Catholic Secondary. Boca Secondary, St. David's making a good run now, but it's still Boca. St. David's, then SAS. Boca Secondary, SAS, St. David's as they sprint to the finish line. It's Boca Secondary, then Christian Collins of St. David's Catholic Secondary, and Tishon Lambert of SAS picks up the 3rd position.
So Romario Phillip jumped his way over all the hurdles successfully to book his spot in the final later this afternoon. No doubt that Boca Secondary is happy for that. Of course, Tishon Lambert and the athlete from St. David's Catholic, that is Christian Collins, in 2nd and 3rd position. Well, Christian would take the 2nd position and Tishon Lambert the 3rd position. Akel Briggs of GBSS settled for 4th, and Jediah Roberts from PBC in the 5th position. So that was heat 1 of the 400 meter sub-junior boys hurdles.
Well, a good run from Boca Secondary School. I guess he was not fancied because of the presence of the Christian Collins, the Tishon Lambert, the Akel Briggs, who have been dominating the sprint events. But again, we want to give a real credit to Coach Charles of the Boca Secondary School Boca is not just here to be part of Intercol, they're actually competing and they're gaining valuable points. The last point standing we had in the boys category, Boca Secondary was in actually the 6th position, and in the girls, they are in the 5th position. So they have already done themselves and their schools proud at Intercol 2026.
Well, Leslie, if you go far back, there was a time when Boca Secondary was a powerhouse to be reckoned with. So no doubt, I guess we're returning. You know, they say it circles around. So maybe some circling is happening. All they needed was the right touch, right injection of talent, and this may be their season in the beginning. This may be a new season starting for Boca Secondary. And you know how I stand. Why not? I like to see what you call, quote unquote, the underdogs raise their heads and give competition where necessary.
Well, we see something like that happening in the girls category. I mean, the top 5 schools are really, really close. The top 3 is only 1/3 of a point separating them from the last point standing we had. And then in 4th is Anglican High School on 45 points, as opposed to 60 by St. David's Catholic and SAS, who are currently tied in the 2nd position. So that has really narrowed the gap between St. David's, who were for many years runaway winners, and even when Anglican High School was winning, they were runaway winners as well. But for this year, for the first time in many, many years, I would think, we see keen competition, and it's still uncertain as to who may be crowned the champions in the girls category.
And that is what I call good competition. To me, you know, when you come second and you already know who win already, then what are you there for? You're just looking for little bragging rights. But this year is nail biting, down to the wire, and I like this. This draws patrons out. When it's so tough, you know you just cannot stay home. You need to get there to see it. Like, you know, your presence will help a bit. So good competition going on among the girls.
And running out of lane number 1 from the Nawasa SAS, Dishon Oliver.
So just to run through the lineup one more time, just in case you missed it. Dishon Oliver of SAS is in 1, Levi Rocher of GBSS in 2, Alonzo Mitchell of St. David's Catholic Secondary in 3, and Garner Phillip of the Boca Secondary School is out there in 4. Well, we know Dishon Oliver has been dominating the sprints in the sub-junior category. He is a runaway winner in all of the events that he has competed in so far. He's running here out of lane 1. We've never seen him before in the hurdles. As we say, it's a novelty event for most of these sub-junior athletes, considering that it is not held at their school sports, and so a lot of the work that they have to do would be with their clubs and outside of maybe the school circuit as well.
You are correct, but Dishon Oliver, he is working all around. You know, wherever the points are to be bagged, once he's able and can do it, he's being put to do it. He is really burning the engine here today. He's putting in every event, and the thing is, Leslie, he is delivering in all the events. So.
Well, they're on the mark here. The second of the 2 heats in the boys, that's the junior boys, 400-meter hurdles. Oliver, Rocher, Mitchell, and Phillip. Pensive moments here at the National Stadium. A lot more students are here today with us. We expect a lot more of the adult population to be here. It's a period of time in Grenada where some people say not much productivity is happening in the offices and on the workplace. And that has been the case maybe from since last week. It's going to intensify on Thursday for sure.
You know, in some business places, they probably have watching parties. The screens are up, and they pleasing the customers that come in and also the employees. So don't be too hard on them, especially tomorrow. Know that it's I don't know, you know, when they say the thing hot in local parlance, and maybe even the bosses may be watching on for themselves.
Well, I can tell you, everybody's been to a secondary school in Grenada, and those who have not been are glued and are watching along or have a keen interest in Intercol 2026. They've been called to starting orders one more time. Some hesitation from the athlete there in lane 2. That's Levi Reshe from the GBSS, but they back up. So there seems to be something going on down there that we're not too fully aware of. And this is the second heat of the boys 400 meters hurdles.
And during the intermission, of course, you are going to be treated by the March Past competition, which of course is is being sponsored by Classic Lightning and Communal Cooperative. So it's going to be a good one later or during the intermission this afternoon.
Maybe we're going to hear from Sherian and Blossom for that as well. They did an expert job yesterday in bringing the comments to the March Pass. I don't think they were too satisfied with the outcome, but nonetheless, they're going to be back to capture the moments of the March Pass for us later on today. Another call for the athletes in the second of the two preliminaries for the 400-meter hurdles sub-junior boys. Oliver, Rocher, Mitchell, and Philip. SAS, GBSS, St. David's Catholic, and the Boca Secondary, respectively. Well, they have a good clean start this time. We have Deshaun Oliver, Levi Rocher, Alonzo Mitchell, and Garner Philip. Already Oliver making up the stagger, and is in the lead. Boca Secondary is out there and looking good too, but it is Deshaun Oliver of SAS who has the lead running out of lane 1. GBSS is there also. Boca Secondary in the second position. GBSS now moves into the second position. Boca in third and St. David's Catholic Secondary in fourth. But Deshaun Oliver all by himself up front. Motoring on nicely is Deshaun Oliver. GBSS giving good chase on his right in lane 2. But Deshaun Oliver is in cruise control at the moment, not aware of the competition coming behind him from GBSS. Deshaun Oliver very relaxed here. GBSS pushing hard. They're going to battle for the finish line. Deshaun Oliver just turns it down a little bit here, recognizing that GBSS Levi Reshe was coming along, and a comfortable victory for Deshaun Oliver of SAS.
Oliver takes it, GBSS second, and of course it's going to be on this afternoon. Nice sportsmanship between the two young men, reaching out for each other as they got over to the final, to the finish line. Deshaun Oliver, of course, has the last laugh in this one, a minute 2, and Levi Reshe of GBSS, after a good effort, second, a minute 2:71.
Well, Deshaun Oliver had the fastest time of the two heats, 1:02.16. And even Levi Reshe was faster than the first heat. He was at 1:02.71. The fastest time coming from Boca Secondary in heat 1 was 1:04.59. And Tishon Lambert 1:04.95. So it's actually a new record that Deshaun Oliver just delivered there. The record was 1:02.20. And you ran 1:02.16, that can go even lower into the finals from what we just saw there from Deshaun Oliver.
I have to agree with you, because this young man did not put much effort really, and he broke the record. So it leaves us to wonder, what will he deliver this afternoon?
Well, the record of Anthony Phillip no longer stands. It's now Deshaun Oliver of SAS who holds this record at 1:02.16, as we're going to go to the house microphone for the first medal presentation for the day, and as soon as the action resumes on the track,
we are honored to have with us here today Mr. Cecil Greenidge, Board Director at the National Lotteries Authority, to assist with the distribution of the medals. Medal presentation for the girls discus throw junior. Your bronze medalist from the St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, Jasira Joseph, 28.95 meters. Your silver medalist from the St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, Deanna Jackson, 29.58 meters. And your gold medalist from the St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, Naomi Phillip, 29.87 meters. Your medalist for the girls discus throw junior.
Yeah, you have it?
Medal presentation for event number 48, the girls 400-meter hurdles junior. In third and securing the bronze from the St. David's Catholic Secondary, Sydney Douglas. 1 minute, 16.69 seconds. In second, silver medalist from the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School, Abiola John. 1 minute, 15.41 seconds. And your gold medalist from the Anglican High School, Shania Nelson, 1 minute, 7.46 seconds. Your medalist for event number 48, the girls 400-meter hurdles junior. Event number 49, the boys 400-meter hurdles junior. Your bronze medalist from the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary, McCall Simon, 58.44 seconds. Getting the silver, Anthony Phillip from the Presentation Brothers College, 57.16 seconds. And bringing home the gold from the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School, Tavon Hall, 55.53 seconds. 55.73 seconds, and establishing a new record. Event number 74, the girls 4x100 meter relay senior. Your bronze medalist, the Boca Secondary School, 50.21 seconds. Your silver medalist, the Anglican High School, 49.58 seconds. And your gold medalist, the St. David's Catholic Secondary, 49.12 seconds. Your medalist for event number 74, the girls 4x100 meter relay senior. Event number 75, the boys 4x100 meter relay senior. Your bronze medalist, the Boca Secondary School, 42.32 seconds. Your silver medalist, the Grenada Boys Secondary School, 42.01 seconds. And your gold medalist, the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School, 41.49 seconds. These are your medalists for event number 75, the boys 4x100 meter relay senior. Event number 29, the girls javelin throw junior. Bringing home the bronze from the St. Joseph's Convent, Teona Jackson. Your silver medalist from the McDonald's College, Chelsea Providence. And your gold medalist from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Sydney Douglas, 36.75 meters. Your medalist for event 29, the girls javelin throw junior. Event number 55, the girls high jump senior. In third and bringing home the bronze from the St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, Natalia Strawn. 1.50 meters. In second and bringing home the silver from the Anglican High School, Micaiah Ramsey. 1.53 meters. And bringing home the gold from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, Christina Charles. 1.56 meters. These are your medalists for event number 55, the girls high jump senior. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we invite you to join us as we recognize a special moment here at the 2026 GAPS Intercol Games. We want to thank Mr. Greenwich for assisting us with the distribution of the medals. And of course, we thank all athletes and celebrate them for performances that were exemplary. Today, we proudly celebrate a meaningful partnership with Blue Bubbles Events Rental Services Incorporated, who, through their Gold Spikes Champions Partnership Initiative, are representing the champion bag, are presenting champion bags here today for the outstanding 4x100 meter senior male and female relay champs.
We are here now with one of the record breakers from day one of the Intercol, Emma Frederick. Emma Frederick is a second-year sub-junior here in the Intercol. She broke the record in the 800 meter sub-junior girls. Now, in 2025, she placed second. She has a rather interesting story of what that second place did to her, that she came back in 2026 to break the record. Speak to us about the hard work that was done within the space of a year to ensure that you took the record home.
Well, last year it was very hard for me because I was a first-year sub-junior and I wanted to place and make myself proud. So last year I placed second, and this year I trained very hard and it was very difficult to come back and try to break the record, and I did it.
And what does that win mean for you and your career in sports, as to how far you want to take it as a middle distance runner?
I want to take it up to Carifta and also maybe in the Olympic Games.
What can we expect from you? You still have the 1500 meter to come up later on today.
Yes, but the 1500 I will try my best and I will try to break the record for the 15.
Well, congratulations to you, and that was the sub-junior who broke the 800 meter record in day one of the Intercol, Emma Frederick, the athlete out of the McDonald's College in St. Patrick.
Welcome back. You are not missing anything as we come back to our live broadcast of the 2026 GAPSS Intercol Championship right here at Kerani James National Stadium. On our screen, it's the Blue Bubbles
meter relay seniors of St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Once again, congratulations to teams, and also we say thank you to Mr. Leon Francis and the Blue Bubbles team for their support.
Wonderful gesture there for Blue Bubbles, presenting some gold spikes for the most outstanding athletes to date.
A brilliant initiative indeed. So we're getting ready for the 4x100 meter relay for junior, and we're going to be starting with the girls. There'll be two hits, hit 1 and a 2. Top finisher plus the next 6 best times.
So they're already on the track, getting ready to get the instruction from the starters. 4x100 meters junior girls. The game's record for this event is 47.34 seconds. This was established in 2004, St. John's Christian Secondary School. They've established that record. Did I say St. John's Christian Secondary School? Convent St. Andrew, that's the record holder here. 47.34, established in 2004. Long-standing record, some 22 years in the making. So let's see if it's going to get any challenges today. We are going to start off with heat number 1. They're already on the track.
So you're going to get a field that is in lane 3. You would have the Grenada 70 Adventist Comprehensive School. Lane 2 is the
and they're off. It's a 4x100 meter relay for junior girls. Grenada 70 Adventist, Hillsborough Secondary, St. Mark's. As we get to the first handover, it's Happy Hill, but a strong run from St. Mark in the middle of the track. Going down the back stretch is still SGI. Happy Hill is in strong contention there. We're getting ready for another handover. It's Happy Hill in the purple, making a move going down on the right, but St. Mark is making a strong move on the inside. Also, let's get to the final handover. It's still Happy Hill and Bishop's College, or is it Hillsborough Secondary? It's Hillsborough Secondary, St. Mark's in the middle there. That's Michaela Frederick just busting through, right through the middle there and taking that one for St. Mark's Secondary. The girls 4x100 meters, junior, heat 1.
St. Mark's, they're the winner, heat number 1. They were not the leaders all the way through. That belongs to Happy Hill. And up to the last handover, it was Happy Hill all the way with a strong challenger from Bishop's College. But here comes St. Mark's. And she has proven herself right throughout this meet to be a good finisher, and she did just that, easing up at the end just a bit with 7 meters to spare. The winner there in St. Mark's Secondary School, 52.82 seconds, the winner there. And in second position, Happy Hill Secondary School, 53.29. Hillsborough, third position.
So St. Mark booking their spot into the final. That will be coming up later on this evening.
8-team advance from the 2 heats. The winner, automatic qualification, and then the next 6 best times. Heat number 2 is up next. The winning time was 52.82. No, not even a close challenge to the existing record of 47.34 established in 2004 by St. Joseph's Convent in St. Andrew.
So we are going to have 2 heats in this preliminary event. We're getting ready for the lane assignments.
West Hall Secondary, lane 5, Grenville Secondary, lane 4, St. David Convent Grenville, lane 3, St. Anglican Secondary, lane 2, St. David Convent St. George, lane 1, St. David's Catholic Secondary.
So 6 teams about to face the starters.
So we're getting ready for heat 2 of 2 in the girls 4x100 meter relay junior. This is the next event on the track.
Automatic qualification for the winner, and then the next 6 best times. 8 advance of the 2 heats.
So we're winding down the morning session. This is one of the final events in terms of the preliminaries. Is the relays for the girls in the junior division, 2 sections. Then we're going to have the boys, and there will be 3 sections there. The winner automatically qualifies for the final. St. David's Catholic Secondary, St. Joseph Convent, St. George, SAS, St. Joseph Convent, Grenville, Grenville Secondary, and Westerhall Secondary. All lined up there for event number 51, the prelims of the girls 4x100 meter relay junior heat number 2. And it's a clean start. It's St. David's Catholic on the inside, already making up the stagger on St. Joseph Convent, St. George. SAS doing the same on St. Joseph Convent, Grenville. As we get to the first handover, is Haley Tyrrell on the back stretch there, opening some gap for SAS. SAS now fully in control of this one. St. David's Catholic is making a good run on the inside. As we get to the next handover, is St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary running strongly there. Destiny Harry right there. And as we get to the final handover, it's going to be Brianna Oliver taking it home for St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary. But here comes St. David. St. David, a strong on the inside. Down to the finish line we go. Who is going to get there first? The St. David Catholic edging off SAS. The girls 4x100 meters. Heat 2. Junior girls.
Very fast closing St. David's Catholic Secondary School on the last leg, finishing with a time of 49.27 seconds. Close finish, and a close second. SAS would have led for most of the way, 49.35. Here we go into the last hand over there, and a slight lead is SAS, and coming would have caught her with some 40-60 meters to go, and in the end it was a very close finish. The stronger of the team at the end. Excellent running there by the last leg for St. David's Catholic Secondary School.
The anchor seems to be Tishana Bascom taking it home there. So St. David's Catholic setting it up nicely with SAS for the finals this afternoon. And we urge you, our viewers, to keep tuned. Whatever preparations you have to make, please do so, because it's going to be exciting action this evening when the finals actually begins.
So up next on the track is a male version. That's a 4x100 meters relay for junior boys. We have 3 heats, and it's the winner in each heat. And then the next 5 best times will advance. 8 advance altogether to this finals later today. The record for this event was established in 2003. That is some time away by the GBSS. 43.03 seconds. 43.03 seconds is the record that was established by Juanita Sam McSween, Macklin, and Cornell Pierre.
But if we look on the screen, there is another heat. Our document said 2 of 2, but it's actually 2 of 3.
So there is, in fact, 3 heats. Junior girls. So before the boys take their places, they're going to do heat number 3. Heat number 3. Junior girls, 4x100 meters. That's up next.
So let's get the start list for heat number 3.
For the silence as they go under starters orders. 53.29 is the bubble time. Thank you so much.
McDonald College, St. Rose Secondary, St. Rose Modern Secondary, Anglican High School is there, Boca Secondary, Bishop's College.
Here we go, gun sends them on the way.
And here we go. McDonald College on the inside, running past St. Rose, but it's Anglican High School right on the shoulders of Boca Secondary. It's the first handover. Anglican High School has gone. Here comes Bishop's College. Boca Secondary is also there in the mix, but it's Anglican High School as we get to that handover. Anglican High School opening a gap, but here comes Boca Secondary trying to catch them as they take that top turn, making that final handover. Kylie, oh, something didn't go right there. And here comes Annalisa Brown. Kylie Williams is trying to give chase, but Annalisa Brown is going to hold on. She's going to take this one. And she does, steps over the line now. Boca Secondary, your winner, the girls. 4x100 meters for juniors.
Good race there by Boca Secondary School. It's right up to the third batter passing. It was high school all the way until a real mix-up at the last batter passing by Anglican High School. Boca capitalized, and in the end, they would have taken this one with a good time of 49.99 seconds. Anglican High School running for second at 50.33.
So the top three automatically into the finals. Then the remaining 5 best times will definitely book their spot in there. And as we see, that little bubble gave that edge to Boca Secondary as they took it home, just took it away from Anglican High School. It's like they snatched the cookie from the cookie jar.
Well, it's a team event, and the essence is to get a baton around successfully, as flawless as you can, and Anglican High School didn't do that there. And so Boca Secondary capitalized in a big way, end up winning this third heat and making their way into the finals, automatic qualification.
With the time that Anglican High School ran in this event, I guarantee that they would be in the final this afternoon.
And providing some entertainment is the rhythm section from the Grenada Boys Secondary School on the bleachers. Certainly seems to be having a good time.
Well, this is their day. It's their day, and it's time to have their fun, join in the entertainment, cheer on the athletes, and have a fun time in the sun.
That's what it's all about. And day 2 is referred to as a moving day. Certainly a larger turnout today amongst the students who now occupy the bleachers, and hopefully the rains will stay away. Here we see a replay, and there is the bubble and the errant passing there. But in the end, it maintained the composure and finished, and behind a fast finish in Boca with Annalisa Brown. It's Anglican High School. Let's see if they would make their way into the finals with a second place finish.
So the boys are really enjoying themselves. The rhythm section of the GBSS in full cry, keeping the tempo going while we await the start of the boys section of the 4x100 meters for junior boys.
So all these are all parts of the sights and sound of Intercol 2026 right here at the Sakarani James Athletics Stadium.
So we're expecting 3 preliminaries in this relay section that's coming up for the boys 4x100 meters for the junior boys, and we are waiting for some action on the track. And you just witnessing some live shots of the spectators who have really come in their numbers today. Yesterday it was a little bit sparse, but today the numbers have increased tremendously, and we know by this time tomorrow there'll be no standing room on the bleachers, and in the main pavilion it will also be a ram or crammed like sardines in a tin.
So up next on the track is a 4x100 meters for the junior boys. There are 3 heats slated to be competed here. That's a winner, and then the next 5 best times, 8 advance. to the finals.
So we're getting ready for the lane assignments.
Westall Secondary, Lane 5, St. David's Catholic Secondary, Lane 6, Bishop's College, Lane 7, Grenada Christian Academy. Your field.
So we have a scratch.
Boys,
Lane
4 by
two.
100 meter relay, junior.
So lanes 3 to 7 are occupied. There's the first heat, 4 by 100 meters for junior boys.
So the first of 3 hits, and first place automatically gets into the final. The final will be coming up sometime later, and we encourage you, if you're close by, if you're finished with your activity for the morning, you got your time off from your boss, make your way down to the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. It's going to be heated action. It's going to be a cracker. It's going to be a barn burner this afternoon. You got to be there.
Yes, all the excitements of Intercol 2026. The Grenada Association of Principals of Secondary Schools, GAPS. Title sponsors, National Lottery Authority.
So it's the boys 4 by 100 meters for juniors. Hit 1 of 3. And yes, they're off. It's the start of the boys 4 by 100 meters junior. And a strong one from Bishop's College. St. David's Catholic also in the mix. Wesley College making the handover as they go down the back stretch. It's Bishop's College, St. David's Catholic giving chase. Bishop's College and St. David's Catholic on your screen, just about handing over. St. David with a little wobble there. It's Bishop College in control. St. David getting back their composure, getting back into the race somewhat as we get to the final handover. It's the ankle leg. It's Bishop's College and St. David's Catholic. Wesley College is trying to get that third place, but it's a battle between St. David's Catholic and Bishop's College. St. David's edging them out right now at the finish line. An interesting finish to this race.
Yes, the winner there, the first place finisher, St. David's Catholic Secondary School, and this despite or in spite of bubble on one of the handovers there. The handover, the second to last handover. Here we see at the last handover, just with a slight lead, it's Bishop's College, but St. David's Catholic Secondary School caught him, took the lead, maintained the lead right to the finish, 5 meters clear at the finish line.
So that was a completion of hit 1 of 3. The winner automatically will book his place into the final for the 6.04 your winning time.
Heat number 2's up next. We are going to see here in the leads Bishop's College. It's a clear lead. And the third handover, that's where the major bubble started. The second handover, in fact, that's where the major bubble started at St. David's Catholic Secondary. And into the third handover, Even Stevens on the final 100, stronger of the athlete there from St. David's Catholic, was certainly the faster St. David's Catholic Secondary School, and end up the winner of heat number 1.
So Bishop's College has been disqualified, and which means that Wesley College got into the second spot.
So we just learned of a disqualification from Bishop's College. They finished first, but they are not the winners. The winners are, in fact, St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Heat number 2, that's up next.
St. Rose Modern Secondary, Lane 4, St. John's Christian Secondary School, Lane number 3, Hillsborough Secondary, Lane number 2, Boca Secondary. Right to lane number 1, Presentation Brothers College.
Qualification in heat number 1. Let's hope for some smooth passing here with no disqualification. And this is second heat.
Remember that stick must get around.
Within the rules.
And the athletes have been asked to stand. We're going to have a restart. So it's PBC, Boca, Hillsborough Secondary, St. John's Christian Secondary, St. Rose Modern Secondary, and the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School.
6 schools facing the starters here. Heat number 2 of 3. Top finisher. Each heat, automatic qualification. Games record 43.05.
And they're off. It's a SAS on the outside, PBC on the inside. PBC making up the stagger on Boca as we go down to make the first handover. It's St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School. Here comes St. Rose Modern Secondary. It's SAS opening a gap, quite a huge gap at this present time, making that handover, penultimate handover. It's SAS in full control. Here comes the rest of the field, PBC and Boca and the Hillsborough Secondary, but it's Philip Mitchell. It's Philip Mitchell. Once he has this baton in his hand, there is no catching Philip Mitchell. 25 meters separating SAS from the rest of the field. SAS full control, winner. Hit 2 of the boys, 4x100 meters, junior.
So in the end, it was a relatively easy win there for SAS. Most of the work was done on the third leg. A significant lead was opened up in leg number 3. By the time it got to Philip Mitchell, all he had to do was to cruise on home, and that he did with some distance between himself and the second place team, Presentation College. 43.26 is the winning time for SAS there. 45.79 is the second place finisher in Presentation Brothers College, 45.79.
Quite an impressive time. The record is 43.03 seconds. They ran 43.26. Just a whisker away.
Here we see the replay here, and you would see this the effective passing. It's rather smooth and controlled. What a brilliant run from the third leg here. And by the time the batter got to Philip Mitchell, the race was all but over.
We have seen some hiccups in the batter passing, but there was no flaws with SAS in this one. Look at them. Look at the gap. 25.
The race really was for second place. Good challenge there for the second place and third place finishers. Heat number 3, that's up next.
So we're getting ready for the final heat in the boys 4x100 meter relay junior. Let's get the lane assignment.
This is heat number 3, the final heat. Occupied lanes 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
So it's McDonald College, G.W. Fletcher in 3, Grenville Secondary in 4, in 5, GBSS, Happy Hill Secondary, and Mount Rose SDA, Grenada Comprehensive in 7. And here we go. It's a final heat in the boys 4x100 meters for junior. McDonald College on the inside, Mount Rose on the outside, GBSS in the middle of your track. First handover with a slight bubble. It's GBSS in control. GBSS down the back stretch. Here comes Happy Hill. Mount Rose is there. Grenville secondary, but it's GBSS taking that batter there, moving away Happy Hill in pursuit, but GBSS is in full control. Getting ready for the anchor leg. Cassius Stevens it is. He gets the batter and he's going to take it away. Here comes McDonald College in lane 2, but it's Cassius Stevens of GBSS. He's going to win this one. McDonald College is going to be second place, and third, Happy Hill Secondary. The final heat in the boys 4x100 meters really for juniors.
GBSS there on the second leg made some serious separation between the teams. The second leg passing there did a wonderful job for GBSS there in the lead, and in the lead quite easily. By the time it got to Cassius Stevens on the final leg, all he had to do was to maintain his composure and get the batter across to the finish line, and he did that at 43.49 is the winning time in heat number 3.
So 43.49 the time for GBSS in heat number 3. If we just look at the replay, GBSS just taking it away from the rest of the field here. McDonald College running to catch up, but once it got into the hands of the GBSS athlete, they kept opening up that gap. GBSS still in control. Hand over to Cassius Stevens, and the gap widens as he moves down with some 50 meters or so to go. It was all over. GBSS, your winner, booking their place into the final that's coming up this evening. 43.49 the winning time for the Grenada Boys Secondary School, but the fastest time in the preliminaries came from SAS, 43.26 seconds.
Very early separation established by the GBSS on the second leg. Good. It was all close for second and third position after that, or the minor positions. By the time I get to the last handover, not much for Cassius Stevens on the closing leg to complete really impressive victory in heat number 3.
So we're expecting a points update shortly.
In 6th position on 33.33 points, McDonald College, your top 5. In 5th position, Boca Secondary, 36 points. In 4th position on 45.33 points, the Anglican High. Sitting in 2nd position, we have 2 schools on 60 points. St. Anne's Anglican Secondary and St. David's Catholic Secondary. And out front, by the boys of margins, on 60.33 points, St. Joseph Convent St. George.
So no change so far in the point standings.
Female.
That was the female category. We still need to hear the boys standing.
Point standing remains the same. What we had is a series of preliminary races. No points are awarded for heats or semifinals. That happens later in this afternoon.
In the sixth position, on 19 points, Booker Secondary, your top 5. In fifth position, on 25 points, McDonald's College. In fourth position, on 28 points, St. David's Catholic Secondary, your top 3. In third position, on 36 points, Dominican College. In the second position, on 78.5 points, Grenada Boys Secondary School. And on fifth, on 114 points, the Western Salsa.
So your top 5, McDonald in the boys, in the male division, McDonald College on, well, we have it right there on screen. McDonald College 25 points, 28 points to St. David's Catholic Secondary, they're in 4th position. 3rd position, Presentation Brothers College on 36 points. Grenada Boys Secondary 78.5, they're currently holding the 2nd spot. And your leader in the male division, the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, 114 points.
Well, we are getting ourselves all ready for the match pass. What we see on your screen there is the drum corps. And in anticipation or preparation for the match pass, we are going to have a change of commentators.
Blossom, it's your time this afternoon.
It's all our time. Good afternoon, wherever you are, Grenada, Carriacou, Petit Martinique, across the Eastern Caribbean. It is time for day 2 of the March Pass component of Intercol 2026, the GAPS Intercol Games 2026. And we have 12 female teams in competition this year. We're starting with the Happy Hill Secondary School out front with their signature purple, and they will be followed by Boca Secondary School, then McDonald College, Alnican High School, Hillsborough Secondary, Bishop's College, J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary, Wesley College, St. Joseph's Convent Grenville, St. David's Catholic Secondary, Wester Hall Secondary, and defending champion St. Joseph's Convent St. George's will close it off. So let's go straight to the house mic as Happy Hill Secondary takes the track in the first presentation for this afternoon's Classic Lighting Caribbean Communal Credit Union Girls March Pass.
Answer the call now. Stand with us. March with us. Step by step. Voice by voice. Together we shall rise. We are our sister's keeper. We are the HHSS troopers. I am woman.
Let's hear it for the Happy Hill Secondary. Next up in position number 2. From Boca in St. George's, the Green Machine, the girls of the Boca Secondary.
Grace meets power as the young women of Boca Secondary School take the road with confidence and pride. Draped in emerald and crowned with gold, they embody elegance, discipline, and unity. Every step reflects the spirit of Boca Secondary. Bold, radiant, unshaken. The emerald speaks of growth, resilience, and school pride, while the gold whispers of excellence and the future destined to shine. With umbrellas raised in poise and purpose, they move like royalty in motion, reminding us that strength is not only in power, but also in grace. These young women do not simply march, they glide forward as symbols of confidence, leadership, and pride. Who is the best? BSS, the Boca Secondary.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the girls of the Boca Secondary in the bid to become champions of the Classic Lighting and Communal Cooperative March Past competition. Next up down the track, next up on parade, from Marley and St. Patrick, the McDonald College.
The sun had not yet broken when we rose in the north. The air was cool, heavy with the scent of power. From Crown City, the land of the lepers, we present a spirit of resilience, passion, and dedication. The theme, Zulu Female Warriors, blends the historical reality of women in warfare with the modern symbolic warrior spirit of an institution that is determined to stand in the face of adversity, unwilling to surrender to the command of defeat, and determined to rise to the fight if we must, to retain our place as the giants of the North. We are the backbone of our community, showcasing and celebrating strength, resilience, status, and power. Today we do not fight for ourselves, nor by ourselves, but with the spirit of those who refuse to surrender. Saltando alta petimus, from the land of the lepers. McDonald College will always seek and achieve the greatest heights. McDonald College, Zulu Warriors.
And that was the third school on parade, McDonald College, the MDC Zulu Female Warriors, with a portrayal that includes the burgundy of their school, as well as green and gold. I also see the swords, which would represent the warrior. Sherry, your take?
Impressive, but I don't think that they actually marched in sync as what we've seen before from the previous school. We didn't have much to say at Boca, but Boca too was nicely clad, but you didn't really get that uniqueness from them. But all in all, we still appreciate the fact that we have young ladies who can, you know, come out and showcase for their schools.
College.
See, even the comeback hair is not as nice and straight as, you know.
Agreed, they were not as sharp as we would anticipate or expect. Neither was Boca Secondary as well.
But up front now, we see Legacy in Motion, the Anglican High School girls.
Proudly
And they're marching very
Legacy in Motion.
Let's go to the house announcement.
A powerful expression of our rich heritage, strong values, and unwavering commitment to excellence. Our display is brought to life through the striking symbolism of gold and navy blue colors that reflect dignity, strength, and unity. The torches we bear presents light of knowledge, leadership, and the enduring flame of our legacy. While the navy blue berets accented with gold, green touch symbolizing discipline, pride, and honor. As we move forward, we do so with purpose and pride, carrying the lessons of the past while embracing the promise of the future.
Okay, impressive.
Legacy in Motion is not just a theme, but a declaration of who we are, resilient, focused, and driven. With every step, every torch held, and every uniform worn with pride, we honor those who came before us and affirm our commitment to excellence as we continue to build a legacy worthy of admiration and respect. May every step we take today echo into generations ahead. We carry purpose. This is Legacy in Motion.
Blossom?
That was impressive.
Gentlemen,
they were
that was
sharp. They were crisp. I love the ice ride. I
The
love
ice
the
ride was
inclusion of
very
the gold
impressive.
dust. They also did a kind of turn and turn back kind of thing coming around the bend. Anakin High School, Legacy in Motion, definitely, because they were very much impressive. They were sharp and crisp, and I liked it.
I love the uniform as well.
Yes.
The cheerleaders. Very impressive. But up now, whom do we have there?
This will be Hillsborough Secondary.
Hillsborough Secondary School.
Representing the sister
The Isle of
Islands.
Carriacou.
Let's go to the house announcer.
Culture and community pride. At Hillsborough Secondary, we not only strive for academic success, but also celebrate and preserve the rich traditions that make our island unique. Today, our March Past presentation highlights two beautiful cultural expressions of Carriacou, the big drum dancing and Shakespeare Mass. Big drum dancing is one of Carriacou's most treasured African-derived traditions. It's a celebration of our ancestors, our heritage, and identity. Shakespeare Mass is another cultural aspect that makes our island unique. Through this presentation, Hillsborough Secondary School proudly honors culture, history, and the spirit of Carriacou.
That was, I am very pleased, Blossom.
So am I. I love the inclusion of the cultural aspect, which is what makes Carriacou a unique island in itself. Shakespeare Mass and the big drum dancing. That was very clever, and I loved it.
You see, and yesterday we had the Presentation Brothers College come in with the shortney, and today,
Right.
look, and we know that the cultural heritage of Carriacou is really, really rich, especially when you talk that big drum and the Shakespeare, which I believe is only played in Carriacou across the region. So it's very nice that they would include that aspect in what they're presenting here today. A true reflection of the sister Isle of Carriacou.
Agreed, and we're getting ready once again for another representation from the Sister Isles. Bishop College is next. Let's see what they will bring. Let's go to the house announcer for the description.
That we present the Queens of the Isle, representing Bishop's College from the beautiful Sister Isle, Carriacou. This remarkable team embodies the very spirit of excellence, discipline, and unity. With every step they take, every formation they hold, and every movement they execute, they demonstrate strength, poise, and unwavering determination, qualities that define not just great students, but true leaders. The Queens of the Isle are more than just a group of students. They are ambassadors of their school and their community. They exemplify the values of integrity, dedication, and honor, showing through their actions that true excellence is achieved not only through talent, but through teamwork, focus, and perseverance. Each member carries herself with regal confidence, demonstrating courage, wisdom, and pride in representing Bishop's College and the island of Carriacou. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in acknowledging the Queens of the Isle, a team defined by excellence, grace, and the regal spirit of true champions.
A nice display there from Bishop's College, breaking from 2 lines into 4 as they get ready for the eyes right part of their presentation.
That looks different. It looks neat.
I like that they brought a different take on the eyes right, not doing the usual saluting and so, but showing the unity.
The flag bearer is having a nice time herself. Look at the difference. Yes, sister, we see you. Bishop's College, you've made your mark.
I agree, and they were in sync coming up the runway with their marching. Their feet were lifting at the same level, so were their hands. So Bishop's College truly represented themselves here this afternoon. And this is a different take on the slow march, I'm saying.
And if I must
And now they
mention,
quicken their pace.
I believe taking the eyes right there, I saw Mr. Martin Bido of Classic Lighting Caribbean, and also Mr. Carl Andel, the president of the GAPS. I didn't quite get to make out the other individual, but we're liking what we're seeing thus far. I'm very pleased with Bishop's College.
Yes, I am, and I like how they are moving from the 2 to the 4, and now they're back to the 2 lines, and they did it seamlessly. So kudos and applause to Bishop's College. The eyes front was not as sharpened, but I think they made up for that with what they did.
And here now are the ladies from Tantine, the J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary. And I'm telling you, check out the flag bearer.
Secondary takes the field with a bold, electrifying, Joker-inspired display, drawing inspiration from the iconic Joker. Our presentation captures the contrast between mischief and brilliance, unpredictability and control. Clad in striking shades of purple and orange, our team embodies confidence, creativity, and fearless individuality. With synchronized movements, dramatic expressions, and vibrant energy, we bring to life the Joker's signature flair, reminding all that greatness often lies outside the ordinary. While the Joker thrives on chaos, J.W. Fletcher stands for discipline, unity, and excellence. Today, we transform that chaos into coordinated strength, proving that even the wildest ideas can be shaped into something powerful and unforgettable.
This deserves a round of applause. It's different, it's unique, and that is what sets schools apart from each other. When you come with one expectations and then you're blown out, who would have ever thought that the Jokers would have treated us with that?
Exactly, and they did it in unison. They were in sync. You can see they put a lot of practice into this. And I also heard the Joker laughter over the audio. Okay, there's a nice step. Okay, JW.
I see you. Of course, I see you. Tantine.
Oh, this was lovely to watch.
That is why I'm saying to you, they ought to be teamed into the Bullets.
Agreed.
It's a true representation. Oh, this seems to be Wesley College.
And this is
I'm
the
loving
team
the cheer.
on parade, Wesley
I'm
College.
loving the look of the cheerleaders.
I love
They're
the
looking neat.
Let's get
to you, the only Methodist secondary school in Grenada and the entire Southern Caribbean. Founded in 1976, Wesley College is proudly anticipating its golden anniversary in October. 50 years of existence. Yes, 50 years, guided by the profound motto, with virtue and faith, we will conquer.
That was a sharp eyes ride by Wesley College, celebrating their 50th anniversary this October. So happy anniversary to them as they prepare for their golden anniversary. It would be nice if they can capture the title to commemorate this year. And now they're moving back into their 2 lines. This was done seamlessly. It was coordinated. Wesley College put a lot of effort into preparations, and I'm loving what they brought here this afternoon. It was simple and precise.
We all ought to be proud. Parents, teachers, guardians, you know, the schoolmates who are within the stadium walls. Everyone ought to be proud. Beautifully done. And I think up next on our screens we're seeing the St. Joseph's Convent, St. Andrew. Oh, I need to say St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville. All right.
And so are we. Today, we present to you the SJC Grenville Police Force. Modernized, empowered, and proudly women-led. From the swinging of their hands to the lifting of their feet, strength and determination is evident in every stride. Each movement reflects discipline, unity, and unwavering confidence. Our force is driven by the courage and resilience of every female who has walked the halls of SJC Grenville, not waiting to be protected, but protectors in their own right. Ladies and gentlemen, the SJC Grenville Police Force!
Nicely done, SJC Grenville. Nicely done. They were sharp. I love the red.
Don't you forget to say police force.
The police force of SJC Grenville.
Any country's police force is supposed to be able to march and march properly in unison with very nice synchronization.
And they did just that, represented well. That was nice. I'm looking at the red shoes.
Done, yes.
I'm looking at the red shoes, hoping to get a pair.
You see, they moved me from 2 lines to 1 to 3. Ooh, beautiful, beautiful.
That was nice.
I think the ladies are really giving a good account of themselves this afternoon.
And the parade is moving quickly.
We need to encourage the hearts. Aren't we seeing the hearts as we've been seeing the hearts yesterday for the boys? So please support your schools, show up the hearts, show the love. Right now we have the St. David's Catholic Secondary School.
Bien. It's the St. David's Catholic Secondary.
St. David's Catholic Secondary came with a whole production for that Eyes Right.
Plus, I'm seeing, well, normally when you go to a wedding, but at first I can tell you the flag bearer looks as if she is the minister. Then we see the flower girl. Then I'm seeing a bride and a group. Then I'm seeing bridesmaid, and then the guests.
The guests.
Look at that, the theatrics. But I'm liking what I'm seeing.
I'm loving what I'm seeing. Congratulations to them with what they brought in.
The effort.
And they put in a lot of effort. Winning the boys part of the competition yesterday, the girls definitely had a lot to live up to. So that kudos to St. David's Sec as we get ready for team number 11, which will be the Wester Hall Secondary in their fluorescent green.
We present to you the female marchers of the Wester Hall Secondary School. They step confidently onto the ground, proudly presenting the theme, Guardians of the Earth. Clad in bold neon green, white, and silver, they create a striking visual display that immediately captures attention. Neon green symbolizes the vitality of nature and the urgent need to protect it, while the white reflects purity, discipline, and hope for a sustainable future. Silver accents shimmer with each precise movement, representing innovation and the modern solution required to address environmental challenges. Together, their colors and synchronized steps tell a powerful story of unity, strength, and responsibility. Representing Grenada, these young women highlight pressing current affairs affecting small island development states of climate change, rising sea levels, and environmental degradation. Westerholt Secondary School, inspired by pride, resilience, and shared commitment to protect our environment. We present to you the guardians of the earth, committed to preserving the natural beauty of their nation and the wider world, the Westerholt Secondary School.
We do encourage patrons on the line to please show the hearts, give the love for the various schools. But I'm telling you, right now I am in the mood to say, come Friday the 27th of March, I wish to have a holiday. I need to be at the Drum Fest, because if we're getting that just for March Pass in Intercol, you can imagine what the cheerleaders and so will do. But trust me, they were beautiful. And coming up now on the screen, and I would not allow my colleague to say anything, are the girls from the St. Joseph Convent St. George's. And I'm trying to figure out.
Transform symbols of burden into emblems of strength. What once restrained now empowers. Watch closely. As they recede, not in weakness, but in reflection of voices once silenced. But look again. With shields raised high, they surge forward, defending, protecting, and rising with purpose.
And they defended.
All right, they have definitely put on a display that you can say that they have truly defended the title, but as we always say, the judge's decision is final. But I am very impressed. I like the fact of the attire. I like the message, because we know we're on a high now speaking to gender-based violence, and both for men and women, boys and girls. So I like the fact that they're taking it all the way here at the Intercol. I hope viewers are listening, they are seeing, and everybody is ready to fight that cause. But St. Joseph's Convent St. George's, as per usual, have really put out a display here this afternoon to defend that title that they would have won in 2025. And I would like to say as well here today again that the 3 top schools in the girls division will get the opportunity to be a part of the military parade for independence 2027. So once again, it has been an impressive afternoon of marching from the Hatfield Secondary School to the Boca Secondary School. We had McDonald's College, Anglican High School. I like my schools out of Carriacou. They really highlighted their culture.
Yes.
Big drum dancing, Shakespeare Mass, I appreciated that. We had the J.W. Fletcher Catholic. Well, the jokers were the real jokers this afternoon. They had me going. They were nice. And it's always nice when you get a difference, the uniqueness. And we must give kudos to the St. David's Catholic Secondary School Drum Corps. They are the ones providing musical accompaniment. We also had St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, the police force. I like the police force. St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Wester Hall Secondary, and of course the St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's. Now we have to await the judge's decision. Keep pushing the hearts. I'm seeing a lot of purple hearts, a lot of green hearts, the white heart. Just represent all the schools and be certain to put good comments. We have to be careful what we say because we're dealing with children. So
the
while
same children on your screen
right.
currently.
So while we the adults want to banter, we have to be careful what we say about the students. But for me, from where I sit, I think we had a beautiful afternoon in
And
terms
here we
of
have
the marching. And now we have a little
display by St. David's Catholic Secondary who accompanied the marchers this afternoon. Kudos to the 12 schools who competed, and it was a smooth flowing competition. The parade moved quickly and swiftly. Everyone gave it their best shot, and we now await the judge's decision. Based on yesterday, it'll take about 2-3 hours before the winners are announced. So in the meantime, we can go back and forth about who was the best based on what we saw. But kudos to all the schools.
And we must use this opportunity, Blossom, as well, to remind them that coming up on the 27th, you have the schools, you have the, I think it is dubbed the Peter Phillip Drum Fest. So the Peter Phillip Drum Fest is coming up on the 27th of March, and all these schools will be there with the various drum corps and of course the theatrics along with the cheerleaders, and it has to be a beautiful event. So please don't you forget. And it's about that time when Blossom and I will disappear from here so that the regular commentary team will return. I think the SJC girls in Montmars may be blowing up the WhatsApp at the moment because of the impressive display by the alma mater. So we say good afternoon to them. No name calling, and also to Gary Simpson. I know that you're there, and you are very pleased with what you have seen, and to all the past pupils in Grenada and the diaspora. We know that you're very pleased with what you've been seeing from your various schools. So we encourage you to continue to stick and stay with TNR Communications as we continue here with all the action at Intercol Day 2.
We still have lots more track and field action to come up. We have shot put, javelin, triple jump. All the disciplines will be in action this afternoon, so don't you move. And thank you once again for joining us for the Classic Lighting Caribbean Communal Credit Union Girls March Past. Stick right here.
Get set. Boy, it's coming. It's coming. Classic Lighting and Communal Credit Union Invitational. Rani James Athletic Stadium, April 25th and the 26th. Come and see strength and pressure, yes? Police taking on busmen in the tug of war of the century. Huggins sizes up Hubbards. Now what's up pulling down Grand Lake? We pull it in and bow. Flo going head to head with Digicel in a biting final. It's a family affair, yes? Giveaways, vibes, and real competition. Don't miss it. April 25th and 26th. Rani James Athletic Stadium. Be there. Blast on, blast on, blast on, no.
Kites in the sky, families on the beach, good food, good vibes. It's the Easter season, but parents, remember this. Even on holidays, your parenting duties continues. If they're at the beach, stay within arm's reach. If they're flying kites, keep them away from the roads and electrical lines. If they're out, know where they are, who they're with, and what time they're coming home. And remember, if you're liming, somebody must stay sober to supervise. More free time means more screen time. Monitor online activity, maintain curfews, keep structure in place. Kites in the sky, families on the beach, good food, good vibes. It's the Easter season, but parents, remember this. Even on holidays, your parenting duties continues. If they're at the beach, stay within arm's reach. If they're flying kites, keep them away from the roads and electrical lines. If they're out, know where they are, who they're with, and what time they're coming home. And remember, if you're liming, somebody must stay sober to supervise. More free time means more screen time. Monitor online activity, maintain curfews, keep structure in place. Because safety starts at home. This Easter, let's protect what matters most. A message from the National Parenting Program, Ministry of Social and Community Development, Housing and Gender Affairs. Empowering parents, protecting children.
Do you live or own a business in Calavini, Marianne, Hopevale, Westerhall, or surrounding communities? The government of Grenada invites you to a town hall meeting this Wednesday focused on Grenada's healthcare transformation and Project Polaris. Hear directly from the project team, ask questions, and gain a better understanding of the new hospital development in your community. The town hall meeting is on Wednesday, March 18th, 6 p.m. at the Westerhall Secondary School. The Honorable Prime Minister and members of Cabinet will be attending. You are an integral part of this conversation. Join the Government of Grenada, 6 p.m. Wednesday, March 18th at the Westerhall Secondary School. Come out and learn more about this exciting project happening in your community.
Get set. Boy, it's coming. It's coming. Classic Lighting and Communal Credit Union Invitational. Rani James Athletic Stadium, April 25th and the 26th. Come and see strength and pressure, yes? Police taking on busmen in the tug of war of the century. Huggins sizes up Hubbards. Now what's up pulling down Grenlec? Pull the pin and go. Flo going head to head with Digicel in a biting final. It's a family affair, yes? Giveaways, vibes, and real competition. Don't miss it, April 25th and 26th. Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Be there. Thursday, April 2nd, 2026, the official pre-Carifta, all-inclusive, all-white cruise experience is here. Hosted by the Grenada Olympians. It's respectfully yours. Premium entertainment and Grenada's top DJs. It's food and drink inclusive. All-white dress code experience. It's an Olympian hosted celebration. Secure your spot now. Ticket outlets, cotofet.com. All proceeds support the next generation of Olympians. So on Thursday, April 2nd, respectfully yours, about the ecstasy, Carifta weekend starts.
We welcome you back to the Kirani James Athletics Stadium for the evening session of Day 2 of Intercol Games 2026. The event in progress here now is the 1500 meters for junior girls, for sub-junior girls. We saw the lineup moments ago on the screen. We don't have it with us yet, but we can tell you up front is the Boca Secondary School. The 1500 meters sub-junior girls finals, Boca Secondary School. And it looks as though it's Happy Hills Secondary School as well, or McDonald College, and also in the third and fourth, Happy Hills Secondary and McDonald College. So McDonald College with two good positions at the moment. They move into the lead over the Boca Secondary. We see the Iguanas from Westerhall Secondary there as well. The JW Fletcher Catholic and Davis Catholic secondaries also in this 1500 meters as we recommence the afternoon session on Day 2 of Intercol. Can also tell you the heptathlon girls are doing the high jump. The sub-junior girls are also going to be doing the shot put, and the senior boys have already started, or they're having their warm-up jumps in the high jump. Boca Secondary School. We see also Hillsborough Secondary. St. David's Catholic Secondary moving up nicely as well. But up front is still McDonald College.
It's important for us to let you know that this is a final event. So, of course, we are in the afternoon session. So, in the afternoon sessions, we only do final of the event. So the winner here is the winner here.
So in this 1500 meter run, we have quite a number of athletes that have registered for it. The sub-junior girls, we have 16 athletes. Chloe Mitchell, Anglina Jackson Bain, Lemaya Francis, Jemaya Frank, Alexa Lawrence, the Queen and Ned, Kelshi Pascal, Nia Alexander, Jadisha Moraine, Malia Williams, Ronick Alexander, Jordan Collins, Emma Frederick of McDonald College. She must be the athlete in the lead at the moment. Laurel Boswain, Sky Sherika Patrick, and Sophia Thomas of the Westerhall Secondary School. I can tell you McDonald College's Emma Frederick, she was in a record-breaking performance yesterday, and already leading in this 1500 meters for the sub-junior girls. She's chasing a record of 5 minutes, 7.62 seconds. Annalisa Brung established that record in 2023. Yesterday, she already smashed one of Annalisa Brung's record, and I'm sure she's going after this one here today.
And she looks very comfortable at this stage. This is the second lap, so she's approaching the final bell.
This is the bell lap, and she's going to take the bell at just about 3 minutes 50 seconds. So let's see what she does on that final lap. Emma Frederick of McDonald College establishing a huge lead here in this 1500 meters for sub-junior girls. The record is definitely on the threat here, a record of 5 minutes 7.62. She was 3 minutes 50 with one lap to go. Let's see if she can break this record, at least come close to it. Good run indeed. She's not pushed at all. She's going to pick up the pace, I'm sure, maybe when she gets to the 200-meter mark. Emma Frederick of McDonald College, running all by herself. The air is rare where she is at the moment. Look at the distance that she has established. She's about to lap an athlete now from the Westmoreland Secondary School. She's picking up the pace nicely as well. Emma Frederick, a record-breaking performance yesterday. She continues to do well. One of the standout athletes from McDonald College in 2026. Very relaxed, very well composed. She turns it on now. We can see the arms opening up, the fingers pointing upward. Emma Frederick turns it on with 80 meters to go. She's chasing a record here of 5 minutes, 7.62 seconds. On the clock, we see 5 minutes, 12 seconds. Emma Frederick from McDonald College wins this one quite easily. 5 minutes, 19.17 on the flash time, outside of the record. But a very strong run indeed from Emma Frederick, as we see St. David's Catholic Secondary looking to pick up the silver here, and Boca Secondary going for the bronze as well. Top three here.
It's already in the bag, so Emma Frederick takes the top position. Fourth position, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's. St. David's Catholic Secondary took the second position. And the rest of the field, they're making their way in at the moment.
Valuable points on offer here. Remember, the top 8 finishers get points. So we saw Convent really running for some points there. Also St. David's Catholic Secondary. And a very, very good run indeed by Emma Frederick of McDonald College.
Indeed, she ran her own race. She ran a very comfortable race. In fact, she was running against no one. She ran against the clock, if anything at all. That was her competition. So Emma Frederick delivers, and she has definitely taken this gold medal. There's no ifs, buts, or maybes about it. This one is hers to go home with.
Well, I recall in the 80s and maybe early 90s, McDonald College really had some dominance on those long distance events. The Fergusons, the Fredericks, and others, even in the male category. And Emma Frederick here really living up to what we're accustomed to from McDonald College in the long and middle distance events.
You are absolutely correct. And even after that, McDonald College was a force to be reckoned with overall in athletics. So again, like we spoke about earlier, this may be just an upsurge again. She may stand to motivate her team. So there we have it. Emma Frederick of McDonald College, 5 minutes 19 seconds. Jordan Collins of St. David's Catholic Secondary, 5 minutes 39. And Chloe Mitchell of Boca Secondary, 5 minutes 40. Lamaya Francis of St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, 5 minutes 46 seconds. Of course, points is awarded to the top 8 positions.
Well, we were told that it's going to be a timed finals. So that would have been one of 2 sections of the 1500 meters. So we still have section 2 coming up in the sub-junior girls 1500 meters. So we had a total of 36 entrants, and what they've done is that they split it over 2 events, and so it's going to be a timed finals. So we still have the second section of this 1500 meters for sub-junior girls. But the boys are on the track now, and we're going to try to get you the lineup for the boys in the 1500 meters.
I think we're waiting on the next
second batch of the girls. Yeah.
Yes.
We've been obscured here by the discus cage, but we see the athlete from the Westmoreland Secondary completing her race. She's grimacing in pain, but she's going to ensure that she finishes her race here from the Westmoreland Secondary School. We must give some recognition to her for completing.
So back to the race that we just saw. So Emma Frederick, she won that one, but we do not know yet if that medal is hers. In essence, that's what we are seeing. More than likely it will be hers, but we still have to wait until we see what comes out of part B of the 1500 meter run.
You're absolutely correct about that. The second section, we will see Destiny Barry of St. Mark's Secondary, Sapphire Collins of Anglican High School, so too is Paris Antoine from Anglican High School, Happy Hill Secondary, Amaya Harris, Nia Simone Lacroix Moraine from SGI. From the St. David's, from the Seventh-day Adventist Comprehensive, we have Jessica Chaitan, Jamisha Patterson from St. John's Christian Secondary, Tishanti Gibbs from SAS, L'Oreal Antoine from the Seventh-day Adventist Comprehensive, Tiffany Abraham also of SAS, Summer Romain from the St. Joseph Convent St. George's, Angel Allard from West Hall Secondary, as they're up and running already. That's the girls in the 1500 meters. Section 2 of 2. Aquinda Lawrence of Boca Secondary is also there. Destiny Henry of St. Joseph Convent Grenville. Nakaya Mitchell of St. Joseph Convent Grenville as well. And Eden John of Westmoreland Secondary. Up front so far, the athlete from SAS, and that looks like Destiny Barry. Going to confirm that to you, or Tiffany Abraham. These are the two athletes from SAS in this event. Anglican High School in second, Happy Hill Secondary in third. The second athlete from SAS is in the fourth position. They're running for valuable points here. SAS now moves into third and about to get into second now. So SAS 1 and 2, the two athletes from SAS, Tishanti Gibbs and Tiffany Abraham. With about a 40-meter lead, SAS has in position 1.
So we have to keep our eye on the clock because the time that the winner comes in will be compared to the times that the first, second, and third place put down in the previous run. So we are looking at the time. It is very important to know what time they are going to put on the clock today, and that is when we'll be able to decide first, second, or third.
SAS still in positions 1 and 2. Looking very comfortable in those two positions, SAS.
I think they're running behind 5 minutes. 5.19, yes.
They still have 2 laps to go. Just about 2 laps to go. The time on the flash clock here is 2 minutes 26 seconds. Anglican High School in third, SAS 1 and 2. The athlete from SAS really moving away and establishing a bigger lead over the second place athlete from SAS. And then we have Anglican High School running for a good third. In fourth is Convent Grenville and West Hall Secondary. That's fourth and fifth. And then Happy Hill Secondary in seventh. Anglican High School in eighth at the moment. The field is really spread out. But this is the leader in the second section of the girls 1500 meters in the sub-junior category. Valuable points on offer here in the girls competition. It's that close. Only 1/3 of a point separates the first 3 schools.
The competition this year really is in the girls division. We're seeing that it's no longer a runaway as in previous years.
SAS continues to lead in 1 and 2. Anglican High School in 3. Convent Grenville in 4. Wester Hall in 5. Is the bell up now? 3:46 on the flash time. Is she on pace for a winning performance or for a record performance? Let's see if she has that kick and that speeding her. She is still up front.
That's Tishanti Gibbs of SAS.
She has 300 meters to go. She's going down the back straight for the final time in this 1500 meters for sub-junior girls. 4:15 on the flash time here. Is she going to run faster than 5:19 by Emma Frederick of McDonald College? Time alone would tell. She has just over 200 meters to go. 4:28 on the flash time. She may be not aware of the time on the flash clock here. With 200 meters to go, 4:36 on the flash time. Is she going to get that first position to beat 5:19? She begins to pick up some pace here. Tishanti Gibbs of SAS picking up the pace nicely. Not been challenged, just like Emma Coutain from McDonald College. Emma Frederick, I beg your pardon, from McDonald College. 80 meters to go, 4:57 on the flash time. She would really have to pick up some pace here. It's just about 5:04 on the flash clock. Is she going to push for the first position? Let's see what happens. Tishanti Gibbs, 5:10 on the flash clock, 5:12. Tishanti Gibbs, there she goes, 5:15.9 on the flash clock. She may just have well run a better time than Emma Frederick. We wait for the official time, which is 5:15.97, and that would give her the gold medal over Emma Frederick. What a race.
I have to say, I had to take back my words. I did not see this upset coming, but you know what? I'm a big one, I could say. Maybe I was wrong. So Emma Frederick, the goal does not stay with her. It seems as though Tishanti Gibbs snatched it away from her. She wanted it more. And we also have to wait to see the times of the other finishers, because it could be a change in 1, 2, and 3 all around. Let's wait to see what the final results are. Lesson here, we've got to wait until the very end before calling it.
Well, 5:15.97 for Tishanti Gibbs of SAS. In second was Tiffany Abraham, also of SAS, 5:41.99. Sophia Collins of the Anglican High School was third in 5:43.99. And Nia Simone Moraine, I beg your pardon, of the SGI was in fourth in 5:49.34. And Paris Antoine of Anglican High School picked up the fifth position. The rest of the athletes are still competing here, but we can tell you that from what we've seen, Tishanti Gibbs of SAS, the winner in this timed finals.
What we could tell you is that more than likely Emma Frederick will also be on the podium with 5:19, with Tiffany Abraham from SAS coming in at 5:41. So Emma Frederick will more than likely still be on the podium, but let's see how that goes later.
So that may very well look like a 1-3 for SAS overall. Again, valuable points in the bigger scheme of things with how the championship competition is going. But it would have been better to see those two in the same race.
That is what I was thinking. It would have been, and maybe that record may have been challenged, because together I think they would have pushed each other, and we would have seen maybe an even better time. But
and putting them to go head to head next to each other, based on the race tactics, could have even resulted in a different outcome altogether. But nonetheless, I think we ought to recognize the outstanding performances of those two athletes, Tishanti Gibbs and Emma Frederick, for returning some impressive times in the finals here of the 1500 meter sub-junior girls. The record still stands at 5 minutes, 7.62 seconds by Annalisa Brown of the Boca Secondary School. The boys are already on the track, I can tell you, and they're ready to go. We're going to have just the finals here in the boys category. We have 28 sub-junior boys registered for this one. All the schools are represented here. Aaron Roberts, Jadis Duncan, J.J. Williams, Tyler McFarlane, Amridge Harris, Hammond Frank, Kyle Panchu, Christian George, Alonzo Mitchell, Zanaki Paul, Amri Ellis, Caleb Simon, Jalista Sam, Joel Charles, Akim Augustine, Javid McIntosh, Yardell Christopher, Tyrese Braveboy, Zilon Charles, Vashon Phillip, Romario Phillip, Nicholas Perryman, Jillian Mo Bartholomew, Quinton Richards, Jabari Bonaparte, Joshua Thomas, Kawani Joseph, and Rashid Ross. The 28 boys registered for the 1500 meters sub-junior boys. We may want to recall that 800 meter sub-junior boys yesterday between Tyrese Braveboy and the athlete from SAS, I think it was Nicholas Perryman from SAS. We had a disqualification for Braveboy in that 800 meters. They're back here again in the 1500 meters, those two. And there are others as well. We are yet to see what is going to happen with these boys in the 1500 meters.
A packed field. So let's see if they can survive and not tumble upon each other.
There they go. They're up and running. The 1500 meters sub-junior boys. The record time here held by Kevin Roberts in 2016 of 4 minutes 32.28 seconds. GBSS taking the early lead here on this one. And then we have Perryman in the second position from SAS. Westerhall Secondary is there, so too is the Happy Hill Secondary School. That's Vashon Phillip of the GBSS. He's the athlete that is in the lead at the moment. Followed by Perryman of SAS, Nicholas Perryman, who was awarded the gold medal in the 800 meters. The second athlete from SAS also in good position, that's Yordell Christopher. SAS in second and third at the moment. And then we have the Westerhall Secondary, Happy Hill Secondary is also there. Brave Boy of the Presentation Brothers College also in a good position. He is currently in the 6th position. The Grenada Christian Academy is also in good contention. But GBSS continues to lead this one, Vashon Phillip. And on his heels is Nicholas Perryman. As they go down the backstretch, Perryman looking to advance into the lead now. Happy Hill Secondary looking good as well in 3rd position. So SAS up front, followed by GBSS, then Happy Hill Secondary. Brave Boy of PBC in 4th. Yordell Christopher going past Brave Boy now. But these are the leaders of the 1500 meters in the sub-junior category.
Brave Boy is being very cautious today. I guess he doesn't want a repeat of yesterday. A very good athlete, I know. So let's see if there was a lesson learned from yesterday as he toes the line. He's trying to be on his best behavior in this event.
Happy Hill is looking good in 2nd position now, just a measure above GBSS. Yordell Christopher for SAS making a move on the outside as well. But it's Nicholas Perryman who is in the lead at the moment. Already has a goal to his name in the 800 meters. Happy Hill Secondary looking good. Vashon Phillip of GBSS still in a good position. They're jostling for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Grenada Christian Academy making a move down the back straight here now, moving into 2nd position. But it is Nicholas Perryman. He looks around, he runs with his glasses as well. So too does Tyrese Braveboy of the Presentation Brothers College. SAS moves back into the 3rd position, so SAS 1 and 3 at the moment. Happy Hill Secondary in 4th. Perryman doing a lot of the early running here. He had some company with Vashon Phillip of GBSS, who has been relegated now to the 5th position. As we see Grenada Christian Academy making a run here for Nicholas Perryman. The two of them from the St. Andrews area, they must have some level of familiarity. Well, there they are in 1 and 2. Perryman from SAS. Grenada Christian Academy in 2nd. The bell goes to indicate the final lap. They begin to pick up the pace. Brave Boy begins to pick up the pace as well. He's in 4th position. Going past Happy Hill Secondary now is Tyrese Brave Boy. We look at the Grenada Christian Academy, who is also there. That's Caleb Simon of the Grenada Christian Academy. He's fading away now as Nicholas Perryman has some work here as Tyrese Braveboy is making his move. He was holding back quite a lot. He makes a big move here. He's sprinting really hard. Is Perryman going to respond? Perryman is a bit slow to respond to that challenge. Simon is still there for Christian Academy. Is it too early of a kick from Tyrese Braveboy? I'm sure he knows his ability. He knows what he has. He is glancing around to see if Perryman is coming. He remembers the 800 meters, but he's gone. He's gone. There is no contention this time around. Tyrese Braveboy, he has established a commanding lead here over Nicholas Perryman. He's saying today that yesterday it was too close for comfort. Yesterday's story has gone, and today is a different day. Tyrese Braveboy looking good and wins the 1500 meters for sub-junior boys, 4:36.7 on the flash time, outside of the record, but a commanding run here. He timed his race to perfection, and a good comeback from yesterday's story.
Indeed, what a redemption. There could be no ifs, no queries about a DQ. He redeemed himself here this afternoon. So let's hope that there is noise about this performance. Let's look at his race. Leslie, he started not at the front as he did in the race yesterday. He took his time. He knows his ability. He knows the ability of the person that was in front of him, and he just took his time. Like I said earlier, he played the game by the books. He did well. Tyrese Brave Boy, redemption it is. 4 minutes 36. Nicholas Perriman had to settle for the second. 4 minutes 44. Zelon Charles of Happier Secondary, 4 minutes 44.68, and Harmon Frank of PBC, 4 minutes 49.02. But believe me, I give you Tyrese Brave Boy, who has redeemed himself. He finished very serious. He knew the game, he knew the mission, and it was his to take today.
But what I like about this race in particular was that not very often you see an athlete kick with 300 meters to go. But he backed his ability. He knew what his ability was. He knew that he had enough to finish strong, and he kicked at the 300-meter mark. Most times you see them kicking maybe at 200, 150, and very good athletes maybe at 200. But he kicked actually to overtake Perryman at the 300-meter mark, and that is because he had a lot of confidence in his ability.
And he kicked, and he knew within himself that if I'm going to kick, I'm going to stay in front. I'm not going to give my competition any chance to catch me at the end.
Well, a good run by Tyrese Brave Boy. Interestingly, the GBSS was not featured in this race in the top 8. SAS SAS had 2 in the top 8. Again, we're saying that because of the competition that is ensuing here between those 2 schools for the boys championship. Tyrese Brave Boy 436.84. Redemption, we call it, his redemption song. We do have some results for the girls Heptathlon Open. The javelin is currently going on, but Montisha St. Bernard of Bishop's College, she's doing exceptionally well. She has 3,047 points after the completion of 6 events. They still have the 800 meters to go, which most likely will be tomorrow. In second is Janaya Hazard of the St. David's Catholic Secondary. She's on 2,704 points. Janelle Smith of Anglican High School is in third on 2,666 points. Jadissa Mark of SAS is in fourth on 2,653 points. Rachel Etienne of the Anglican High School, she's in fifth on 2,537 points. Soraya Walker of St. John's Christian Secondary in sixth on 2,463. Antonia George of the Grenville Secondary, she's on 7th on 2,316 points. Arisha Regis of the Happy Hill Secondary in 8th, 2,276 points. Keshana Rogers of SAS is in 9th position on 2,266. And rounding up the top 10 is Malina Joseph of Boca Secondary, 2,219 points. As I mentioned, they have one more event to go, the 800 meters, which will be ran off tomorrow. But already, Montisha St. Bernard of Bishop College, she's leading very comfortable here with 3,047 points. We do have the results also, an up-to-date status in the Octathlon for the boys. Quanel Pierre of the GBSS, he's in the lead with 3,880 points. They still have 2 more events to go, the javelin and the 1,500 meters. Randy Jones of SAS is in second, 3,869, so it's not too far between these two, 3,880 to 3,869. Javin Noel of GBSS, he's in third on 3,713. Trevon Joseph of the Boca Secondary, he's in fourth on 3,416. Jamari Fletcher of SAS, he's in fifth, 3,266. Keon Jackassel of the Presentation Brothers College, he's in sixth on 2,962. Cameron Richardson of Grenville Secondary, he's in seventh with 2,821. Darren Batiste of Wester Hall Secondary, he's in eighth, 2,801. Kwani Morel of the St. John's Christian Secondary, He rounds up the field in 9th position on 2,581. Again, the boys have 2 more events, the javelin throw and the 1,500 meters, to round up their 8 events. But so far, we've seen some very good performances, some record-breaking performances as well from some of these multidisciplinary athletes. Cornell Pierre leads with 3.880, and Randy Jones is in second on 3.869. The senior boys high jump is in progress, so too we saw a while ago the javelin.
So you're looking at Cornell Pair. They're in event number, I think that's the event number 7 for them, the javelin throw. So he just took a very legal throw.
Well, the distance between the 2 top athletes in the Octathlon is not quite a lot. We have 3.880 and 3.869, just 11 points separating these 2 athletes. That's Cornell Pair and Randy Jones. It's the athlete here from the Boca Secondary School, who is currently in 4th position, Trevon Joseph. Pretty decent throw here from Trevon Joseph, just about the 40-meter mark.
And we're looking at the events they have left. After the javelin throw, the 1,500 meter, that one we don't know. We'll have to see.
I would think Cornell Pair should be good there. He had a very good time in the 400 meters.
But that's just it. I don't know if he's very good at the 3-lap event. So he has to do really well here to maintain that, because then of course that his first place right now could be up for grabs. He has to know where he is and know what to do to maintain that.
Kwani Morel of the St. John's Christian Secondary, the next octathlete to do the javelin.
He's currently in 9th position overall.
Well, at least he has a throw that's going to register, and he may want to see how he can improve. He's on 2,581 points. Deron Baptiste of Westall is ahead of him in 8th position on 2,801. As we see now, that looks like Javid Noel of GBSS, who is going to have his throw at the javelin. He's currently in 3rd position. Again, just around the 40-meter mark.
And Javid has been pretty consistent in this competition. So let's see what he delivers in this event. On your screen, the St. David's Catholic Secondary cheering squad. They've been here very early this morning. They greeted us with some religious songs to open up the day. And then we had a nice shower very night after that. So I don't know if they called down the blessings. And they are still here now, still beating, same rhythm, same pace as we go through day 2 of Intercol 2026.
I can tell you on the bleachers, it's a completely different story. The drum corps of the GBSS is there, and there is a contingent of convent girls, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's girls, and GBSS boys having a ball of a time. The drumming is non-stop, the horns are non-stop, and they're dancing and prancing, just having a really, really good time on the bleachers. It sets the tone for what is going to happen tomorrow for sure on the bleachers, when it will be packed to full capacity with the students from the schools.
You know, I heard someone saying on the outside, you know, if you don't have good heart, this stadium is not a place for you to be tomorrow, please the Lord. I wonder if that is true. I mean, Intercol Day 3 is a different kind of vibes, a different kind of level. It's pace, it's energy, it's excitement, it's nerves, it's everything bagged in one. So Day 3 is going to be, I can't even find the adjective.
Well, that's a good point, because there's a situation that happened a few years ago, which we will not talk about, that really says that you need to be aware of yourself when you're here at Intercol.
I mean, just the noise raises its head, so make way, make sure you are ready to go tomorrow, please the Lord.
The girls are getting ready for the 100-meter hurdles. The senior boys high jump is also in progress. That's the junior girls getting ready for the hurdles. And into the finals we have Zuriel Fleming, Alion James. Sorry, that's the boys. The girls would be Delina Joseph, Sarana Hall, Sydney Douglas, Kelani Korshi, Brianna Oliver, Destiny Harry, Kamaya Clement, and Tia Andrews. These are the girls lined up for the 100-meter hurdles in the junior category. The fastest time coming in was from the Hillsborough from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Sydney Douglas. She looked pretty fine in the heats. And then the second best time was 17:24 from Kailani Kwashi of Hillsborough Secondary. And then we have 17:58 from Brianna Oliver of SAS. So one from St. David's Catholic Secondary, one from Boca, two from St. David's Catholic Secondary, I beg your pardon, two from SAS, two from Hillsborough Secondary, and then we have Anglican High School and Boca Secondary.
First. Final of the evening in the sprints, event number 46. This is the junior girls 100-meter hurdles final. Running out of lane number 1 from the Wagiti, Sonova, St. David Catholic Secondary, Delina Joseph. Out of lane number 2 from the Classic Lighting, Boca Secondary, Sarana Hall. Lane number 3 from the Wagiti, St. David Catholic Secondary, your sub-junior champ last year, looking for gold this year, Sydney Douglas. From the Paddy's Enterprise, Hillsborough Secondary School, she copped silver in the high jump, looking for gold in the hurdles, Kailani Kwashi. Lane number 5 from the Nawasa SAS, Brianna Oliver. Lane number 6, she was your sub-junior silver medalist last year, chasing gold this year from the Nawasa SAS, Destiny Harry. Lane number 7 from Paddy's Enterprise, Hillsborough Secondary, Kamaya Clement. Rounding out your field, lane number 8 from the GTC Anglican High, Tia Andrews. That's
well, there you have it, the lineup for the 100-meter hurdles for junior girls. They're chasing a record of 16.27, established in 2025 by Christina Charles of SAS. Christina has been doing everything, right?
Yes.
She has the hurdles record as well.
Yes, yes. She has been, she's stretched. She's everywhere and doing well at everything.
She won gold in the high jump. Well, we know her pet events at the long jump and triple jump, and she has the record for the hurdles as well.
And in this event, it makes my heart happy to see these two athletes from Carriacou making it to the final. Let's see if one of them or two of them can sit on the podium.
So there we are. They're up and running here. The 100 meters junior girls. There they go. We're looking to see when Sydney Douglas would establish herself. She's already in the lead. SAS is in second position. They tumble behind them. but it is Sydney Douglas. Sass in second. Here comes Hillsborough Secondary. It's a close one for second and third, but Sydney Douglas of St. David's Catholic Secondary, a flash time of 19.9. That wouldn't be correct. We'll see what the adjustment is, but it was that close for second and third.
And here we see Sydney Douglas, not the best technique, but she's in front and she's going. She had some competition on her heels from the athlete from Hillsborough Secondary and of course from SAS, but she was ahead of the pack.
Well, again, second and third very close. We saw the other athlete from SAS tumbling. That's Destiny Harry, but Brianna Oliver was in contention there with Kalani Kwashi of Hillsborough Secondary. The results out now. Sydney Douglas won. Brianna Oliver was second. 1660 for Sydney Douglas, and Kalani Kwashi of Hillsborough Secondary was third. Her teammate Kamaya Clement was fourth. Sarana Hall fifth from the Boca Secondary. Destiny Harry, who tumbled, still managed to complete in 24:41. But Sydney Douglas proving true to form and winning the 100-meter hurdles for the juniors.
Since the preliminaries this morning, we saw that she had potential to win this afternoon. Kalani Kwashi of Hillsborough Secondary also won her preliminary this morning and came this afternoon and took the third place title. I'm sure there is a lot of jumping in the Hillsborough Secondary camp this afternoon. And of course, we cannot take anything from Brianna Oliver from SAS, who bagged the second place for her team.
Well, that was a close one there for second and third, 1682, 1683. But the clear winner here, Sydney Douglas of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Valuable points for them as well. They had two athletes in this race, and so they got some valuable points. 8 points they would have gotten, and the SAS would have picked up here 6 points as well.
If you notice, there was no St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's athlete in this, and this is where the narrative starts to change a bit. You've got to have your athletes. Yes, Leslie, I see the face.
Say that with conviction. So you must say it with conviction.
I am convicted and I'm aware of what's going on, but I mean, this is where it changes. So St. David's Catholic Secondary, they're bagging points, SAS is bagging points. So this is where the story will change a bit. Once we get that points update, you will know how much the story is changing by.
So the boys are getting ready for the 110-meter hurdles in the junior category. Corey Joseph holds the record of 15.10 seconds. He established in 2017. And we have an impressive lineup here. And so what we're going to do just before we go into the hurdles, we're going to have an interview that Sherry has with Tyrese Braveboy, the winner of the 1500 meters. Sherry, let's hear what Tyrese Braveboy has to say.
So with me now, I have the winner of the 1500 meter sub-junior boys at Tyrese Braveboy. He's the athlete out of the Presentation Brothers College. Congratulations on your win today on day one of the competition in the 800 meters. You had an unfortunate incident. You were disqualified from the 800 meter after winning. Tell us, how do you feel about that, and what did you do overnight to come back today and say, hey, I'm going after a goal and I'm going strong?
Well, to be very honest, I felt very bad that I got disqualified, and I went and prayed to God and talked to my coach, and he told me just go out there and do my best.
In executing the 1500 meter race, you weren't always at the front. Your colleague from SAS was ahead of you, but coming down to about the last 150 meters, you decided it was time. Speak to us about that moment in which you led the pack.
Well, I just wanted to win the race and come with a gold medal, and yeah.
And how do you feel about Presentation Brothers College performance thus far? How happy are you to be one of the athletes that is, adding to the point standing?
Well, I feel very good because my brothers did very well over the past few days, and yeah.
Congratulations again. This is young Tyrese Braveboy. He's a sub-junior. He just won the 1500 meter at Intercol Day 2.
Well, thank you very much, Sherry. It was so good to hear Tyrese saying that he felt really bad about yesterday's situation, but was able to redeem himself. He went and he had his spiritual moment. He spoke with his coach, and coming back to win impressively today in the 1500 meters. While that interview was conducted, we had a points update, so I'm going to just give you the top 3 positions. PBC in third on 45 points, GBSS in second on 78.5 points, and the SAS is up front on 120 points. In the girls category, the top 3, Convent St. George on 61 and a third point, St. David's Catholic 63, and SAS is up front on 68.
0.10 seconds, Corey Joseph fell during the heats. It's now 14.82 seconds. Your record holder is among the finalists. Introducing your field. Running out of lane number 1, representing the Classic Lighting, Boca Secondary, Kishon Franklin. Out of lane number 2, he copped silver in this event in 2025, chasing gold in 26 from the Nagico GBSS, Tevon Slater. Lane number 3, from the Nexa PBC, he's your new record holder in this event, fastest in qualifying, Anthony Phillip. Lane number 4, from the Nawasa SAS, 400-meter gold medalist, looking for gold in the 110, Tavon Hall. Lane number 5, from the Nawasa SAS, your 400-meter hurdles bronze medalist, Michael Simon. Lane number 6, from the Nagico GBSS, Alion James. Lane number 7, from the Paddy's Enterprise, Hillsborough Secondary, Tyler Davis. And rounding out the field, lane number 8, Paddy's Enterprise, Hillsborough Secondary, Kimon Joseph. That's the field.
Well, another impressive lineup here for the 110-meter hurdles. The record holder in the sub-junior category, Anthony Phillip, the favorite going in here with the fastest time from the preliminaries, 15:50. The second fastest time, Tevon Hall, the winner of the 400-meter hurdles yesterday. He goes in with 15:50. And in third was Alion James of GBSS, 15:52. And then Michael Simon of SAS with 15:59, the top 4 in the preliminaries. It's going to take a real lot here to beat Anthony Phillip. We saw him in the preliminaries. He eased into a new record in the preliminaries, and we expect him to do even much better into the finals. The record is all for his.
Leslie, I'm not saying anything. I don't want to jinx it, and I don't want to call it. Let's wait and see. I mean, we see what we're seeing in front of us. The numbers are speaking for themselves, but I'm not going to call it until the very end. The hurdles is such a ticklish event. All it takes is one clip, and the whole narrative changes. So I'm holding my tongue.
I'm a lot more optimistic than you are. And from the form I saw from Anthony Phillip, there's nothing that can convince me now that he's not going to return another record-breaking performance. I see how your reaction, but there they go. They're up and running already. Anthony Phillip looking good. So too is Tevon Hall. Anthony Phillip, Tevon Hall, and then GBSS, Tevon Slater. But Phillip is in the lead, followed by GBSS, then SAS. Phillip in the lead. Phillip wins here, and it's close between SAS and GBSS. SAS seems to have edged out GBSS seems to have edged out SAS for the second position. Tevon Slater over Hall. But again, we look to see the time here. We expect a very fast time from Anthony Phillip, the winner of the junior boys hurdles.
And he was not taking any chance this time. He wasn't taking the chance. 14:56.
A new record has been established by Anthony Phillip. Michael Simon of SAS was second in 15:30, and Tevon Slater of GBSS was third in 15:31. Tevon Hall was fourth with 15:81, but a new record.
A new record.
For your hurdles champion in the junior boys category, Anthony Phillip of the Presentation Brothers College.
He greets his coach. They knew what they were able to do. He knows his potential. I said, earlier, I'm not going to say because I don't want to be called out, But, I mean, from preliminaries, you saw this. You saw that this was going to happen. And in the preliminaries, he eased up, had a little funfair before the finish line. And in this time, in this final, he left nothing to chance. And that gave him the record.
Well, second and third was that close, 15:30 and 15:31. Between Michael Simon of SAS and Tevon Slater of GBSS. But the winner, there was no doubt about it. Anthony Phillip of Presentation Brothers College, a record time in the 110 meters hurdles for the junior boys.
Could be a tongue twister at times, right?
The girls 100 meter dash senior is up next. And so the officials are clearing the track in preparation for that.
And let's talk about that win by Anthony Phillip. It's not going to put PBC in second or first position, of course not, but what it does for that school is that it more or less cements their position in the...
Why are you saying cement now?
Well, not cement, but it
so it just
strengthens
extends the lead that they have over St. David's
David's,
Catholic
yes.
Secondary in the boys category.
But they just add a little more fluff, a little more security to themselves there with that first place finish. Still anyone's call for the girls division. It depends on what goes on this afternoon. We don't know. It's been such a long time since we saw such a close race in the female category.
So I want to call the top 5 in the girls category because we were rushed a while ago while the race was about to start. In 5th is Boca Secondary. They continue to impress on 38 points. Anglican High School is in 4th on 46 and a third points. St. Joseph Convent for the first time has been relegated from the lead that they enjoyed for all of yesterday and today. They are now in 3rd position, still on 61 and a third points. St. David's Catholic Secondary remains in 2nd with 63 points. And the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary SAS up front on 68 points.
Still anyone's game, anyone, you understand? So we don't know. We are waiting to see. Results can change.
Points update here. We have an update here in the boys category. SAS now moves to 127. Grenada Boys Secondary 82.5. Presentation Brothers College 52. The top 3.
I don't know if St. Andrews Anglican Secondary can jump yet. We don't know. I don't know if GBSS can jump yet. Maybe BBC might pull off a next 2 or 3 wins.
So while we contemplate on that, we're getting ready for the 100 meters for senior girls. It's the finals. An impressive lineup here. I see the likes of Christina Charles, Shadi John.
We get set now for event number 64. The girls 100 meter dash. The senior finals. Fastest girls on the island. Introducing your field. The game's record for this event, 11.50 seconds, set by Sherry Fletcher in 2003. Your finalists, out of lane number 1, from the Classic Lighting, Happy Hills Secondary, Makeda Joseph. In lane number 3, from the Wagiti, Sonova, St. David Catholic Secondary, Kayla Christopher. Lane number 4, she took silver at nationals in this event. From the Nawasa SAS, Christina Charles. Lane number 5, from the Classic Lighting, MacDonald College, Summer Batiste. Lane number 6, she's your 400 meter silver medalist and national champion. From the Wagiti, Sonova, St. David Catholic Secondary, Shadi John. Lane number 7, from the St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, Rosemary Thomas. Rounding out your field, lane number 8, from the GTC Anglican High, bronze at national champs, looking for gold, Cariana Gelano.
Again, a lot of pedigree in this event. The obvious favorite would be Shadi John. She did a 12:19 in the preliminaries. Her compatriot, Kayla Christopher, did a 12:23. And we had Christiana Charles, who did a 12:53 And of course, Summer Batiste of McDonald College with 13.03, the top 4 performers from the preliminary. So we can very well see a 1-2 St. David's here, but Christina Charles from SAS would want to split them two. She'd want to be the cheese in that sandwich. And let's see let's see how this one would unfold. The record here, 11.5, Sherry Fletcher. They're up and running. We look to see what's happening out there in lane 6 with Shade John. Shade John and Kayla Christopher, they're running very good, but it's Kayla Christopher with a slight edge here. Kayla Christopher would beat Shade John for the first time. What an upset of some sort here. We expected Shade John to win this one. They're hugging each other, they're happy for each other. That's the spirit in the camp. But what a race by these two.
Well, we knew St. David's was coming gunning for this event, and they fired their bullets, and here they are, 1 and 2. St. David's Catholic Secondary, the girls from St. David's Catholic Secondary. I think it's Shade. That's
Shade won with 12 flats. Yes. Kayla Christopher was second in 12.05. So a little bit of illusion for us here, looking at it in real time. And Christina Charles couldn't be the cheese in the sandwich this time. She was third at 12.57, but very impressive time from Shade John. She's done, that's a season best, 12 seconds flat. Impressive indeed.
And if you're looking at the overall score sheet, this first and second does something for St. David's Catholic Secondary in the girls division or in the female division. This does something for that score. So we're going to see a changing of the guard in the scores when the scores are updated. But remember this, in this race, first and second for St. David's Catholic Secondary, there's going to be some changes going on right there.
So it looks like a 75-71 in favor of St. David's Catholic Secondary, or 75-72 it may be, 75-71. But guess what?
What are you
the big men are lined up now. The senior boys for the 100 meters.
Remember this morning we were struggling to see exactly who will go in. All we knew that the winners had their guaranteed position, and we were looking for those fastest finishers. But look at what's in front of us.
But what I can tell you, we had 7 guys who went sub 11 this morning, and they entered the finals. The only person above 11 seconds is Abby from SGI, and he went in there because he won his heat. But I can tell you, we have Johnson Louison, 10.99, Carmel Joseph, 10.79, Nathaniel Douglas, 10.97, Kazim Dubisset, 10.93, Ian George, 10.56, Deron Sincere, 10.66, Abby, 11.32, and Daryl Daniel, 10.66.
It's going to be a nail-biting finish, of course. This one has us on we're up in the commentary room, we're on our feet. We cannot afford to sit.
Lane number 3, Carifta medalist representing the Nexa PBC, Nathaniel Douglas. Lane number 4, 10.93 in qualifying, representing the Nawasa SAS, Kazim Dubisset. Lane number 5, fastest in qualifying, 10.56 seconds, Hubbard St. John's Christian Secondary, Ian George. Lane number 6, 10.66 in qualifying, now representing the Classic Lighting Boca Secondary, Deron Sincere. Lane number 7, representing the Classic Lighting SGI, carrying the nation on his back, Turbo Abbey. Lane number 8, champion of the 400 meters, representing the Nawasa SAS, Daryl Daniel.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, some real pedigree in this race. The favorite for me, obviously, is Ian George of the St. John's Christian Secondary, but it's going to be a real fight here for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th going down. Deron Sincere looked really, really good in the preliminaries to run 10.66. We see him doing those kinds of times. He was disappointing that he did not make it into the national champs finals, with a poor run in the preliminaries, but he's here to redeem some glory for himself and for his school, Durham Cincy of the Boca Secondary. And then we have Nathaniel Douglas, Kasim Dubaset, Kamal Joseph, GBSS is also there, and Johnson Lewison of the Grenville Secondary. There they go, the 100-meter senior boys. There goes Ian George already stamping his authority on this one. And on the inside, it looks as though it's GBSS for the second, but it's close between Darrell Daniel and Kamal Joseph for the second. But look at the celebration from Ian George. He came and he delivered. What a race from Ian George, living up to expectations.
Well, can you say that you're surprised, Leslie?
Absolutely not. It's going to be interesting to see the second and third positions, but Ian George came in here as the obvious favorite. He has been defeating all these other guys throughout the season, and it was just a matter of time. He waited for the moment, and look at the celebration. A happy man, Ian George, the winner of the 100 meters. The fastest man at secondary school level, Ian George and look at it, a new record, 10.39 seconds. The wind speed, 2.4. The record would not stand, and what a disappointment that would have been. But 2.4 is above the wind speed that is allowed. 10.39 is what he ran. Darrell Daniel of SAS was second in 10.66. The same time he ran in the preliminaries. Kamal Joseph was third from GVSS in 10.74. Kazim Dubiset of SAS was fourth in 10.81. And an illegal wind speed here, but nonetheless a great performance from Ian George.
I can tell you that Ian George wanted this. He needed to silence whoever the naysayers was, to let them know that I am just not there existing. I can do this. I will do it convincingly, and I have done it convincingly and in fine style. There we have it, Ian George taking the top position from St. John's Christian Secondary, jumping in the camp. Dion Sensei had to settle for fifth. Boca Secondary, he was a favorite coming into this, 10.85. But for today, for now, it's Ian George at the podium in first position, putting some points for St. John's Christian Secondary.
Well, Darrell Daniel ran the same time he did in the preliminaries, 10.66. Very consistent at that for the silver medal. And picking up the bronze, Kamal Joseph of GBSS in 10.74. And that's the top three in the boys 100 meters.
If you compare their times to the preliminary times, just about, except for Ian, most of them more or less ran their similar distance time. Ian would have dropped his significantly, but other than that, the athletes were consistent with their time.
Well, Ian did a 10.34 throughout the season already, so 10.39 is right about there in terms of what he does, but great potential from this young man. He's on the Carifta team. We look forward to see what he would do at Carifta. I mean, that may just, I'm saying, bring him into the finals, but from the times we've seen from the region so far, he has to do something like a 10.01, 10.02, 10.1, 10.2,
yeah.
That kind of time to be on the podium at Carifta.
Well, let's hope the drive from original crowd will do him well.
What we're going to do, we're going to go down to the house microphone for the medal presentation. We see Dishon Smart there receiving the gold medal for the javelin, and we'll be right back with more track and field action.
Event number 19, the girls 1500 meter run sub-junior. Your bronze medalist from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Jordan Collins, 5 minutes 39.08 seconds. Your silver medalist hails from McDonald College. Let's hear it for Emma Frederick, 5 minutes 19.20 seconds. And your gold medalist from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, Tishanti Gibbs, 5 minutes 15.97 seconds. Your medalist for event number 19, the girls 1500 meter run sub-junior. Event number 20, the boys 1500 meter run sub-junior. Taking home the bronze today from the Happy Hill Secondary School, Zelon Charles. 4 minutes, 44.68 seconds. Your silver medalist from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, Nicholas Perriman. 4 minutes, 44.13 seconds. And taking the lead and going home with a gold medal for this one from the Presentation Brothers College, Tyrese Brave Boy. 4 minutes, 36.84 seconds. These are your medalists for event number 20, the boys 1500 meter run sub-junior. Event number 46, the girls 100 meter hurdle junior. Taking home the bronze medal from the Hillsborough Secondary School, Keilani Kwashi, 16.83 seconds. Your silver medalist from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, Brianna Oliver, 16.82 seconds. And your gold medalist from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Sydney Douglas, 16.60 seconds. Your medalists for event number 46, the girls 100 meter hurdles junior. Event number 47, the boys 110 meter junior hurdles. Your bronze medalist from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Tevon Slater. He takes the bronze medal with a time of 15.31 seconds. Your silver medalist from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, Michael Simon, 15.30 seconds. And bringing home the gold from the Presentation Brothers College, Anthony Phillip, 14.56 seconds, and establishing a new record. Your medalists for event number 47, the boys 110 meter hurdles junior. We want to congratulate all athletes for their performances here today. And we would like to thank Dr. Diana Abel Jeffrey for assisting us with the distribution of the medals.
All right, well, we want to welcome you. We want to welcome you back to the Sakirani James Athletic Stadium.
It's day number 2, session number 2, GAPS Intercol Games 2026. Action continues in the field, and we're heading back to the track.
All right, so we are getting set for the 400 meter junior girls, and we're going to go down to the house announcer for the lane assignments.
Chara George. Record established all the way back in 1998. Three sub-60 runners in the field. We're getting set to introduce them to you now. Ladies and gentlemen, these are your finalists for the junior girls 400 meter dash. Running out of lane number 8. 59 seconds at her best. She got silver in this event in 2025 from the St. Joseph Convent, St. George's, Ariana James. Lane number 7 from the Wagiti Sanova St. David Catholic Secondary. She's your 200-meter silver medalist, Teshana Bascom. Lane number 6, fastest in qualifying, 59.20 seconds. She got bronze in the 200-meter event from the St. Mark's Secondary, Micaiah Frederick. Lane number 5 from the GTC Anglican High. She's your 2025 sub-junior champ. Now at the junior level, Kylie Williams. Lane number 4 from the Classic Lighting, Boca Secondary. She's your defending champion in this event, Anna Lisa Brown. Lane number 3 from the GTC Anglican High. She copped gold in the 400-meter hurdles. Back for gold again, Shania Nelson. Lane number 2 from the St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's. She got gold in the high jump on day 1, Michaela Patrick. Rounding out the field from the St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, Michaela Abraham. That's the field. 400-meter junior girls final.
And there you have it, the 8 finalists for this 400 meters junior girls. Our fastest qualifier is running out of lane number 6. That's Micaiah Frederick. But let's not get deluded into not recognizing in lane 4 Annalisa Brown, who didn't have much of a competition coming in here into these finals.
And this one is going to be very interesting as we see the start. 400 meter junior girls. Let's see who will make the early run. It seems to be Kylie Williams from the Anglican High School making that early move. Annalisa Brown, she's right there in the middle. She is the defending champion and also your national champion, Annalisa Brown. So out front, Williams with a slight lead. Brown right there in the middle. Out front also is Ariana James. Ariana James, she was the silver medalist at the national championship. And here comes Annalisa Brown as she wrongs the turn and heads into the straightaway. Your defending champion, your national champion, Annalisa Brown. She's running away with this one. She's going to win and win comfortably. Just look at Brown as she strides up the stretch. She's looking for a very impressive time here. It will be a very, very impressive time from Annalisa Brown.
Yes, Annalisa Brown, your winner. Not unexpected. From 120 meters out, there she is there at the top of the 100 meters. She was clearly in the lead by some 10 meters, and all she did was to increase that lead and win it rather easily in the end. In second position is the athlete there from St. Mark's Secondary School, Micaiah Frederick, at 58.59, but Brown's time is 56.24. 56.24. I need to repeat this. It's 56.24. That means it's a new record.
So a record run there for Annalisa Brown of Boca Secondary in the girls 400 meter dash junior. What a run from Annalisa Brown.
Well, she certainly annihilated that field, but you can see purpose in her run. We will get a look at it again, but you can see purpose. She knew she wanted that record to stand in her name, and this is what we were talking about. When you have the ability, you want to get in there, you want to put your name in the record books. This record stood from since 1998. Now Annalisa Brown can say that she is one of the greatest 400 meter athletes in Grenada.
At the junior level. It's 120 meters to go. There she is there. She took it over. I said, this is my time, and all she did was increase her lead, increase her speed right to the end, and she ran right through. She was winning. There was not much of a competition, but she ran right through 56.29, 56.24, rounded down to 56.24. A remarkable run there by Annalisa George. And again, not surprisingly that she turned out to be the winner here.
So a beautiful run from Annalisa Brown. Record-breaking run indeed. We're getting ready for the boys 400-meter dash junior. The athletes are already on the field, and in a short while we're going to have the lane assignment for that event.
The boys are up next. It's 8 young men striving there for goal. Who will it be?
It's going to take something special to break that record here in 2026. But we've got a special field ahead. All lanes are filled.
So we're getting ready. This is a big one. It's certainly a big one.
From day one are back for day number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, this is event number 41, the junior boys 400-meter dash final. Introducing your field for this event. Running out of lane number 8, representing the Nawasa SAS. He's your 200-meter champion, Philip Mitchell. Running out of lane number 6, representing the Najiko GBSS 200-meter bronze medalist, Cache Stephen. Out of lane number 5, from the Classic Lighting, Hillsborough Secondary, Raylani Bascom. Lane number 4, from the Classic Lighting, Boca Secondary, Kelson Francis. Lane number 3, fastest in qualifying, your 200-meter silver medalist, from the Classic Lighting, Boca Secondary, Giovanni Green. Lane number 2, from the Najiko GBSS, Alion James. Rounding out the field, from the Classic Lighting, McDowell College, Zuriel Fleming. That's the field. The junior boys 400-meter dash final.
Junior boys 400 meters final. This one promises to be really exciting and competitive. You have your 3 medalists from the 200 meters here in these finals. That alone would suggest this is going to be close, this is going to be competitive. And look for the running in lane number 3, lane number 6, and in lane number 8.
So this is going to be a big one. It's a 400-meter dash final for junior boys.
What we notice here is that the lineup is very similar. Only Philip Mitchell is included from the national championship. Ethan Edwards of Trailblazers, he was in the national championship finals, but here he's not. And Philip Mitchell has taken his place. So you have more or less a repeat of the national championship. Cache Stephen, he won that event. Let's see, can he win here?
Well, Philip Mitchell has a golden seal behind him. He won the 200 meters, so he's coming in here with real incentive to double up.
So this is a big one. Let's get ready. Keep your eyes on the track. It's going to be a fast one. 45.30, the time to beat. A record established in 2009 by Kirani James.
Don't discount Giovanni Green. He was your silver medalist, the 200. That's Green. Green was running at lane number 3 from the Boca's secondary school.
And again, he comes into this event with the fastest time, 50.32. So certainly you cannot discount Green.
Oh, in fact, yes, he had the fastest time. But one would seem to suggest that Philip Mitchell in lane number 8 not much of a competition in his semi-finals. So let's not pay too much attention to the times coming into these finals.
So let's see how well these boys are going to execute their races. Their game plan may be different, but the end result is all the same.
Well, they have two athletes here from the GBSS. They have two athletes here from the Boca Secondary School. One from SAS. Two from McDonald College. So this is going to be rather interesting. Just a few schools that are competing against each other in these finals here. 400 meters, juniors, boys, that's up next.
Again, a very interesting point here is that McDonald College has two athletes in this event. The Boca Secondary, they have two athletes. The GBSS, they have two athletes. SAS has one, and the Hatfield Secondary.
So it's going to be an interesting one.
Yes, Hatfield is a good representation here. Bascom is running out of lane number 5, representing at Hatfield Secondary School. We haven't seen much of Hatfield in these finals, but here is an opportunity for Bascom to make a distinction here.
And of course, we never discount our McDonald College representatives in these middle distances.
Oh, we have a scratch in lane 7. Scratch in lane 7, the athlete there from McDonald College. Oh, there we go. He's back on track. He was off for a short time. He's back in the competition now. The athlete in lane number 7, Michael Aberdeen of McDonald College. He's taking his place at the starting point. And let's see what Aberdeen brings to the table here.
So it's a boys 400 meter dash for junior. It's Fleming, James, Green, Francis, Bascom, Stephen, Aberdeen, and Mitchell.
The question really, would that record of 2009 be challenged today? Oh, I'm seeing a lot of signals, a lot of hands are saying no, but we were saying the same thing a while ago for that record from Kishara George and what happened. So let's not be too negative just yet. It's 45.30. There might be a challenge. It seems as though I'm dancing on an island by myself in this one here.
It's going to be a good race. It's going to be interesting, and also the time will be interesting.
45.30, 2009, Karani James. So you say that name with some reverence when you're talking about 400 meters, but who knows, there could be another Karani James. Is it going to be Giovanni Green, running out of lane 3? Would it be Philip Mitchell, running out of lane 8? Would it be Cassius Stevens, running out of lane 6? What about the athletes from the Hatfield Secondary School? Just might be a challenge to that 45.30. They're now on the status orders. There is a hush. Oh, just to add to the excitement, picking them up.
So the athletes are up, and just to keep the fans waiting a little bit, just holding back their enthusiasm and before the place explodes. So let's just hold it a bit.
Well, the anticipation is certainly here. There's been a lot of banter between the schools over who really is the top dog when it comes to 400 meter running.
And this time of the year off is the 400 meter final for junior boys. It's Giovanni Green in lane 3, already making up the stagger on his counterpart. In lane 8, it's Philip Mitchell, just blasting off from all his competitors. Can he maintain it? Can he hold on? Philip Mitchell, not known very much for his 400 meters exploits, but he's going to use his speed. On the inside, we see Giovanni Green. The grimace is on his face. Philip Mitchell wanting to hold on here. Giovanni Green is catching up, but with just about 110 meters to go, Green is pulling alongside Mitchell. There is no Cash Stephen right now. He seems to be grimacing, but here we come. Holding on is Giovanni Green of Boca Secondary. He is going to win this one. Philip Mitchell, a surprise package here in lane 8 in second position, and a close one between Happy Hill Secondary and McDonald College for the third position. The boys, 400-meter dash. Did it live up to expectations?
Well, Giovanni Green came into these finals with the leading time, and in fact, 110 meters to go, he took over the lead, expanded that lead, and in the end, relatively easy win for Giovanni Green here.
Well, there's a flash time of 49.67. Let's see what the official time will be, but certainly dipping under 50 seconds is Giovanni Green.
49.72 seconds. That's a good win there for Boca Secondary School. Green. There we see right at the start. Even Stevens. Oh man! And in lane 8, Philip Mitchell went out like a bullet. One would have thought it was a 200 meters. Still maintaining that lead and maintaining that some distance of what, 60-65 meters over the second place runner here, and his closest competition then reduced to about 40 meters is Giovanni Green, and Green would have caught him at about 100 meter mark, right at the top of the 100 meter, and thereafter there was no catching Green, running right through the tape. Easy win in the end for Giovanni Green, 49.72 seconds. Your winner for Boca Secondary School.
Yeah, very determined run there from Giovanni Green. And certainly the Boca Secondary School will be happy with this performance. I know his coach at the finish line will be happy with that performance. Giovanni Green ensuring that he gets some redemption under his belt.
Most certainly. A great run from Giovanni Green there. But I must credit Philip Mitchell, not known to be a 400-meter runner, but knowing that he has the speed, he just decided that he's going to go all out. He went all out, and he was able to maintain some form of control in the race and to keep his endurance going until the end, earning him a silver medal. Congrats to Philip Mitchell.
Gentlemen, there's no records, but gold for Giovanni Green.
We welcome you back, viewers, to the live broadcast of Intercol Games 2026. As the excitement continues, we want to just quench your thirst a little bit because we do have royalty in the house, and whenever these athletes who have set the path for us here in Grenada are within our airshot. We want to capture them and have some spirited conversation with them. And we have none other with us today than Mr. Lyndon Victor. And he has a lot of pedigree as some of these athletes here. Even more than that, he's Olympic bronze medalist from the 2024 Olympics. He's also a World Championship bronze medalist, a Commonwealth champion as well in the Decathlon. And he's here in Grenada at the moment. And we say, welcome, Lyndon. Welcome to Intercol 2026.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me, man.
And Lyndon, what is striking for me is that my understanding is that you have not been to Intercol in 15 or more years.
Yeah.
And this is the first time that you actually experiencing Intercol in the stands as a spectator. The last time you were here at Intercol was as an athlete.
Yeah. Yeah, that's when I look back at it, I was like, I've never got the chance to experience Intercol the way that a true Grenadian should experience Intercol. So I'm just grateful to have this opportunity. And I must say, one, I feel like you get more nervous when you're not competing. And two, it's a lot of vibes, man. Like it has a lot of energy. I can see why people gather early in the morning to come and watch the athletes compete.
Well, I'm sure you have contributed to that in the past, when you were an athlete. But Intercol is something that doesn't happen over 3 days. There are weeks before and weeks after.
Yeah.
The banter starts, the excitement is there, and it continues long afterwards with the bragging rights and so on. But give us an idea. I mean, you've seen some of the events, some of the races. I mean, your event is the multi-event.
Yeah.
We have the Octathlon for the boys. From what you've seen from the Quinelpe and the Noel and the others that are participating, I know the javelin is one of your favorite events as well, and the discus. What have you seen that may have been impressing to you?
I really like the Cornell guy. I've seen him run the 400 and I've seen him do some events, and I think if he gets sharpened up, because I'm always looking for who is the next multi, you know, and I think he could be the next multi. So watching him gets me very excited. I think the future of the decathlon is high, and I like all the guys. Just doing the octathlon is hard, and watching them compete, you could tell that the future of multi events is not dead in Grenada, which is a good sign.
Well, that's good news here for Quanel Pierre of the GBSS. Then Don is looking towards you. I'm sure you're going to provide some assistance if you can. We have the pole vault, which is a sort of a new and novelty event for these young athletes.
Yeah.
And we saw it being introduced at the national champs. I still don't think we have a specialist coach on Ireland that can deal with that and to develop that aspect of the multi-events. But are you in a position where you can come back and assist these young athletes to sharpen their craft?
Well, I will say Kurt is here, and I'm actually here in Grenada working with Kurt because he's one of the most knowledgeable people that I've ever been around. So I'm here working with him and Paul Phillip and trying to soak up all the information that I could get. To talk about coaching the pole vault, I think Kurt will be he'll do a phenomenal job, especially since he's one of the few guys who had to learn it and experience learning it by himself. So I think him being on island is going to be really good for not just the multis, but for like the jumps and the technical events in general.
Well, we got a bronze from you at the Olympics. We were so overjoyed. I mean, that was to us a phenomenal achievement because these multi-events are no easy feat for any athlete. And we got a bronze at World Champs as well, Commonwealth champion. There's no Olympics this year, no World Champs for you this year. What is on the itinerary for you right now?
Yeah, well, there's Commonwealth again, and I would like to be the only athlete to win 3 decathlon titles. But I think I'm going to use this year to really sharpen up on my throws and my technical events. With the World Championships and Olympics coming up in the next 2 years, I'm going to really use this time to get better in some of the areas that we thought that, you know, could have turned the bronze into a gold. So I think the Commonwealth is this year, but I think we're going to spend some time focusing on the events that could have turned these bronze medals into gold medals.
So Kurt, are you involved? Well, the results of the March Past is being announced. Anglican High School, as we've just heard over the house microphone, the winners of the March Past competition. Coach, you know, this is a kind of a new dimension to track and field and sports now, this March Past that is happening. And it's a very, very interesting aspect of the sport. But I was about to ask you whether or not you've been involved in any philanthropic work as an Olympian. I know the Olympians Association is having something coming up as well. Are you involved with them, or are you doing your own private philanthropic work on the side?
Well, I started the Lyndon Victor Foundation, and you know, it's something that I'm really passionate about. And seeing some of my athletes that are part of the foundation compete, it just I like to say Annalisa Brown is one of my favorite athletes, and she's a part of the Lyndon Victor Foundation. So I mean, just watching some of these younger athletes that have been through the Lyndon Victor Foundation blossom here, I think it motivates me. And when I go back to the sponsors and I tell them what's happening, I can see them even being more interested in supporting what the Lyndon Victor Foundation is about.
I think this is important in terms of giving back to the communities, giving back to the athletes. Your choice in Annalisa Brown is all of us' favorite as well. We just saw her broke a Kishara George record that we felt couldn't go down in a hurry, and that has to be a phenomenal performance. And this is not really her pet event, you know. So there's a lot of promise from this young lady as well. But before we wrap up, Lyndon, again, we want to zero back in on Intercol 2026. You mentioned a little bit about the vibe and the atmosphere.
Yeah.
But this is a launch pad for these athletes, and maybe just summarize for us, how important do you think this Intercol Games is for these youngsters who are here for the first time, who are on this big stage with this kind of euphoria and environment? How important is it for them?
Well, I think it's huge. I think one, you could see the transformation just in the way that these athletes are answering interviews. Like it has taken another notch where they're answering questions as professionals, they're carrying themselves as professionals, and I think that allows us to transition into the Crefta Games, transition into the World Championships, transition into the Olympic Games a lot more smoothly. I think if you can compete under this pressure that comes with the Intercol Games, I think you can compete anywhere, because now you're competing for your school, you're competing for something bigger than yourself. So I think this is where every great has started. Every great Grenadian athlete has started right here in Intercol. So I think when we're done and when these guys are done, the tradition is going to live on, and it's been great so far watching these athletes compete.
So the final question for you, Lyndon. You're an old boy of the GBSS. Your predictions for Intercol 2026?
Great is the GBSS, man. Great is the GBSS. I think we're gonna shock a lot of people in tomorrow and for the rest of the day. But I'm a GBSS boy, but I'm also a Grenadian. I love to see good competition. So I think the way that these athletes are competing over the last 3 days it's a good sign. It's an excellent sign, and it shows that track and field in Grenada is on the up, and it's in good hands.
Well, you have truly spoken as a GBSS old boy, and I want to wish you and the GBSS all the best too. And as you continue to prepare for the Commonwealth Games, we want to extend best wishes to you, and thanks for stopping by.
Thank you. I appreciate you having me.
Okay, viewers, so you're just chatting there with Lyndon Victor, our bronze medalist at the Olympics, and also a bronze medalist at the World Champs and the double Commonwealth champion. Lyndon Victor. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be live action as the fans in the stands continue to enjoy Intercol 2026.
When the day's done, there's only one place to be. Jump it up. April 25th and 26th, the Kirani James Athletic Stadium comes alive. It's the Classic Lighting Communal Credit Union Invitational Games, the final showdown. Come witness all clubs battle for glory one last time. Gather your posse, take your stand, and jump up for Bankers Association, Hubbards, DG Huggins, Grenlec, Nawasa, Prisons, Police, Busmen, and Flow. This is rivalry. This is passion. This is Grenada on Fire. April 25th and 26th. Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Don't miss it.
Kites in the sky, families on the beach, good food, good vibes. It's the Easter season, but parents, remember this. Even on holidays, your parenting duties continues. If they're at the beach, stay within arm's reach. If they're flying kites, keep them away from the roads and electrical lines. If they're out, know where they are, who they're with, and what time they're coming home. And remember, if you're liming, somebody must stay sober to supervise. More free time means more screen time. Monitor online activity. Maintain curfews. Keep structure in place. Because safety starts at home. This Easter, let's protect what matters most. A message from the National Parenting Program, Ministry of Social and Community Development, Housing and Gender Affairs. Empowering parents, protecting children.
Thursday, April 2nd, 2026, the official pre-Carifta, all-inclusive, all-white cruise experience is here. Hosted by the Grenada Olympians. It's respectfully yours. Premium entertainment and Grenada's top DJs. It's food and drink inclusive. All-white dress code experience. It's an Olympian hosted celebration. Secure your spot now. Ticket outlets, GoToFed.com. All proceeds support the next generation of Olympians. So on Thursday, April 2nd, respectfully yours, about the ecstasy. Carifta weekend starts.
Meters. So here you get the red flag. Coming to next up PBC, Trevor Woodruff. He wraps up the gold medal here in the senior boys high jump. Anybody from Old Fort? Anybody supporting the Old Fort Cannons? Where is Mr. Salam when you need him? Old Fort Cannons! Incoming. Congratulations to Travell Woodruff, Joshua Telesford of the Nexa PBC. Senior boys high jump. Back to the action you go. IMA Ultimate Vibe Champion. We've got 2 minutes. Mr. DJ, walk with me. Anybody supporting? Anybody supporting? Defending champions in the boys division, Nagico GBSS. That's a high school posse. Anybody? Tava Aiden, see yourself on the screen. Tava Aiden, St. David's Catholic Secondary. Hey, only look on yourself on the screen. Jump up, jump up, jump up. Who we have again? Which section is this? St. David's posse, make some noise! Alright, the inside. Find us a happy jersey you're watching, but alright. Let's go again. Let's try this again. We're going back to Tantine. Mr. Carman, walk with me. We're going back to Tantine. Anybody supporting? Nagico, GBSS! Right, that's what I'm saying, you know? Yes, that's the posse, right? Alright, let's move it along. We're going again. We ready for telescope? We ready for telescope? Up in telescope. Anybody? Now what's the sauce? Sasso. Jump up. All right. Sass on the inside. Sass is on the inside. Who we have again? Which posse we have? Anybody supporting? Anybody from the Boca Secondary? Come and get the Boca children up here. Right. Who we missing out? I saw Sister Lucy inside. Anybody from St. Joseph's Convent?
So viewers, we welcome you back to the GAPS 2026 Intercol Games. I think much is going on at the moment on the track as the athletes are getting themselves ready. So what we're going to do, we're going to have another short interview before we get back onto the track. And we did enjoy the sights and sounds on the stands with the athletes and the supporters from the various parishes and communities representing. But I have with me here now Mr. Michael Bascom, a former sports journalist. He is also the host of the Saturday talk show, Talk Sports. He's covered about 6 Olympics so far. And Bascom, you're here specifically for Intercol, and I'm sure you'll be back for character. I say good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Leslie, and good afternoon to everyone.
Bascom, Intercol, the biggest sporting event in the Southern Caribbean, the atmosphere, the performance. How do you rate Intercol in Grenada?
Well, even before I read that, let me first congratulate TNR Communications for a splendid job. Over the past few years, we have seen what TNR Communications have been doing, not just today, rather, as I said, over the years. And I want to congratulate TNR Communications, Richie Olivier and all the boys. In fact, I got a full introduction earlier today, and I'm certain that folks around the region are taking note of the production and all the behind the scenes of TNR Communications. But Intercol certainly is, no other, as you indicated, as we always say, second only to boys and girls champs in Jamaica. And I know for a fact that folks not only in the diaspora are looking on for Intercol 2026, but we have folks, in the Caribbean as well. There are coaches in particular who will be looking on in the region, who will be looking on to some of the athletes in Grenada to see, what's in tune for them when they come in 2 weeks' time for character games.
Well, the coaches always have a difficult task in terms of preparing these athletes because there are so many track and field events. It's always difficult to determine which ones they should get them to pick for. Yeah. And that's a challenge. But we've seen some brilliant performances over the 2 days so far. And we saw Annalisa Brown breaking Kashara George 20-something-year-old record. Yeah. She's a long-distance runner.
Yeah.
It tells a lot, right?
It is, but my athlete, if I have to, at this point in time, is Philip Mitchell. It's Philip Mitchell, I think, from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, SAS.
So tell us why.
Because he is not just a competitor, he's not only a quality athlete, but he's what they call a warhouse, right? Because he still has the relay to run, he still has the 200, I think, to run.
The 100 as well.
And the 100.
He won the
100.
He
won the 100. He won the 200, and he has the 100, and he has the relays. Okay, and we still don't know how they will probably fit him in, probably for the seniors as well.
He ran a 21:53.
Come on, yeah, and he's only 14. You understand? So yesterday I told this guy, I said, listen, just focus. All you need to do, focus, balance that education, and everything is in front of you. This guy is running almost as fast as how Kirani James was running at his age. And I can see him just improving. So far, that's my athlete of the games. I don't know what may in store for later on today and tomorrow, But every time he runs, I go down to the bottom and just sit by him and just talk with him.
We'll come back to that, quality. Michael, as we just see the start of the 800-meter run for senior girls. 24 athletes registered for this one. 2 laps around the track. And again, Annalisa Brown, Annie Logie of the St. Joseph Convent, she's already in the lead. She is one of the favorites for this event. She's another one that is a distance runner that has really gone down to the 100s and the 200s and doing well for St. Joseph Convent. She was a part of the quartet that won the 4x400 meters at last year's Intercol. And already we've seen 2 athletes from Convent in the lead. They did the double in the 1500 meters yesterday, Annie Logie winning and her colleague there coming into the second position. That's Kiana Alexander. So that's Annie Logie and Kiana Alexander. Anglican High School is also there. We can never rule out MacDonald College. We also see the Wesley College up in contention very early, Grenada Christian Academy. Westerhall Secondary, but Annie Logie with 1 lap to go, 400 meters remaining on the event, just above 1 minute on the first lap. Annie Logie, she still has a good kick in her, and one of the prospects that we have already on the Carifta team, and expected to do well right here on the home soil. But look at how McDonald College is nicely positioned there in 3rd position, just gauging and waiting for her moment. She's waiting to see when Annie Logie is going to kick and maybe try to follow her. It's going to be a difficult undertaking, but she's nicely positioned there between Annie Logie and Kiana Alexander of the St. Joseph Convent, St. George's. 200 meters to go. McDonald College looking to make a move here on Annie Logie. Is it too early? Is she buying her time? But a great tactical race has been run here by these 3 athletes. Annie Logie moves into another game now. McDonald College is responding to the challenge. They enter into the home straight now. Is Annie Logie and McDonald College. Logie has good form here, and she's maintaining that nicely. She's pulling away slightly from McDonald College, Annie Logie, but a great run from McDonald College in 2nd position, and Kiana Alexander picks up the bronze medal. Good sportsmanship again exhibited here, but again a good run from Annie Logie Bascom.
Certainly, and if she can only clean up some of the arm work, finishing, I think it will do well. But she shows a domination, certainly. And I guess as much we've seen that the various meets, Leslie, you have been covering it yourself, doing commentary over the past, few months, sort of improving, the quality of those athletes and things like that. So we've seen some of it in the results, even though we believe it can be more for those athletes, but we're seeing that the mini meets and all the other meets that they're having is doing well for the athletes.
So Annie Logie, 2 minutes 22.58. Kia Olive of McDonald College was 2nd, and Kiana Alexander of St. Joseph Convent St. George was in the 3rd position. Bascom, we are preparing for Carifta, which is the big one. Grenada is filling a very huge team, over 50 athletes, 10 coaches. I looked at that, and we're happy that we're having the games here. But before we look at the athletes who are participating, I want to look at, from your moving around already, the sort of preparation and the logistics and the officials that we have here locally to man and to conduct these games that are coming up on the Eastern West.
I don't think we should be surprised. Grenada is always ready to host these sort of events. Last hosting was just 2 years ago, 2024, and I think by the time they announced that Grenada was hosting 2026, most of I didn't think they have disbanded the various committees. Most of the people were already in committees. They just had the debriefings and things like that. And there was some sort of chatter around, I know, that Grenada may host it, right? I know it was sort of premature at times, because they even posted it, because I got information from Guyana that they probably wasn't in a position to host it. So Grenada was basically on standby. And I believe we have had some very good reviews, Leslie, from about our officials in various meets, the track umpires, the starters, So I'm not really surprised, and I am certain that our folks are ready to host a very successful Carifta Games 2026.
Well, the folks from NACAC were here to do their own little preliminary investigations, and they have given a thumbs up from what they've seen. Some repairs were needed to the track. That has been done in time for Intercol, even the scoreboard. And I was told that the little glitches you see on the scoreboard, they already have the parts here, but they were working very late on the previous nights, and that's going to be fixed in time for Carifta.
Yeah.
Before we continue, I just want to let the Facebook viewers know that we are approaching the limit on Facebook, so you can either migrate onto the YouTube channel of TNR Communications, and a new Facebook live has been started, so you can either migrate to there as well. And that's just the Facebook policy. But if you're on YouTube, you have no issues whatsoever. You just continue to enjoy the broadcast from the National Stadium. Yes, Bascom, you want to continue?
Yeah, and one of the things I want to also talk about just briefly is about the showboating. Right? We have to get our kids to understand that they're competing run their races, do your celebrations after. I saw in probably 2 occasions yesterday where athletes actually were celebrating before the finish line, and I think it cost them, valuable time. Could have been, in one case, it could have been a record-breaking performance, And I think the coaches, the teachers, the principals, those folks around those athletes need to let them know that they need to run their races, compete to the end, and then they can do their celebrations, whatever, after. That showboating there's no place for that, okay? And I was sort of disappointed with some of the athletes, and some of them were basically repeating it, and sometimes showboating in the prelims, there's no need to do that in the preliminaries, and I think it's something we have to take note of.
I want to comment on that, Michael, because I did comment it yesterday in the 4x100 meter senior boys when the SAS athlete started celebrating and deprived his teammates of the record. And I was admonished by a couple of people on Facebook saying, allow the children to celebrate, and using explicits and all of that kind of thing. And my comment was that that's not the place for that.
No,
because
it's not. You're correct.
I want to see you run through the line and allow yourself to run your best time.
And you have to also understand that this is not just a village meet. This is global, right? And there are coaches and other scouts who are actually looking for performances, okay? Leave that for after you win. Run your race, break records, do whatever it is like that, and you can celebrate after, Ian George, for example, after he won his race, he did all his celebration after. He came back to all these other things. That is acceptable. But, you start celebrating before the finish line. No, that's unacceptable, I think, especially for folks who have intentions of gaining scholarships and moving forward and things like that. So it's all the entertainment for now.
And thank you for raising that important point.
I saw that, and it was important that we
we even see it happening at the primary school, at the private primary school, the national primary school, the school sports. We see it very often there, and it's something I think the coaches and the team managers definitely have to work on. But we're going to go back trackside now as we have the boys for the 800 meter run senior. They're chasing a Kendall Simon record established in 2001 of 1 minute 53.3 seconds. And we have an extensive field here of 32 boys. Yesterday we saw a lot of jostling for positions and disqualifications occurring as well. And this is a huge list here. All the schools are represented, and some have their full 2 athletes, some just 1. And that again beckons the question whether or not we may need to consider, or the organizers may need to consider, preliminaries for these events with so many athletes competing. And this is just 800 meters, two laps around the track. So it doesn't even allow enough time for the athletes to spread across the entire track like a 1500 or a 3000. But there they are, they're up and running. False start to the 800 meters. And that happens when you have these large numbers and the eagerness of the athletes to want to move off and gain a position outside of the crowd. So we have here Junior Alexander, who placed second in the 400 meters. He's here representing SAS. The ever-present Keith Charles of the Grenada Christian Academy, he's also there. Shondell Finley, GBSS, he's also there. Michael Thomas from McDonald College. Josiah Simon of SAS is also there. And there's a very long list of them. Kimmel Murray, one we can look out for again from the Grenada Christian Academy. And then we have Rickel Blay out of the Hillsborough Secondary. We don't know too much about him, but Carrico always do present some good performances whenever they're here at Intercol. But it's a good start this time. 32 athletes in the 800 meters, chasing a record of 1 minute 53.3 seconds. McDonald College, that could be here. Michael Thomas Jr., we're not sure who it is. SAS on the outside. Wesley College is also there. Very large field of athletes indeed. McDonald College in the lead in looks like either Michael Thomas. Is it Michael Thomas or McDonald College? We're going to confirm that for you in a while.
15:46, I think, is the.
That's Tyreek Thomas. Tyreek Thomas was on the carry of the team last year. I think he was very impressive last year. I've not seen much of Tyreek for this year, but he was one of the very determined athletes in the junior category last year. And it's good to see him moving up to the senior ranks and showing his true colors very early. Keith Charles is trailing somewhere behind. He's currently now in the 5th position. But McDonald College, Tyreek Thomas is the one who is in the lead here. Tyreek is looking very good as well. McDonald College 1 and 2, it seems. And Michael Thomas in the 2nd position. Well, that's your leader here. Tyreek Thomas, McDonald College. Presentation Brothers College is giving good chase now. PBC will have, that looks like Taj Thomas, but Tyreek Thomas is going to be difficult to catch. Here comes Presentation Brothers College moving on in lane 2. But Tyreek Thomas run a brilliant race from start to finish. What a good run. Junior Thomas is making a run back, but here they go to the finish line. Presentation Brothers College just clips him on the finish line. What a comeback run here by PBC. A comeback by Junior as well. But look at that finish here. You never give up until you cross that line. Tyreek Thomas doing all the bulwark, so to speak. And in the end, Presentation Brothers College running a very, very measured race. And an extremely good finish.
Well, and it was a battle of the Thomases, right? Because you had Taj, you had Michael, and then you had another, right? Tyreek, you know. And but a very calculated race, I would say, by Ty Thomas. Is it Ty or Taj? Taj Thomas, yeah. Very calculated. Look at him there around the 100-meter mark. I think he's just gauging his athlete there in front. That's Michael Thomas Jr. And with strides, you know, eating on him, and yeah, the crowd is giving him the support as well, and he's maintaining that stride right to the end. Good finish indeed.
Well, I'm really not sure if Tyreek Thomas knew that he was coming at that close, but I can tell you he found, Taj Thomas found some inner strength. 157.78 is the time. Tyreek Thomas was second, 157.97, and Junior Alexander of SAS was third in 2 minutes 0.44. Michael Thomas from McDonald College was fourth, and Lindsay Malton of Grenada Christian Academy, he was fifth. Josiah Simon of SAS was sixth, and Daniel Douglas of SGI seventh. Carlos Whiteman of GBSS picked up the last 8th position for which points would be awarded the top 8 positions. But this is how you end the races.
Yes, and
you lay it out on the track, you give everything. That's the first time we saw Tyreek Thomas for the season, for the 2 days. But Taj was already on the track in a couple of events. But he
a little
really
more experience, yeah. And one of the things I've noticed, Leslie, of recent, is the number of competitors we are seeing in those long distance races. There was a time when probably you might have seen probably 8 athletes competing in 800 meters, you know, and even the 1500. We've seen so many athletes, and they are, in most cases, they are ending, right? It says a lot. I've looked at the national championships. I've looked at the various meets, you know, even at the primary schools, for example, and we've seen lots of competitors are competing in the longer events. May not be as competitive, but it's a good sign that long distance running is returning.
And what used to happen in the past to Michael, there was what we call a slow lap and a fast lap. But we're not seeing that anymore. You know, the athletes are measuring the races now.
Yeah, you have athletes that will just run off. Leslie, earlier today, there are 2 things I want to talk about. Earlier today, you all had a nice conversation about back then with the old Queen's Park and the bleachers, you know. And I recalled to myself, I said, hey, you know, but if you attended Intercol back then and you did not fell through or fell with bleachers, you didn't experience Intercol, you know. That was a thing over the years. In terms of an experience for Intercol, the bleachers, you call it the old bleachers. There is never an Intercol championship without broken bleachers. In fact, the girls, when it was the rivalry really between SAS and GBSS in the male, and in the girls, the convent and Anglican high school. That was in terms of bleachers. we have seen the ugly scene sometimes with the bottle throwing and things like that. So, but I think the bleachers, the rocking, the swaying, of those things, and that was the experience of Intercol back then.
I remember my first Intercol, Mike. I was standing on the bleachers, not doing anything, but was jumping at the same time.
Right.
Because
That's simple,
everybody was
but
up and down,
yeah.
and so you just had to go with that momentum that
That's how it was.
The lumber was doing below your feet,
Yeah, I know it was the day after Intercol. You see all the broken bleachers, but that was the experience. That was the excitement for Intercol. The other thing, Leslie, might be sort of controversial. I want to suggest that in terms of the logistics for Intercol, the organizers may want to relook or revisit in terms of the first 2 days of Intercol. Possibly look at free entry for the kids, school kids. Because look, I mean, when you look at day 1 and day 2 compared to tomorrow, so tomorrow we can understand everyone can pay. But look at probably free entry for the school students for day 1 and day 2. Possibly some sort of subsidy for bus fare, because I think it's a real toll for especially the 3 days. The kids come in, then they still have to get things to eat and all these sort of things. So they can look at ways of how they can mitigate that to get more of the students from the secondary schools more involved, more participation in terms of spectators, because we have quality track and field on the first 2 days,
So that is a conversation that I know the Principals Association is having. I have it every year. And you mentioned the expense. Imagine you have 2 children coming from the same household, from St. Patrick, from Grenville.
Yeah, and not just
you have
Grenville,
to pay the bus.
they're coming from probably the outer parts.
Right, so Paraclete, for example.
Right.
Pay a bus to get to Paraclete, to Grenville, then come to town. They have to pay to get in. They have to have money or their meals.
Right.
And that's for 3 days.
For 3 days, yeah. It's a toll, I think, and I don't want people to.
But I
compare
also
that
want
with other
to.
things,
I also so we
fact.
understand that issue there because we want the numbers on the first 2 days. But we also have to look at not only the parents and the athletes who have that expense, but the schools as well. So look at the schools that are coming from the outside parish. They are camping. Some of them are camping in St. George's now. But those that have to come down for the 3 days, 3 days of transportation, meals for the athletes, and. Even if they are camping, it's still a cost. And who bears that cost? The schools, the parent-teachers associations, etc.
Yeah, certainly.
So we're going to come back as we go trackside for the lane assignments.
Running out of lane number 8. Finalists in the 100 meters representing the Wagiti Sanova St. David's Catholic Secondary, Reina Hosford. Lane number 7. Representing the GTC Anglican High, Ava Plenty. Lane number 6 from Telescope representing the Nawasa SAS 100-meter gold medalist, national under 15 champion, Haley Terrell. Lane number 5 representing the Wagiti Sanova St. David's Catholic, silver in the 100 meters, Tamira Newton. Lane number 4, bronze at national championships representing GTC Anglican High, Connor Marie Monroe. Lane number 3 representing the GTC Happy Hill Secondary, Micaiah George. Lane number 2 representing Classic Lighting, Wester Hall Secondary, Tristana Charles. And when we have lane number 1, she took bronze in the long jump. She took silver in the javelin, representing the Westmoreland School, Dominique Joseph. That's your start list for the sub-junior girls 200-meter dash final.
There you have it, the starters for the 200-meter dash sub-juniors. A lot of pedigree here. The winner in the 100 meters, Haley Tyrrell, is there from SAS. She's running out of lane 6. I love what I saw from Dominic Joseph from Westmoreland Secondary in the preliminaries. She comes in with 26.95. Haley Tyrrell comes in with 26.45. 25.93, I beg your pardon. Tamara Newton from St. David's Catholic Secondary. She actually has the fastest time coming into the finals, 25.93. And we also have Ava Plenty of Anglican High School at 27.62. But Haley Tyrrell and Tamara Newton would be the obvious 2 top runners here, but I'm just looking at Dominic Joseph from Westmoreland Secondary running out of lane 1 as well. Haley Tyrrell has had the better of them throughout the season, and she's expected to do so, but they're up and running here. 200 meters. Haley Tyrrell is out in a flash, out there in lane 6. That's Haley Tyrrell in the lead here now. To her left on the inside is Tamara Newton of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. They're pushing hard towards the finals. Haley Tyrrell and Tamara Newton. Newton is closing in on Tyrrell, but Tyrrell is holding strong. She seems to have slowed down a little bit here. She celebrates very early again, Bascom. The point we were making moments ago, but the gold medal definitely goes to Haley Tyrrell of SAS, and Tamara Newton of St. David's Catholic Secondary would pick up the silver medal.
Yes, and she lost some form towards the end, and again I'm saying, and basically she was under some pressure. I don't know if the athletes are sort of glancing on the board, so they're probably on the monitor seeing themselves, but a bit disappointed again that because this is an athlete with a lot of talent, another walkhouse, and I really want these athletes to run their race, run to the end, complete it. Give me the the quality time. Look at that, 25:28.
And the record is 25:20.
Certainly,
The record is 25:20, and she ran 25:28
with a legal speed.
With a legal wind as well,
Yeah.
1.1.
Yeah.
We just made the point, and this is the same thing she did at SAS Sports. We don't want to be too hard on her. She missed the record in the 100 meters again by celebrating very early. So again, we made the bigger point. We would not leave at this point, but the bigger point is that the athletes need to run through the line.
Run through, yeah, certainly.
But John, you're here, Clyde John, you saw the race. Tyrrell won, but she got very good competition from Newton from St. David's Catholic Secondary.
Well, tell you what, I think she knew Newton is a good 200-meter athlete. I think this is the event where she really suspects that she has maybe some sort of limitation. She got out very, very early and ensured that she stayed ahead of Newton, not giving her any opportunity to really get past her. Again, we see the slowdown, we see the celebration. I would have really loved to see her just go for that record, to have that record in your name. I think this is a big thing. As we look at it here, she's out of the block, she's ahead, coming around the turn, she's still leading. Newton trying to respond, but Tyrrell still has the momentum, and certainly she has the strength and the power to bring this one home. A good run from Newton, and really we would have loved to see that record stand in her name.
Yeah, someone just asked me, where is that coming from? This early celebration, but I was speaking earlier about Philip Mitchell, for example. She is another one, I believe, very quality athlete, and very talented, young, and a lot is on her side.
So let's take the lane assignments.
Lane number 5. Representing the St. John's Christian Secondary, Ackle Cumberbatch. Lane number 4, representing Nawasa SAS, Dishon Oliver. Lane number 3, St. David's Catholic Secondary, Christian Collins. Lane number 2, representing Nawasa SAS, Dishon Lambert. And to lane number 1, representing Nagico GBSS, Andre Coutain.
So it's the boys 200-meter sub-junior, and certainly some names that has been around: Briggs, Cumberbatch, Oliver, Collins, Lambert, Coutain. We know of these names. We've been hearing these names from since primary school. Many of them have transitioned into the secondary school. And so we're looking to see who will take this one. And here they go. With the early running, it seems to be in the middle of the field. Deshaun Oliver. Oliver with some competition to his outside as he runs the turn now. He's getting into the straightaway. Deshaun Oliver with certainly a lead, and he's moving away. He's leaving the rest of the pack. Deshaun Oliver is running away with this one. We will look at the flash time. It's just about 23:14 for Deshaun Oliver.
Well, Dishon Oliver delivering the goods when it mattered most. Everything he touched at his Intercol turned into gold. And he continues to dominate the sub-junior category. Look at that. Look at the distance here. Cumberbatch from St. John's Christian Secondary has always been in the second position behind him. And picking up the silver was Aquil Cumberbatch of St. John's Christian Secondary. Akel Briggs of GBSS picked up the bronze medal. And Tishon Lambert of SAS picked up the fourth position. And that's just how they ran throughout the season. But look here, you see that Dishon Oliver really established himself very early in this race, and he was not letting up. He did not slow down at all. He wanted a good time. 23:17 is what he ran. The record being 22:77, set by Cassius Stephen last year. And Dishon, I'm sure, had his eyes on that. That's why he was pushing so hard.
One of the things I really want folks to remember those names, because they are sub-junior, and these guys, once they stay fit and active and in competition mode, they are the guys that will be dominating probably the junior next season. Okay, they may not be at Carifta, but certainly you can look forward to those names come next year in competition. So keep tabs on these guys, Dishon Oliver and Cumberbatch and Briggs and Lambert and others, because certainly that rivalry will continue come 2027.
Well, Briggs for one has improved tremendously over the season. I saw him in the 100 meters in the preliminaries, and here now in the 200 meters, these have been some fantastic times for Akel Briggs throughout the season. Even Tishon Lambert, he's doing exceptionally well as the season progresses. But Dishon Oliver, take nothing away from him. Everything he's done at SAS Sports, he won 9 consecutive all the events in the field events. All the field events, I beg your pardon, all the track events.
Okay.
And he came to Intercol and did just
And
the same.
one of the things that we have to do is give credit to these coaches from the various clubs. We have a dearth of clubs in Grenada now, probably except probably St. Patrick, but when you look at St. Mark, you look at St. John, right? And you come to even St. David, St. Andrew, they all have clubs. Well, I mean, I'm not even talking about the city, because we have so many clubs. And what we find is that, for example, a school will have athletes in, 4 or 5 different clubs. A school will have athletes spread out in these different clubs. So we have to give credit to these clubs, their structure, and their coaches as well, because they basically have been assisted in some way or the other in the development of those athletes, and most of them are performing here at Intercol.
Well, there's no doubt about that, Bascom. The proliferation of athletes that we're seeing has a direct relationship to these clubs that have emerged, and there are some parishes that still don't have. So I was making the point that the sports councils that we have should really help in the development of those clubs throughout the various parishes. St. Patrick, I was speaking to somebody from St. Patrick during the break earlier on today. I'm saying, what's the problem with St. Patrick? How come we don't have a track club? We have so many football clubs at the GFA level, and not one for athletics. And they have an athletics meetup they call the Sunset Relays or something like that. Twilight Relays, right?
And then you have the Western Games now. They had the Western Games, yeah. And but the good news I'm hearing is that the Eastern Games will be back. And I think they're looking at some dates, probably in May or something like that. But they're looking at some dates. I think it's through the St. Andrew Parish Council, but that will be good. And again, I like to say things, and sometimes it comes as controversial, but I think St. Andrews need its worth now. I think they have done enough. And the minister, whoever it is, if you hear me, I think St. Andrews need a track.
I was just about
to
make that point.
Track. I think they have, they need their flowers. And I think because there is the space, there's the drawings, I've seen it, there's everything available, it's just the track.
Michael,
need
sorry,
the track.
Nothing about that is controversial. I've spoken to several persons who do not reside in St. Andrew, and they share the same sentiments as you, that from the plethora of athletes that have come, the coaches that we have there, the Wayne McSweens and so on.
Simon, that's Ajit Simon, and all of
Kendall Simon and Ajit Simon and all of these guys is deserving that a track be laid in St. Andrews.
St. Andrews, definitely. I agree with that.
So we have a point standing, as you see it on screen here. St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, 96 points in the girls category. St. David's Catholic on 93. Convent holding their own still on 76 and a third. Anglican High School has moved up a bit as well in 57 and a third. But SAS leading by a slender lead. 3 points.
The interesting thing about that is that, well, let's look at the boys. And
we'll come back, yes. So SAS continues in the quest for the double championship. Let's hear the scores.
Secondary school in 3 points. In 13th position. I think getting nice. It's getting nice. Real nice. You ready for your top 5? Your top 7. Keep your eyes glued to the screen. It will change. Look, getting closer, getting far. Oh, I told you. Your top 3. Presentation for this college, 65. Grenada Boys Secondary School, 94.5. And out front, they are leading in both categories. Now Wassa Sasa, 152 points.
There we have it, the scores at the moment. And the SAS continues in the quest for double championship. This will be the first time any school would win both the boys and girls category.
When last? We have seen that.
We've never seen that.
No,
not for SAS for sure. I can tell you.
Right.
And St. David's Catholic Secondary is the only co-ed school that could challenge that particular record. And so it's not over yet in the girls for sure. But the fans and the supporters of SAS must be delighted to see what the score is. Interestingly, the defending champions in the boys, the lead continues to extend over GBSS and SAS. SAS now has over 60 points lead on GBSS, and that would not be a very comfortable situation for GBSS overnight if the score and the lead remains like that.
Well, the last time, based on the records, the last time SAS actually won the girls, if I'm seeing it correctly,
2016, I think.
2016, didn't we have, let me see, no, Anakin High School. I'm seeing something there.
SAS won in the...
Oh, 2012.
2012, that's
2012.
Right.
That was the last time they actually won the girls, 2012. That's when Wester Hall Secondary School won the boys. Right? It's interesting. Just to wrap on that, Leslie, I said it and I'm saying it again, that all schools came, unlike previous years, all schools came here at Intercol from day 1 on 0. And there wasn't any clear winner. And, previously, St. David's Catholic Secondary School, for example, they could have participated on day 1 and could afford to stay home on day 2 and 3. Right? Or be casual, they would have captured maximum points. What we're seeing there now is that the tides have changed, and we're seeing that all the schools are becoming very competitive, and it augurs well for the competition. It seems as it is now that St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School, SAS, is on course to take the boys. I mean, sometimes we can
hear that from a GBSS.
No, we can treat it as elections. We can say it safely that we can declare SAS, unless something consequential happens between now and tomorrow. But I think they're on course for that.
Thank you very much, Michael, for stopping by and for sharing.
Certainly, see you for Carifta Games.
And for sharing all those valuable inputs. And we want to wish you well and looking forward to seeing you again for Carifta here in Grenada. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a very short break as the officials get the hurdles ready, and we're going to resume with live track action in a short while. But just to remind you that SAS leads in both the boys and the girls division at the moment, and it's still day 2 of Intercol 2026.
Congratulations is definitely in order for you, Anthony Phillip. You just won the 110-meter hurdles day for junior boys. What a run it was, 14.56, setting a new record. Speak to us about the work and the preparation that went into that final race.
Well, the work and dedication I put, firstly I put my trust in God, I put my trust in coaches, in all my supports, and I just came with a mentality to defend my title for the third time in a row. And yeah, when I went on the line, I could not see anything, to be honest. But as I had a gun, I just went and I came out with a new record.
Is hurdles becoming one of the events that you feel that you want to master over the years to come?
Yes, definitely. Yes.
And just recently, your primary school record was broken in the high jump at the primary school games. How do you feel today to see that there is another youngster coming up and doing just as good as you?
I mean, I'm happy for the person that broke my record. I wish I could have stayed a bit longer, but it's also great to see the youths and the little children growing up and starting to take track and field serious. Like, track and field wasn't a big sport in Grenada. It's now that we starting to take track and field serious. Yeah.
Well, congratulations to you on breaking that record. I hope that it stays for a while. That was Anthony Phillip, the winner of the 110-meter hurdles junior boys, and setting a new record of 14.56 seconds.
Okay, thank you very much, Sherry. We're getting ready for medal presentation, so we're going to go to the house announcers for the next medal presentation.
Investment and Migration Agency. Medal presentation, event number 56, Boys High Jump Senior. Your bronze medalist from the Boca Secondary School with a time of a height of 1.89 meters, Jamal Neckers. Your silver medalist from the Presentation Brothers College with a height of 1.89 meters, Joshua Telesford. And your gold medalist for event number 56, Boys High Jump Senior from the Presentation Brothers College with a height of 1.95 meters, Travell Woodruff. Congratulations, gentlemen. Medal presentation. Event number 64, Girls 100-meter dash senior. Your bronze medalist from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School with a time of 12.57 seconds, Christiana Charles. Your silver medalist from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School with a time of 12.05 seconds, Kyla Christopher. And your gold medalist for event number 64, Girls 100-meter dash senior from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School with a time of 12.00 seconds, Shade John. Congratulations, ladies. Job well done. Medal presentation for event number 65, Boys 100-meter dash senior. Your bronze medalist from the Grenada Boys Secondary School with a time of 10.74 seconds, Kamal Joseph. Your silver medalist with a time of 10.66 seconds from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, your silver medalist, Darrell Daniel. And your gold medalist with a time of 10.39 seconds from the St. John's Christian Secondary School, Ian George. Congratulations, gentlemen. Medal presentation for event number 40. Girls 400 meter dash junior. Your bronze medalist from the St. Joseph Convent, St. George, with a time of 58.95 seconds, Ariana James. Your silver medalist with a time of 58.59 seconds from the St. Mark's Secondary School, Micaiah Frederick. And your gold medalist establishing a new record with a time of 56.24 seconds from the Boca Secondary School, Annalisa Brown. Congratulations, winners. Job well done. Medal presentation for event number 41, the boys 400 meter dash junior. Your silver medalist, bronze of course, with a time of 51.94 seconds from the McDonald College, Michael Aberdeen. Your silver medalist from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School with a time of 51.16 seconds, Philip Mitchell. And your gold medalist with a time of 49.72 seconds from the Boca Secondary School, Giovanni Green. Congratulations, gentlemen. Well done. Medal presentation for event number 77, girls 800 meter run senior. Your bronze medalist from the St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, Keanu Alexander. Your silver medalist from the McDonald College, Kaya Olive. And your gold medalist from the St. Joseph Convent, St. George, Annie Logie. Congratulations, ladies. Job well done. Medal presentation for event number 78, boys 800 meter run senior. Your bronze medalist from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, Junior Alexander. Your silver medalist representing McDonald College, Tyreek Thomas. And your gold medalist from the Presentation Brothers College, Taj Thomas. Congratulations, gentlemen. Medal presentation for event number 13, the girls 200-meter dash sub-junior. Your bronze medalist with a time of 26.24 seconds from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Rena Hosford. Your silver medalist with a time of 25.45 seconds from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Timera Newton. And your gold medalist with a time of 25.28 seconds from the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School, Haley Terrell. Congratulations, ladies. Congratulations to all athletes. Keep up the excellent performances. We say sincerest thanks to Mr. Richard Duncan for assisting with the medal presentation. Chairman of MIMA.
The record breaker in the 400-meter junior girls, Annalisa Brown, the quarter miler out of the Boca Secondary School. Annalisa, you've been doing extremely well over the past couple of days. Speak to us about the mindset coming out for this particular race. Is it that you had record breaking at the back of your mind, or you just had gold medal?
It was mostly gold medals, not really the records. But I'm happy that I break a record in the 4.
You said it was basically about gold medals. So what gave you the extra push that you went that hard?
I thought I had a lot of pressure on my back, so I had to go hard. It was a lot.
You're also one of the athletes on the Carifta team, and this will be your 3rd time. How do you feel about achieving that goal?
Very excited.
So are you looking forward to giving a show to the Grenadian audience come April 4th to 6th?
Of course.
Thank you very much. That was the record breaker in the 400-meter junior girls, Annalisa Brown, the athlete out of the Boca Secondary School.
So we're back with live action on the track. This was an interview with Annalisa Brown, the record breaker in the 400 meters for junior girls. Annalisa, a girl of few words, but action on the track. Yes,
Great potential.
So we're getting ready for some 400-meter hurdles action. There will be a number of 400-meter hurdles on show this evening. We're getting down to the wee hours of the evening. It's moving from afternoon into evening, and the action continues here at the Granny James Athletic Stadium. It's GAPS Intercol 2026, day 2 of 3.
The excitement in the air is I don't know. I am lost for words.
It's electric.
Electric. You can say that without even looking back. The athletes are performing well. The spectators are feeling the vibes. The afternoon is nice and cool, and the event, the second day of Intercol, is proving to be one to not miss at all. This afternoon has not given us anything to be disappointed about, and I just cannot wait to see what else is in store this afternoon.
Well, we have a number of hurdles action coming up. It's 400 meters hurdles for sub-junior girls. That's the final. It will be next on track. And as exciting as all the events have been, none of the events has really left us disappointed.
No, not any at all. You know, everyone every other one it brings you to your feet and you're wondering what's going on. Look at this. And like I said earlier, the athletes are bringing their A game. This is an exciting afternoon. This is an exciting day.
It is, and it doesn't matter what the event is. Short sprints, middle distance, long distance, they all got thrilling endings. What do you see, Clyde?
Yes, certainly it's been a really interesting day. The day has really lived up to the expectation. A lot of the athletes putting out their best. And this evening you're seeing some of the finals, I mean, that are just phenomenal. From the middle distance to the sprints, it's just action galore. It's competition at its best. No one really running away with any event. There's always some level of competition coming through, and that's good for the sport, and it's good for the Intercol games.
So next up will be the 400-meter hurdles for sub-junior girls. It's the final, and we are going to take the lane assignments from the house announcers. So on your screen, you're seeing athlete 360. That's Chloe Mitchell of Boca Secondary. She'll be in lane 1. In lane 2, Emma Frederick of McDonald College. In lane 3, we're expecting to see Jelena Panchu of Boca Secondary. Well, let's go to the house announcers who will give us the lane.
Boca Secondary, Soraya Phillip, lane number 7. Representing the Grenada Christian Academy, Tiana Joseph. Lane number 6, representing St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, Nathalia Strawn. Lane number 5, representing the Wagiti Sonova St. Davis Catholic Secondary, Kayla Christopher. Lane number 2, representing the Anglican High School, Amaya Henry. And running out of lane number 1, representing the Classic Lighting, Boca Secondary, Nikaya Roberts.
So that's the senior girls. So the athletes have been asked to stand. We're going to take this one more time. It's Roberts, Henry. As we try to get it right, seem to be having some difficulty with the start of event number 72, the girls 400-meter hurdles senior. It's a final. So it's Roberts of Boca Secondary in lane 1, Henry of the Anglican High School in lane 2. In lane 5, it's Christopher of St. David's Catholic Secondary. Lane 6, Strawn of St. Joseph Convent, St. George. Joseph of the Grenada Christian Academy in 7. And Philip, Boca Secondary in lane 8. And this time the gun sends them off. It's the 400-meter hurdles finals for senior girls. On the outside, Boca Secondary leading the charge. Just getting over the hurdles there. It's Boca Secondary. That's Roberts of Boca Secondary, Nikia Roberts. Motoring down the back stretch, it's Nikia Roberts of Boca Secondary. She has opened up a gap of some Soraya Phillip it is of Boca Secondary. Opening up a comfortable lead here from the rest of the field. Still going. St. Joseph Convent now coming into the picture. Also Anglican High School in the person of Amaya Henry. She's there. But it's Soraya Phillip still trying to hold on. Anglican High School is giving some chase. That's Henry of Anglican High School challenging, but Soraya Phillip, she's going to hold on. She's going to win quite comfortably. Anglican High School and Maya Henry in second position as we watch the rest of the field come home. We wait for the official result. But your winner, Soraya Phillip of Boca Secondary.
Quite a challenging race to jump hurdles around the entire track, but Soraya Phillip proved that she has what it takes to make it all the way around and become the gold medalist in this event. So Soraya Phillip of Boca Secondary, first in a time of 1 minute 9. Amaya Henry of the Anglican High School, 1 minute 10. Tiana Joseph of the Grenada Christian Academy nipped Natalia Strawn on the line from St. Joseph's Convent to take the bronze medal.
Yeah, certainly a good run from Phillip. She ran from lane 8 and had all the work to do. She got off pretty early and ensured that she gave herself enough time to get around on the track in first position. And so Soraya Phillip, gold medal here. Really working hard, these young ladies. They've done quite a bit for the day. And this means that they will take a rest for the remainder of the evening.
Well, a good run there from Phillip of Boca Secondary, adding some points into the columns for Boca Secondary, which they need very much if they want to get into contention for the big showdown on the final day tomorrow.
Well, I don't think it's going to be much of a difficult task for them because they have been showing up thus far, but it is what is left to be determined is how much they want it. They have the potential. We know that they have the potential. Let's see what else they can bring to the table to cause an upset. We still have an entire day left, and anything can happen in the female category.
Yeah, the female category is still wide open, and points. That's all that matters for many of the schools right now, and certainly the defending champions, they will continue to do their bit. The St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, they're putting in that challenge, and so this 2026 games, as we call it, the decider, it decides many things.
Representing the Wagiti Sonova St. David's Catholic Secondary, Janae Alexander. Lane number 6. Representing the Nawasa SAS, Kelina Modeste. Running out of lane number 5. Representing the Nawasa SAS, the 2025 champion. And here she is again for more gold, Gavia Walker. Running out of lane number 4, representing Wagiti Sonova St. David's Catholic Secondary, Shaquanda Paul. Lane number 3, representing Classic Lighting, Boca Secondary, Jelena Panchu. Lane number 2, representing Classic Lighting, McDonald College, gold in the 800 meters and the record, Emma Frederick. And running out the field, running out of lane number 1, representing Classic Lighting, Boca Secondary, Chloe Mitchell. That's your start list for the final sub-junior girls 400-meter hurdles.
Well, this one is another very interesting run. Some names that we know pretty well in the flat-out sprints, and they're going up into the hurdles event. So Gavia Walker, we know her to be a good 400 meter, 800 meter runner. So too Paul, Panchu, Frederick. Let's see how they go in this hurdles event. They're on their marks. Here we go, clean start. Let's see who makes up the stagger very early. Make it to be Walker in the middle of the track, as one of the athletes has just fallen, but Walker making her move very early. Walker and Modeste. Sass 1, Sass 2. Walker with still a slight lead. She gets into the hurdle just about now. Joining her will be Modeste. It's Walker, Modeste. St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, 1-2. Here comes McDonald College. It's McDonald College, Emma Frederick on the inside. As Walker looking to extend her lead. She's just about the tip of the curve, heading down for the straightaway. Here goes Walker, but on her inside, it's Emma Frederick. Frederick looking to power home. She's just about neck and neck with Walker. Walker, Frederick. Frederick seems to be the stronger of the athlete. She is going to run away with this one. Gavia Walker has to settle for second. And in third position, Kelowna Modeste.
Well, Emma Frederick, first place in the girls 400 meter sub-junior hurdles. She worked for it. She did not give up. She timed it. She knows her strength. She knew that all she needed to do was stay close to Gavia, and she was going to make it. The time for you, 1 minute 7. Gavia Walker second, 1 minute 8. Kelowna Modeste from SAS, 1 minute 12.
Emma Frederick has just set a new record in the sub-junior girls 400 meter hurdles. It's record-breaking performances here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium here for the Intercol Games. She just broke Gavia Walker, who was in this race. Emma Frederick has just eclipsed her record. Another one goes.
So quite an impressive run by Emma Frederick. As we see in the picture right now, it's Gavia Walker and Kelowna Modeste in control as they went down the backstretch. 1-2, Sass. But then Emma began to get the work going. She started working. She continued chipping, finally getting closer and knowing that she has the power, being a middle distance and somewhat a long distance runner. She was able to outlast her in the last 40 or 50 meters in this race. Look at how they get over this hurdle, final hurdle, and she powers her way to the finish line.
And interestingly enough, Emma Frederick broke the record that was set by Gavia Walker. And if we look at Gavia Walker taking the second place, she also would have bettered the record. Of course, the first place, the glory goes to the winner in this one. But both athletes were they were successful in beating the record time.
And this is what you want to see. You want to have the records. When you look back a year, 2 years from now, it's going to read Emma Frederick, the record holder. And these are the things that we look forward to. It says that my name could be there for quite a while.
So a good run indeed by the two athletes. Congratulations to both of them, Emma Frederick and Gavia Walker. You've both done your best, giving your best in the final. That's what we want.
Number 7, representing the Nagico GBSS. Josh Thomas. Lane number 6, representing the Classic Lighting Boca Secondary, Keldon Cooper. Lane number 5, representing the Nagico GBSS, Kamal Joseph. Lane number 4, representing the Nawasa SAS, Junior Alexander. Lane number 3, representing the Nexa PBC, Caleb Alexander. Lane number 2, representing the Nexa PBC, Ethan O'Geist. And then you got lane number 1, representing the Classic Lighting, Boca Secondary, Riley Forrester.
So we're expecting a very interesting race here. Is the 400-meter hurdles for senior boys. Final, event number 73. Next on track.
Well, the record here set by Darren Mudu, 54.32.
And they're off. It's the 400-meter hurdle finals for senior boys, chasing a time of 54.32 seconds. In the middle of the track, that's where the action is. It's PBC, that's Caleb Alexander. He's right there, Junior Alexander of SAS, also in the mix. But it's GBS's Josh Thomas, who is in the lead on the outside, lane 7 at the moment. A strong run from Auguste of PBC. Ethan Auguste in lane 2 is making up the stagger. On the outside, we see Junior Alexander of SAS, but it's a battle between Auguste and Thomas. Auguste and Thomas. And it's an obstacle race, and as you know, if you lose your rhythm or you clash into one of the barriers, bad things can happen. But winning smartly in lane 7, Josh Thomas, GBSS, your winner.
Well, Josh Thomas was able to hold his own and take the first position in this one. An upset there is, but at the end of the day, as you said, it is an obstacle race, and it's who gets over the obstacles first, who clears it and crosses the finish line. We're going to have a look back at what this race played out to be. There we go. The athlete Ethan Auguste was right there, but there was an upset, and all for now, the glory stays with the GBSS.
Well, Auguste just seemed to be having a bit of trouble with that hurdle. Recall he fell in the 110 hurdles yesterday, and here he is in the 400 hurdles in a good position and just clipping that hurdle and falling again. So really the luck not going with Auguste. He was still able to hold on for third, but certainly he was in a good position to maybe cause an upset.
So he must be a very disappointed young man at this point, having ran so much of the race. 400 meters, it's the long race. He was there at the 300-meter point, leading into the final 100 meters, and just crashing into that hurdle put everything out of focus for him, and he ended up in a third position. As we see, just about the, let's say, 75-meter mark, he's still in control here, then crashed into the hurdle, but was able to get up, somewhat regain his composure, and be able to power onto the finish. He'll still be rewarded with a bronze medal, but this was not his plan when he started off that race.
Yeah, not going to plan for Auguste, and one will feel it there for him. Really well poised, but this is how the hurdles go. It's a technical event. You want to make sure that you complete the hurdle down to the last.
And that is why I say, we see them in preliminaries and we say, okay, look, you came in with a good time. He looks like the favorite to win, or she looks like the favorite to win. But it's always a gamble to say, okay, that is it, because you just do not know.
And that's just the spills and thrills of athletics. We love it, and sometimes we hate it when it happens.
Yeah, we really don't like it. But again, there's nothing much you can do when the event calls for, that sort of precision. It's always unfortunate, but he had the presence of mind to get up and to still run to the finish, and that's important.
So we're getting ready for another hurdle event. It's a boys 400-meter hurdles sub-junior.
Let's take the lane assignments. So
your lane assignments for this one. Lane number 8, Nagico GBSS, Akel Briggs. Lane number 7, Nawasa Sass, T-Sean Lambert. Lane number 6, Classic Lighting, Boca Secondary, Romario Philip. Lane number 5, fastest in qualifying, current record holder, Nawasa Sass, Deshaun Oliver. Lane number 4, Nagico GBSS, second fastest in qualifying, Levi Rocher. Lane number 3, Wagiti Sanova, St. Davis Catholic Secondary, Christian Collins. Lane number 2, Wagiti Sanova, St. Davis Catholic Secondary, Alonzo Mitchell. Running out of lane number 1, representing the Nexa PBC, Jedediah Roberts. That's your start list for the sub-junior boys 400-meter hurdles final.
But in this one, we're going to see who really has the strength. If you were paying attention throughout the day, you would have noticed that this lineup almost just came off another event. And here they are at the 200. And here they are again going to make another lap with an obstacle around the track. So we're going to see the test of strength, tenacity. Let's see who has it in them to do this. This is a lot being asked of these athletes. You know, they haven't really, I think it's safe to say, they haven't gotten time to rest. But let's see who's going to do it.
Well, they've been doing a lot in training, and I think they've been doing circuit running and going over and over in events. So let's see what happens.
Well, what I know is that Deshaun Oliver should be the new record holder in this event. He ran a 1 minute 02.16 seconds in the heat, and that has surpassed Anthony Phillip of 1 minute 02.20. So certainly Oliver is the person to beat here. Here we go, and we have a false start.
Is it a fatigue in the legs?
We do not know, but I just said to you, these young men, most of them, I don't know if this particular one came off the 200, but lane number 2. Lane number 2.
Or maybe he thought that he would catch them because they all, well, the others may have been fatigued from the previous event that they had just a few minutes ago.
And this is his time to shine, so I don't know.
Yeah, again, it's a bit unfortunate. Alonzo Mitchell, that's another of my athletes. Yeah, he came from my primary school. It's unfortunate, but that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Oh yes, I saw the grimace on his face. I feel it for him, but it happens.
Yeah, it happens, and you want to, as I often say, any race that you're in, the first obstacle is to get past the gun.
So it's raining a bit, and well, I guess the only thing rain stops is cricket, right, Klein?
And here we go, clean start. 400-meter hurdle. Let's see who gets over the first hurdle. It's going to be Sass in the middle of the track. Deshaun Oliver already over the first hurdle. He's into the lead here now. Gets over yet another hurdle. So he's poised to take this one, Oliver, and has certainly taken the lead. Down the back straight he goes. Clears another hurdle as he heads into the 200-meter mark. Just rounding the turn now. Behind him is quite a big bunch, but he's clearly ahead by some 10-15 meters. Deshaun Oliver, what a bright spark in athletics for the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School as he rounds the turn and into the straightaway. He does have a lead. Here comes the GBSS athletes as they give chase, but it's going to be Deshaun Oliver holding on and winning. He has certainly lowered his time here as we look at the flash time. Deshaun Oliver showing the medal. Just came off the 200 meters, and yet still he has the presence of mind to run to the line and present a new record. I'm certain it's going to be a record run.
So there we go, Deshaun Oliver, the first place in the boys 400 meter sub-junior. No competition behind him. GBSS Akel Briggs takes the second place, the second position, and the athlete from GBSS again would have taken, that's Levi Rache, would have taken or did take the third position. But Deshaun Oliver, it is his time to shine. He is having an excellent season. There is no one that can stamp on his glory. He is doing extremely well.
Yes, congratulations to Deshaun Oliver. Yes, he has lowered his time 1 minute 01.60 seconds, and this is another new record. He has broken the record twice in one day.
Yeah, that's the mettle of the man. Deshaun Oliver has lowered his own record. And you can see the run. He was determined. He got out early. He led the pack all the way. There was no letting up here as he entered the straightaway. You look at him striding while ensuring that he keeps his momentum, keep his rhythm as he gets down the stretch, clearing that final hurdle, and you can see the extra zip, the extra push from Oliver to ensure that he crosses that line in record-breaking time.
So we've come to the end of the series of 400-meter hurdle events, and they all lived up to expectation.
You can say that again. This was an entertaining set of races. All the athletes delivered what they set out to do. Whether it was rain, sun or shine, they were there and they did exactly what they had to do. Looking at Deshaun Oliver was indeed breathtaking. A young man just came off the 200. Also Akel Briggs just off the 200, and here they are again in the 400 meter, and they were able to do very well.
With Ian George.
With me now is Ian George. Ian George is one of our determined athletes here. He is, well, we have to say it officially now, one of the fastest 100-meter athletes we have here on the island in the senior category. 10.39 gave you a win. You had a remarkable season. Speak to us about putting everything together, blocking out the extra noise and focusing on that 100-meter.
Well, first of all, I want to give thanks to God, Almighty God up in heaven. This season was a great season. It was my comeback season. Everybody doubted me last season. I had some challenges, and I decided to work hard and just come back stronger this season. And finally I did, and I feel so great. I feel so great. And finally I want to thank my coach also, Mr. Gary James. I know he's so emotional right now, and my family up home in Guav. I love you all so much for just believing in me and just being there for me. Even though I had my setbacks and so on, challenges, so on, you all stayed with me, and I'm very grateful.
Is 10.39 a personal best for you?
Yes, miss. I ran it. Well, I equalized my personal best. My personal best is 10.39. I ran it earlier in a meet in January, and I came back and I equalized it.
You're also a very good athlete in the 200 meters.
Yes, but today in the 100 hits, I felt something in my hamstring, so I'm not sure if I'm going to do my strongest event tomorrow, God's will. But give thanks and praise, pray that I can do it tomorrow, God's will.
That was our 100-meter senior boys champion here, 10.39, the athlete out of the St. John's Christian Secondary School, Ian George.
So there you see it, the scores. While the interview was going on, the scores for the female division was also given. We can tell you that there is a possibility that history can be created tomorrow. We can see the first ever double SAS winning both the boys and girls division of Intercol, something that has never been done in the history of Intercol, all its 54 years of existence. SAS on the road to history if they're able to complete a double victory tomorrow.
Yeah, it certainly will be historic if they can complete the double. But again, we just want to highlight the fact that the girls division is very competitive. They are leading the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School. So they will continue to make the charge for that double-double.
Well, they're only separated by some, it looks like 7 points. So it's not a big gap, but we know it's going to be competitive, and that's what we're looking for. Even though in the boys division, the gap seems to be widening between SAS and GBSS, we have a situation where we've heard one of our commentators already declaring as an election, but it's too early. I think it's too early to call any of the divisions. So let us concentrate a little bit on the female division for the moment.
Well, as we say, the Intercol Games 2026 was going to be an epic one. It has lived up to the hype. It has lived up to that sort of excitement that we've been expecting. All the schools have been represented, and so we have another interview coming up. Gonna go to Sherry again.
Excellent performance from one of the athletes out of the Presentation Brothers College, that Taz Thomas, and he won the 800 meter senior boys. It was a rather crowded race, very competitive. The McDonald College athlete led straight up until the point, maybe about a little meter or less from the start, from the finish line, sorry. Tell us about that run, because you actually clipped him on the finish line.
So I went through the whole race, and I had this thing that I feel a lot pressured during the race, but I said for myself, I have to push through this race, and I didn't give up, and I believed in myself. I believed in what my coach told me. I believe in my school, and I had this mentality when I finish in a race, I must always sprint to the line. So I caught him, and I felt very proud because yesterday was kind of a disappointment with my 15 and my 400. But I tried my hardest and I came out on top.
You redeemed yourself today. And how happy are you with the overall performance of the Presentation Brothers College?
I'm very happy. We could have done better on the first day, but I'm grateful for all the points we got.
Well, congratulations again. That was the winner of the 800 meter senior boys, Taj Thomas, out of the Presentation Brothers College.
We're getting ready for what should be one of the longer distance running, 3,000 meters for junior boys. Up next will be the boys 3,000 meters. It's final for juniors.
Yeah, quite a long list of athletes in this one. Certainly we will be looking to see who establishes themselves very early and maybe just look to set a pace that the others need to try and keep up to. Given their final set of instructions.
On paper, we have some 23 athletes. It doesn't look like 23 on the starters line. However, we'll try to keep you posted as we are able to identify the athletes as they move around the track.
So we're getting closer to the end of day 2. This 3,000 meter run. It's quite a long run. And so here we go. It's all set. 3,000. I would make it the master of the 3,000 in Michael Moses. He looks to get himself to the front. He's really been outstanding at this distance, Moses. And so one will expect that he will take charge. Again, as we have seen for the entire day, you cannot, when it comes to these distances and middle distance, you cannot say that someone has won unless they're way out front. So let's hope that someone can challenge Moses. He doesn't just run away with this one. But out front, it's Michael Moses, 3,000 meter junior boys. Record in this event stands at 9 minutes 52.28 seconds, and that was set by Lyndon Gonzalez of the Boca Secondary School. Moses still with the lead. 3 athletes there just at the front, looking to set the pace. Just about 8 meters lead over the athlete from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School who's in 4th. But 1, 2, 3, nicely bunched. It's the Najiko GBSS, 1, 2, followed by the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. St. David's Catholic Secondary slots in at 4. And another athlete there from the St. Andrews Anglican. He is in 5th.
So it's Moses of GBSS. And we also have Williams of GBSS, SAS, represented here by Ethan Abraham. He's right there. And Jensen Mitchell of St. David's Catholic in your leading pack, but it's Moses of GBSS who is in control of this one. So this is indeed a very interesting race. It's one that calls for a lot of stamina, a lot of determination. As we see, you gotta have guts to run this one.
You certainly have to have guts, though the athletes look pretty slim, Bunstein. They have to have that inner gut that will bring them around that track 7.5 times.
Well, we have watched Michael Moses over a period of time, and we have seen his development. I myself I know Michael Moses since at the primary level, and he's always shown that kind of level of determination. It's going to be hard for the rest of the field to really keep up with him. He has a different mindset, and so really and truly, if you ask me, the race is for 2nd and 3rd, because Moses runs his own race. He runs it in his own timing. He sets his pace. He stays at it. It's quite controlled. There's nothing else you can say about young Michael Moses. This is his thing. I mean, to me, the longer the race, the better you see Moses comes. Like, he's not going to run a 400. That's too short for him. 800, still too short. He really shines at the longer distances. This is his pet. This is his baby.
So I'm thinking that in this race, most of the winners of the cross country in the various schools will be participating there. I notice in 2nd position is Nathaniel Richardson. He's the winner of the cross country at SAS. I guess Moses won the cross country at GBSS, and the St. David's Catholic Jensen Mitchell should have been right up there in the cross country at St. David's Catholic also.
Yeah, certainly these are the athletes that you see on the road Their training many times will be on the road, as the leader there in Moses just establishing just about a 40-50 meter lead and looking to extend it. And the trailing pack there of 3 nicely bunched together. But Moses, steady as ever, continues his prowess towards the gold medal here at the 3,000 meters.
I think that this is such a long race that all of the competitors deserve some name recognition. Mitchell Jensen Mitchell of St. David's, that's Chris Ferguson of St. Mark's Secondaries, down to run this race, Quinton Richards of Boca Secondary, Jaden Williams in Johns Christian, Isaiah Keaton of Hillsborough Secondary, Nathaniel Richardson of SAS from Wesley College, there is Jordell Glean, Kenobi Charles of Hillsborough Secondaries there, Caleb Simon, Grenada Christian Academy, Michael Moses, GBSS, Jontel Mark, Grenada Christian Academy, Renard Williams of GBSS, Ethan Abraham of SAS, Grenada SDA, has Nike Phillip, Kawani Joseph from the McDonald College, he should be there, Caleb Williams of PBC and Hammond Frank, they're down to run there, Aaron Alexander, Grenada 7-day, Joshua Sylvester of Boca Secondary, Caleb Thomas, Happy Hill Secondary, Tyrese Maloney of Wesley College, Amridge Harris of Happy Hill Secondary, and Zion Blackett of St. David's Catholic.
So that's your leader right there. It's Michael Moses. Moses, the 3,000 winner at the national championship. He's taken the lead, and I make it 80-90 meters lead over Jensen Mitchell, who has moved into 2nd position from the St. David Catholic Secondary. But Michael Moses is turning it on.
The record is 9 minutes 52.28 seconds, and it was only set last year by Lyndon Gonzalez of Boca.
Michael Moses is a member of the Carifta team, of course, again at this kind of distance. So this is he's no stranger to this. Very comfortable looking young man. He doesn't even look winded. He's like he just zoned off, and he knows where he's going. He knows what he has to do. He's not racing. He's not bothered with who is behind him. He is in his own race. Don't be surprised if he laps a couple along the way, because he's definitely not slowing down. He's not grimacing, nothing of the sort. He is comfortable in this.
He seems to be enjoying what he's doing.
Yeah, more than 150 meter lead now for Moses, and certainly he's running by his lone self out there, way out there, I should say.
Well, he's really putting on a show. He knows that his supporters, his fans are here, and they are celebrating his exploits, and so he's just doing what he does best, which is run these long distance races and show his class.
So here he comes up the straightaway. He's going to be getting into the bell lap right about now. He's completed 6.5. This means that he has 1 lap to go. 1 lap for Michael Moses, and certainly I think now he will eclipse or lap a couple athletes in his way. He's looking strong. He's looking really well composed here at the 3,000 meters. He goes about lapping the first athlete. Michael Moses.
He's just showing off, man. He's just doing his thing, enjoying it. I know that deep inside he has a smile somewhere, just enjoying this.
Here he goes, rounding the 200 meters. Is he going to turn it on a bit? Is he going to look for maybe a record in this one? 9 minutes 52:28 is the record. Is he on record pace? I just believe he just may be on record pace Can he get up there within the next, I make it 25, 30 seconds as Michael Moses looks to come home. It's gonna be a record-breaking run if he can get there. Let's look at the clock. He's getting there, he's getting there, he's getting there. Did he do it?
I think he did. The
I
clock
believe
stopped
he did.
Stopped at 9:45. The record was 9:52. He seems to be happy.
Oh, young Moses continues to shine. He continues to shine. This is his pet event. There is no one, I believe, and you may have a go at me, but there is no one, I believe, that can really test him in this. This is his event. And we are just waiting to see that time come up. We believe he snatched the record. Of course, he is one of our character athletes. Pretty young man. Pretty petite little fella. If you see him close up, you would wonder if this is the little man that's running these long distances so comfortably.
He's got the body type for this kind of long winding and long winding races. Look at some of the other athletes when they completed this race, but Moses, like a stroll in the park, he's at ease, just sipping there and chatting with his compatriot.
The young man isn't even the least bit exhausted.
Not at all.
Well, I think by
What
now
a race.
the muscle memory for Michael Moses is well tuned. It's tuned to 3,000 and it doesn't really take much from him to run that sort of distance in this record-breaking time.
So one of our character athletes, one of those medal hopefuls for Grenada.
You are correct. I am putting him there in that medal bracket because he is that good. And what I know about Mikel, he thrives off of the energy of the spectators. And when he knows he has backing behind him and he's going to be running Carifta on home turf, don't be surprised if he takes that gold medal.
Look at him. In stride. No grimace on the face. Relaxed, composed, striding elegantly. Getting to the finish line. What a run, what a race. Congrats, young man. You've done yourself, your coach, and your team proud.
Yeah, keeping calm there, Michael Moses.
No sweat, man.
Stroll in the park.
So easy.
So we just completed 3,000 meters. Again, another eventer that brings the records tumbling here at the GAPS Intercol 2026. Certainly been a record-breaking day today.
Just been confirmed. A new record.
There you see the GBSS fans. They may not have much to shout about, but they certainly have a record in the record books. Michael Moses, someone to look forward to in distance running here in Grenada. And as we look at him again, the composure of this youngster, the awareness, just glancing there at the clock and saying, hey, it's just that simple.
Yeah, that's what he said. So easy. This was so easy. It's easy for you. It's definitely not easy for me. Clyde, is it easy for you?
I do not really want to comment on that because I'm not certain if I start how far I will get. In recent times, I've been really off pace. Can't recall the last time I actually maybe walked around the track.
I am going to plead the fifth.
Okay, the fifth is yours.
So the fun has already begun for these youngsters. I know tomorrow they will be jumping and cheering because that's the time that they all look forward to, day 3.
Day 3 will be the day when all the awards are given. The main awards, the individual awards are being given as the races continue during the day, as the races and the field events are completed. But the trophies and the accolades for championship honors will be decided on day 3. That's tomorrow, Thursday, the 19th.
And the athletes are having a ball of a time. Oh my, they're having a ball of a time. And I guess you free up. This is Intercol time. This is, we've all been there.
Yeah, that's what the Intercol Games is all about. It's about enjoyment. It's about excitement, waving and jumping and cheering, ensuring that you represent your school to the fullest.
So now we have on our screen the long jump. Looks like the long jump for senior boys. That is Hillsborough Secondary. Maybe next on the runway. It's a long jump for junior boys.
So we're getting closer to the end of day number 2 at the Gaps Intercol. And what a day it's been. A number of records, a number of athletes getting close to records. It certainly speaks volume for the athletes that are on show here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium.
Most definitely. The athletes come out to show what they've been preparing for the whole season. And all the blood, sweat, and tears that they experienced during the long season has come into fruition right here today and yesterday, and it will continue tomorrow. We're going to have a medal presentation coming up shortly, and we're going to join the team of house announcers to lead us into the medal presentation.
Medal presentation. Event number 14, boys 200-meter dash sub-junior. Your bronze medalist from the Grenada Boys Secondary School with a time of 23.94 seconds, Akel Briggs. Your silver medalist from the St. John's Christian Secondary School with a time of 23.89 seconds, Aquil Cumberbatch. And your gold medalist from Nawasas with a time of 23.17 seconds, Dickon Oliver. Well done, young men. Congratulations. Medal presentation for event number 5, girls javelin throw sub-junior. Your bronze medalist with a distance 25.80 meters from McDonald College, Janelle Phillip. Your silver medalist from the Westmoreland Senior Secondary School with a distance of 28.00 meters, Dominic Joseph. And your gold medalist for event number 5, girls javelin throw sub-junior from Nawassa SAS with a distance of 28.98 meters, Cassie Caliste. Congratulations, ladies. Well done. Medal presentation for event number 9, girls shot put sub-junior. Your bronze medalist from McDonald College with a distance of 9.58 meters, Tasia Thomas. Your silver medalist from the Nawassa SAS with a distance of 9.59 meters, Michaela Mona. And your gold medalist for event number 9, girls shot put sub-junior with a distance of 10.51 meters from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, Nawassa SAS, Sarah Adonis. Congratulations, ladies. Medal presentation for event number 23, girls 400-meter hurdle sub-junior. Your bronze medalist from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, Kelina Modest. Your silver medalist from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, Kavia Walker. And your gold medalist from McDonald College, Emma Frederick. Establishing a new record. Let's put our hands together for winners. Well done, medalists. Medal presentation for event number 24, boys 400-meter hurdle sub-junior. Your bronze medalist from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, Tishon Lambert. Your silver medalist from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Akel Briggs. And your gold medalist for event number 24, boys 400-meter hurdle sub-junior from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, Nawassa SAS, Ishon Oliver. Well done, gentlemen. Congratulations. Medal presentation for event number 72, girls 400-meter hurdle senior. Your bronze medalist from the Grenada Christian Academy, Chayana Joseph. Your silver medalist from the Anglican High School, Amaya Henry. And your gold medalist for event number 72, girls 400-meter hurdle senior from the Boca Secondary School, Soraya Philip. Well done, ladies. Congratulations. Medal presentation for event number 73, boys 400-meter hurdle senior. Your bronze medalist from the presentation Brothers College. With a time of 57.82 seconds, Ethan Ogitz. Your silver medalist with a time of 56.60 seconds from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, Junior Alexander. And your gold medalist for event number 73, boys 400-meter hurdle senior from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Josh Thomas. Congratulations, gentlemen. Job well done. Medal presentation for event number 54, boys long jump senior. Your bronze medalist from the presentation Brothers College with a distance of 6.40 meters, Joshua Telesford. Your silver medalist from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School with a distance of 6.48 meters, Rick Cadet. That's new record. And your gold medalist from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, Nawasa Sass. Your gold medalist for event number 54, your boys long jump senior, Christoph Kalis. Congratulations, gentlemen. Medal presentation for event number 59, girls discus throw senior. Your bronze medalist with a distance of 26.08 meters from Bishop's College, Naomi Douglas. Your silver medalist with a distance of 26.77 meters from the Anglican High School, Hannah Charles. And your gold medalist for event number 59, the girls discus throw senior from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School with a distance of 30.86 meters, Naomi Augustine. Congratulations, ladies. Medal presentation for event number 50, boys 3,000 meter run junior. Your bronze medalist with a time of 10 minutes 21.38 seconds from the St. Mark's Secondary School, Chris Ferguson. Your silver medalist with a time of 10 minutes 16.51 seconds from the Grenada Christian Academy, Johnson Mark. And your gold medalist establishing a new record with a time of 9 minutes 45.07 seconds from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Michael Moses. Congratulations to all our winners. Job well done. And we extend sincerest thanks to you, Mr. Leon Francis, CEO of Blue Bubbles, for assisting with this medal presentation.
Moses, your name will remain in the minds of all those who have been watching the Intercol over the past couple days. 9 minutes 45.07 seconds. That is the time you did to take that gold medal in the 3,000 meter run for junior boys. You led from beginning to end. Share with us the whole strategy going into this particular race.
Well, the strategy I use is to run the first 200 hard and then regulate myself between the race. When it comes to the last final lap, start to pick up and
final few events left here on day number 2, gaps.
You realize that you literally lapped a number of the athletes.
Yeah, I realized. It was expected.
Why do you say it was expected?
Well, I built for the long distance and the boys was afraid of me. So I just come out and do what I had to do.
And how happy are you with the overall performance of the GBSS in 2026 in terms of you being able to help them gain points and stuff?
Well, I'm very happy, but I'm not so happy at the same time because some of our athletes didn't do very well in some of the races and it make us lose a lot of points, and I'm glad to come first to build back up some of the points.
Well, congratulations again to you, Semu, and we hope that you continue to train so that you would become better at your events.
Thanks, you too.
So that was Michael Moses. He is the winner of the 3,000 boys junior hair at the Intercol Day 2.
Okay, thank you very much. Very confident young man.
Indeed, he is very confident. I told you when he was running this race that he knows his potential. He knows his potential. And there you have it.
So we're getting ready for the Heptathlon girls 800 meter run, 800 meter run. Hep.
So this is the final event for the heptathletes, and earlier on today we saw an athlete out of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. She had a commanding lead on this event. We're going to try to get you some updated scores, but this is their final event. They've been competing over several events for the last 2 days, and leading was Montisha St. Bernard. It was not from St. David's Catholic Secondary. Montisha St. Bernard from Bishop's College. She is actually in the lead on 3,047 points. Second is Janaya Hazard of St. David's Catholic Secondary on 2,704 points. Janelle Smith, Anglican High School, she's in third on 2,666 points. Jadissa Mark of Sass is in fourth as they start here now the final event, the 800 meters in the heptathlon for girls open. So look for Montisha St. Bernard. She's currently in the second position. She moves into the lead now, and she goes into this final event in the top position with 3,047 points. Just to give you a breakdown of the events that she participated in, she ran a 17.49 in the 100 meter hurdles. In the high jump, she did 1.34 meters. Shot put 8.64 meters. The 200 meters, she was at 26.48. The long jump, 4.3 meters. And the javelin, 21.61 meters. Gaining some valuable points to be at the lead at the moment. So that's Montisha St. Bernard. Saw a very interesting video from one of her supporters overnight. She was really having a good time looking at Montisha run. And I'm sure she's screaming at the top of her voice, you know, for Montisha from Bishop's College, Carriacou. And second is the athlete from SAS, that looks like Jadisha Mark. She's currently in the 4th position. Janaya Hazard of St. David's Catholic, she's in 2nd position overall. But that's your leader here, and from the looks of it, she's going to win this 800 meters quite comfortable. And she has one hand on the gold medal already. She just has to complete 200 more meters, and the second hand will be wrapped around that gold medal for Montisha St. Bernard of Bishop's College, Carriacou. Montisha St. Bernard with under 200 meters to go. No challenger in sight on this final event in the Heptathlon. And there she goes, entering into the home straight now. Let's hear it, Carriacou and P.T. Martinic, for your daughter of the soil, Montisha St. Bernard of Bishop's College. She's going to be the eventual winner of the Heptathlon for girls. A grueling 7 events. Montisha St. Bernard wins the Heptathlon for girls. Jadissa Mark looking for a good time in the 800 meters. She's currently in 4th. Boca Secondary is giving her a run for it here. And also Hazard of St. David's Catholic Secondary wants to cement a position for 2nd. We're going to update you with the final scores, but what we can confirm is that Montisha St. Bernard of Bishop's College, Carriacou is the winner of the Heptathlon for Girls Open.
And congratulations to young St. Bernard of Bishop's College. She ran a good race. She has done 7 events for the day, an event of strength, endurance, and she's given it her all. We've been hearing her name for the last 2 days. She's been doing very, very, very well. And this is the end of it. She gave her all. She's no doubt the victor in this one. For the victory, she's going to be the one who is going to stand on the gold medal position. Her island will be very proud of what she has displayed, and we want to say congratulations to her. Of course, we're going to await the official release of results from that 7 event later today.
Well, congratulations to Montisha St. Bernard. You have ensured that Bishop College goes home with a gold medal. So congratulations to you, congratulations to your coach, your team, and your fans in Carriacou who are currently celebrating with you. They're all smiles.
And the P.T. Martinic, I can tell you.
And P.T. Martinic also. Since she started yesterday in the 100-meter hurdles, she looked like someone who was in control of this event, and she showed her progress throughout the entire 7 events, and here she is today, the gold medalist. So congratulations to you one more time.
Well, the first gold medal for Bishop's College in these games, and it came from Montisha St. Bernard in the multi-events. And there we see the time that she returned in the 800 meters. What we're going to do before we go into the 1500 meters for the octathletes, we're going to have another interview with Sherry-Ann. And so, Sherry, tell us who you got with you this time.
Congratulations, it's definitely in order. You fought to the end, winner, 400-meter junior boy. Speak to us about the execution of that race, because we had some really competitive athletes there. You had Philip Mitchell, you had Kashe Stevens, sorry.
Yeah, the execution was well planned. Thank my coach for that.
When you say well planned, we know that we had, as I said, a good crop of athletes. At which point you knew that you had to push even more?
Coming down by the 100.
And were you expecting that distance lead between you and the pack?
Yes, I was. Yes, I was.
You're also one of our character athletes. What can we expect from you?
Even faster times.
Well, congratulations again. That was the winner for the 400-meter junior boys, Giovanni Green, out of the Boca Secondary School.
Thank you, Sherry. Thank you, Sherry. And Giovanni Green would have returned an impressive time of 49.72 seconds, as we see the 1500 meters for the Octathlon is in place, is in progress now.
It's a Boca Secondary. In the lead, that looks like Trevon Joseph of Boca Secondary. He's in control here, but if we just get some information as to the point standings or who is in the lead currently, I know that Quanel Pay of the GBSS had some wonderful performances throughout the event. It's an 8-event, multiple event activity. That's the Octathlon. 8 different disciplines. It's one event really, but it's 8 different disciplines, and this is a final event. It's a 1500 meters. So Quanel Pay is your leader currently on 3,880 points. Randy Jones of St. Angela Anglican is on 3,869. Javid Noel of Grenada Boys Secondary, he's in 3rd position currently. But in this event, from the Boca Secondary, leads the pack, Trevon Joseph. He will want to win this to add some points to his tally. Juan LPA is right there, our leader. Randy Jones is somewhere in 5th position. It's a matter of your personal best and how your time compares to your personal best. That's going to give you your points. But winning adds to the glory. So here we go. Is the 1500 meters for the Octathlon boys.
From the Nagico GBSS.
So it's Javin Noel in 3rd position. Javin Noel in 3rd position. So Noel is there. So they continue. It's the 1500 meters in progress. So it's still Boca Secondary in the lead. SAS is there. GBSS. Grenville Secondary in Cameron Richardson is also in the mix currently. Randy Jones, he's also in the mix. It's the 1500 meters, the final event in the boys Octathlon 1500 meter flight in the 8th event activity. Boca Secondary, Joseph. He wants to win this, but Pierre is on his trail. Pierre is chasing, some 80 meters to go. It's going to be a sprint to the finish. Juan Pierre taking control of this one. He's going to win the 1500 meters, and he does. In second position from Boca Secondary, Trayvon Joseph, and your SAS competitors in third and fourth respectively.
Well, congratulations to Quanel Pair for taking the 1500 meters, but we cannot tell you if he has outright won the event as yet, because we're still awaiting an update of the scores of the performance of the athletes in the javelin event. What we do know is that I do know that Quanel would have placed, or not would have, but he placed third in that event. So we have to wait on updated scores for us to say outright who took or who is going to take this title.
What I can tell you, what I noticed for sure is that Javid Noel is just coming in. We didn't see him much at all in this race. We thought for a moment that he dropped out, and he is currently in third position before the javelin scores have been added, and he was not featured at all in the race. We almost called him a dropout in the race, and we just saw him there crossing the line. That's Javid Noel of the GBSS. Randy Jones was in second before the javelin, but he was very close. There was only 11 points separating Pair and Jones after the 6 events were completed.
So this is the event that tests the strength and endurance of athletes. 8 events later, some would have not finished, but so far we've had, I think about 10 of them would have made, or 9 of them have made it to the end of the 8 events. That is quite commendable in itself, because so very often we see them falling out after 4 events, 5 events. Sometimes some make it as close to 7 events and they don't make it to the last one. But 9 young athletes and 9 young men just completed the Octathlon event.
Congratulations to the 9 competitors who made it right up to the end. We have a score alert. Keep your eyes on the screen.
The Ironmen of Intercol Games 2026. Alongside the Iron Women, the girls in the Heptathlon, the boys in the Octathlon, hand in hand.
And that's a common feature that we see amongst the heptathletes or the multi-athletes. They always do this sort of a lap, and they show appreciation to the fans who would have been cheering them on for 2 consecutive days in so many events, just to show their appreciation, and they're doing it together. Most times it's done by the males by themselves, the females by themselves, but as we witness the conclusion of those 2 events, it's so good to see these athletes coming to the finish line here and really being recognized and appreciated for a Herculean effort over those 2 days.
Please put your hands together.
As the spectators show some appreciation for the multi-eventers.
Those of you watching on the live, don't be afraid to throw up your hearts and show some love. These are the strongest 8 events, 7 events, 2 days. They've made it.
Montisha Sen Bernard, we know for sure she is the gold medalist in the heptathletes, and we await to see who is the gold medalist in the Octathlon for the boys.
Well, they are going to have a nice rest tonight. I don't think they have anything to do tomorrow. Please the Lord, I don't know what their team has in store for them, but these athletes are going to sleep tonight knowing that they would have done, or they have done, what they set out to do.
Well, I'm sure some of them will have a nice cold ice bath just to relax the muscles a bit. There's been some grueling events for them, and we're happy that they're able to complete those of them who have done so successfully.
So we're getting ready for the relays, which is going to take us to the end of today's activities on the track.
But before we do that, we have another interview lined up with Sherian, and so we're going to take that before we take the 4x100 meter relay for the...
Josh Thomas, your final year at the Grenada Boys Secondary School, and it seems as if you're leaving here with a bang. You won the 400 meter hurdles. It was a rather spirited run. You led from the beginning to the end. Speak to us about that race.
Well, I know I had to go out hard, and I was a little pressured by the athlete from the presentation by the college. But I just stay calm, and I know I had to bring it home for the team. So that's what I did.
It is your final year. Would you say that you had a really good athletic, season throughout the GBSS?
Yeah, it was a good season. I accomplished a lot of things what I wanted to accomplish. So I'm very grateful for that.
Well, congratulations to you, and we hope that you don't stop the running as you finish the schools.
Yeah, man, thank you.
That was Josh Thomas out of the Grenada Boys Secondary School. He was the winner of the 400 meter hurdles senior boys.
Congratulations are in order for Josh Thomas. He's had a very busy 2 days so far, and coming back to win the 400 meter hurdles is an accomplishment for him. We know him as a sprinter, and taking part in the 400 meter hurdles is indeed another achievement for Josh Thomas of the GBSS. The girls 4x100 meter relay is next on the track, and we have Wester Hall Secondary, St. Joseph Convent, St. George's, St. Mark's Secondary, St. David's Catholic, Boca Secondary is also there, Anglican High School and Grenada Christian Academy. The Junior Girls Finals. There they go, they're up and running. 4x100 meter Junior Girls Finals. Anglican High School is really looking good up front there. Out there in lane 7. First standover. Anglican High School fumbles again. SAS is also in contention. St. David's Catholic Secondary making good run on the inside as well, but Anglican High School still has an advantage here. Boca Secondary is in the mix as well. Second and over. Anglican High School still has the lead. SAS in second. And then we have Boca Secondary moving into third now. St. David's Catholic Secondary falling behind. Anglican High School would make the first handover, and it goes to Kylie Williams. Haley Tyrrell would have to run real hard here. And then we have Boca Secondary on the inside. It's going to be a real fight to the finish line. Kylie Williams is going to hold that for Anglican High School. She does so. Haley Tyrrell picks up the silver medal for SAS, and the Boca Secondary picks up the bronze.
That is what you call getting it right, getting that good chemistry in place. And no matter who you have on the anchor leg, once that team passes the baton the way they're supposed to, it doesn't matter who is at the end. It is going to be the team that does it most effectively. And this time, it is the Anglican High School. Haley Tyrrell, she fought to get to Kaylee Williams, but guess what? It wasn't going to happen today. Annalisa Brown couldn't do it either. The glory belongs to the girls of Tantine, Anglican High School, anchored by Haley Tyrrell. What else do you want in this race?
So it was a good one. It was a good one, a good finish. Let's look at this handover here. It's Anglican High School still in control, making that handover. SAS chasing down the backstretch. Anglican High School still in control. We get to that penultimate handover. It's still Anglican High School, SAS right there. Some movements from St. David's Catholic. But we get to that final handover, the anchor. Haley Tyrrell having to make up some grounds on Annalisa Brown. But Haley was able to run past Annalisa Brown, but she couldn't catch Kylie Williams. Anglican High School. Maximum points. SAS getting that second place, which will help them to move above Anglican High School, not Anglican High School, but it's St. David's Catholic Secondary, if we follow the last point standings that we had. I don't know if our viewers at home saw, because it was on the screen while an interview was going on, But the last points update for the female division had SAS and the St. David's Catholic on 104 points. They were tied. So now that SAS would have gotten a higher position than St. David's Catholic, technically at this point, SAS will be leading. We do not know if there are more points to be added, but before we leave here this afternoon, you should have a clear idea of who is leading in the girls division.
Well, that was an exciting one. I'm sure when Haley Tyrrell got that batter and she knew it was Kylie Williams, she told herself, I'm sure going to catch you. That didn't happen today. Kylie Williams held out for Anglican High School. But it was a good battle also between Haley Tyrrell and Annalisa Brown of the Boca Secondary School. As we see the lineup now for the junior boys relay, Grenville Secondary in 1, Boca Secondary in 2, St. David's Catholic in 3, SAS in 4, GBSS in 5, McDonald College in 6, Hillsborough Secondary in 7, and Happy Hill Secondary in 8.
So it's going to be an exciting one. The final race for the boys today, the 4x100 meters for junior boys, upcoming. It's going to be exciting.
Senior boys discuss in progress at the southern end of the field. We get set now for the boys.
The exciting relays continue here at Intercol 2026. This is the final relay for today. And the teams are all lined up here and ready to go. The junior boys relay, we are trying to get to you the seeded times coming into this event. But they're on the mark.
Four by 100 meter relay is final, and it's the final event for the boys.
It's going to be a real battle between those schools.
And they're off. And as usual, it's a battle between SAS and GBSS. GBSS is moving. Here comes SAS. It's GBSS, SAS. Let's look at the first handover. SAS running down that backstretch. It's GBSS pulling away slightly, but it's GBSS making up the stagger. SAS is right there. Let's get to the next handover. SAS with a slight lead and motoring away. SAS is now in control, and the handover is to Dishan Oliver, and once he touches this, it's the end of the game. Cassius Stevens is giving chase. It's Philip Mitchell. It's Philip Mitchell, and once he touches that, it's game over. SAS.
Well, it was good to see Cassius Stevens coming back. We saw him injured in the 400, but what a clinical race here by SAS. That third leg was a bomb leg for SAS, and by the time he got to Philip Mitchell right here, it was curtains call. He's amongst the fastest junior boys. Cache was never going to catch him today, and Philip Mitchell anchoring SAS to a brilliant victory in the 4x100 meters junior boys.
What a strategic setup of the athletes by the St. Andrews Anglican School. GBSS came out gunning. The first two legs, they had it in the bag, but by the time it got to the third leg, you said it's over already. SAS took it, they have it, they lined up the athletes well, knowing exactly what needed to be accomplished. I mean, GBSS came out gunning, they really did. First and second leg going, but it was over after that third handover. That was it.
So when we look at them coming down the back stretch there, it looks like Hall there, and then when it got to this point, that's where the movement took place. SAS took control here. It looks like Dishan Oliver, and here we go. That might have been Dante Oliver, and now Philip Mitchell just finishing it off, putting the cherry on the cake.
One said, you know what? This victory here in this relay could mean the championship right there. That could be the deciding factor for the championship right there. SAS already won the 4x1 senior. They win this junior here. They have the best boys in the sub-junior. That relay is yet to come.
It's yet to come.
That could be the curtains call right there.
This could be what we call a heartbreaker. GBSS will not sleep well tonight.
Well, that seems to be a new record as well. 42.56 by SAS. And what a run that was by the quartet from SAS. But 42.56, a masterful performance by SAS. That third leg really did the trick for SAS in that relay.
It really did. It
You've
really
got
did.
it right. That third leg was the game changer. No ifs, buts, or maybes about it. You know, we don't need to ask where did it happen. It was right there. It was visible. Once that third leg got off, that was it.
GBSS placed second with 40. Sorry, McDonald College. GBSS was disqualified. McDonald College has been elevated to the second position in 45.34, and Boca Secondary takes the bronze now in 45.46. So a
And
disqualification for GBSS.
Let's look at it.
What I want to say is that they already had a late infringement in the preliminaries. They were cautioned, so you only allowed two steps onto the lane. They had one in the preliminaries, and they had a second one here now. That makes it two. And so GBSS has been disqualified in the 4x100 meter relay for junior boys.
Leslie.
So we did see that in the preliminaries where, when we look at the drone shot, where they stepped onto the lane and they were cautioned, and now a second lane infringement.
Leslie, will you call this the nail in the coffin for the GBSS?
Well, I don't want to call it that, but I said it's curtains call, because that was an important relay that they would have loved to win to continue the championship's defense. And now that they've been disqualified altogether, I think it's going to damage their ego a lot here. But if you look back again, and thanks to Blondin and the crew for highlighting the infringement here, again, stepping on the line, that's a step on the line right there. They already had one in the preliminaries, and that's the two for the event.
Well, I think the GBSS camp is not very happy at this moment. What?
They would not be happy. They would not be happy. Yesterday, at the end of day one, they were in second position, may have gone home, did their adjustments, went back to the drawing board, as we say, and were expecting to make that move on Saturday. And to have a situation where they've been disqualified in the final event, it will be heartbreaking. GBSS will have to dig deep to come back tomorrow and to be able to launch an attack in order to retain their championship.
All right, so we have some good news anyway. Well, good news for SAS. They continue their dominance in this year's games, but we have some results for the senior boys discus. And we have Oswald Charles of GBSS. Well, that's some good news for GBSS here. Taking the gold medal in this. The second position, Stefan Strawn of PBC, 39.35, and Shaquin Cox of JW Fletcher Catholic School, the third position, 39.32 meters. So, a little bad news for GBSS, but they also got a little good news, taking the first place, GBSS.
On the screen.
That's the score in the girls category here. A 2-point lead for SAS over St. David's Catholic Secondary, 120 to 118. It's that close in the girls category. What I've also noticed in the girls category is that positions 3, 4, 5, and 6 are very, very close indeed. So Anglican High School, Convent, and Boca Secondary are really battling down there. If you look at the boys here, SAS at 196, approaching 200. GBSS at 146.5. Presentation Brothers College 79. Boca looking really good in fourth at 53. McDonald College in fifth at 47. St. David's Catholic Secondary on 37. And St. John's Christian Secondary 26. So SAS with a commanding lead here again over the defending champions, the Grenada Boys Secondary School.
Leslie, given the lineup we have tomorrow of events, do you believe that there can be any change coming in tomorrow, please the Lord, for any of these schools?
Well, you never say never, as we say, because you never know what can happen tomorrow. But it's going to take a huge effort and a lot of mishaps and misfortunes of SAS and disappointments too for that lead to be eroded tomorrow based on the events that are scheduled. So let me tell you what is there tomorrow. The sub-junior boys relay where SAS is expected to win. We also have the 200 meters. We're not sure if Ian George would run because of what he said and the niggle that he has. If he doesn't run, it's going to be a toss-up now between Daniel, who placed second in the 100 meters, and also Josh Thomas. Diron Sinsay is also there, so those points can split up quite easily. And the triple jump is there. That's
Christophe Callis.
Christophe Callis, he's expected to win. Cadet, who placed second in the long jump, he could also get the second position in the triple jump. And it's going to be a tough chance for GBSS from the way I see it. Based on the current scores, 196 to 146.5, it's going to take some asking.
Yes, it's going to be almost impossible feat for GBSS to overcome the lead that SAS presently has in the boys division. And I think the sub-junior boys 400 meters will be coming up to Deshaun Oliver. He's going to win this.
Yes, SAS is just very, very strong in the sub-juniors. They've dominated the sub-juniors right through. The juniors have been split across GBSS, SAS, and others. And the seniors, I'm not sure what the points are now, but there again, we have a lot of splits, and I believe SAS may be scoring more points than the seniors. But I think the way the real conversation is now is in the female category. 2 points separate SAS and St. David's Catholic Secondary, and that's where I think the real conversation will be tonight. For SAS in particular, they would want to consolidate in the boys for sure, but they would think now that they have a real good chance. They came in thinking so, but I think now more than ever, they would really fancy their chances in the girls category.
Yesterday, the leader for yesterday, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, I noted that they have dropped to the 4th position. And we can see why. They're not their strongest in the flat events. Today they didn't have a very outstanding day. I don't know what they're going to bring to the table tomorrow, but I know that SAS and St. David's, they are stronger on these flat events. So today they didn't rain, but let's see what happens tomorrow.
And I just want to make the point, because a lot of times we've been accused of being biased and so on, but the writing is on the wall. The spoils are for the winners. We cannot call somebody else who is not in that category. And the competition in the boys is really between SAS and GBSS. And from what we're seeing here, the numbers don't lie. The scores don't lie. The performances on the track don't lie. So don't accuse us of being biased if we are predicting now that the eventual winners in the boys is favoring SAS more than GBSS. There are predictions and predictors, and I'm sure the pundits who are out there looking at these games would want to confirm that SAS is the favorite now for the boys category.
So what I can say is that the ride over Granitang will be a pleasant one for all the supporters of the St. Andrews Anglican School. There exists a possibility of a double championship. Tomorrow is the day when this will be decided, and we're expecting the SAS contingent to come out in the numbers tomorrow to make some noise in the stadium, and at the end of the day, may the best teams win.
Well, we're going to leave with some highlights. We have created a nice highlights package, and we want to look at some of the record-breaking performances as well as some of the other outstanding performances that we've had during the day. And to join me to do that recap of today, I have with me Clyde John, and we're going to look back to some of these events, Clyde. Clyde, your assessment of today in terms of the performances, the individual performances, the team performances, and the overall performances that we saw here today.
Well, I definitely have to say that today has been phenomenal. Number of records being broken. The athletes really seem top of their game. And I mean, it says so much when you look at all the teams, many of the schools making points, getting themselves into finals. And it's really good for athletics.
I quite agree with you. We had some very good performances. We're going to start by looking at the 400 meters for the sub-junior boys hurdles. A record-breaking performance here by Deshaun Oliver, running 1 minute 1.60 seconds. That was the record-breaking performance in the finals for Deshaun Oliver in the sub-junior category.
Yeah, I really like that run from him. Again, he knew he wanted the record. You could see it. He went for it, and he did what he had to do to make sure that he got across that line in a really good time. Deshaun Oliver, a really good, phenomenal athlete.
Well, we also saw a very good performance in the junior boys 400 meters. Giovanni Green, an impressive time here in the junior boys 400 meters. He returned a time of 49.2, but before we do that, we look at one of the other hurdle events, and that was Emma Frederick of McDonald College, who broke the record here in the sub-junior girls 400 meter hurdles. Another good run by Emma Frederick, 1 minute 7.86 seconds, breaking that record. Here is Giovanni Green now in the 400 meters for junior boys, 49.72.
Yeah, again, another good run from Green. We know he has the potential. I like the fact that he's a nice, tall, rangy guy, and once he strengthens up, he will do well.
Annalisa Brown, another record-breaking performance, breaking Kashaya George record, running 56.24 in the 400 meters for junior girls. Annalisa Brown, a phenomenal athlete today.
Certainly a good look, Annalisa Brown. Here we go.
That's Dishon Oliver in the 200 meters, and he ran a 24.58 to win this event. He continues to be the golden boys of the games, and Haley Tyrrell here, some fans were really admonishing her for slowing down on the tape and missing an opportunity to establish a record. She actually ran 24.58. That was a time missing the record by some measure here. And then we had this other record-breaking performance from Anthony Phillip in the 110 hurdles for junior boys. A national record, a new record has been established here by Anthony Phillip. Very smooth over the hurdles, very focused, and a great run indeed by Anthony Phillip. And then we had the big guys, the 100-meter senior boys. Ian George here, running a fast time of 10.39 seconds to be the runaway winner in the 100 meters for senior boys.
Yeah, certainly he wanted it. He knew that this is his season, George, and he's really lighting up the stage for the senior boys in the 2026 GAPS Intercol.
And then we had a very close finish in the 100 meters for senior girls between Shade John and Christopher from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. It was that close in the end, an impressive time of 12 seconds flat by Shade John.
Yeah, running to the tip here, John.
And maybe one of the standout athletes today, Michael Moses. Look at the poise here, breaking the record in the 3,000 meters for junior boys, 9 minutes 45.07 seconds. A new find for Grenada.
I like this guy. And he's just quiet about it. He doesn't want anyone to say nothing much. But Michael Moses, hats off to you. Trust me, I think once he continues, we could well be represented in the longer distance by Michael Moses at the regional and maybe international stage.
Well, there's one other race that I want us to look at. It's not on the highlight package here. The 1,500 meters for sub-junior boys. Tyrese Braveboy redeeming himself from an unglorified performance yesterday. And he came back and he said that he was very concerned about what happened yesterday and wanted to do something for himself and his school. Running 4 minutes 36.84 seconds to win the gold medal in the 1,500 meters for sub-junior boys.
Now, I really appreciate this youngster. He understood that he did not have the best of days, and definitely you can see that he went back, he looked at what he did, he looked at the performance, and he said, look, I'm coming back, redemption will be mine. And he came to the line. He actually won that race at the line, saying that he's never going to give up until he crosses that line.
So there you have it, the highlights package, as we feature some of the most outstanding athletes, the record-breaking performances, the euphoria, the spectators who have enjoyed it, and that's the winners of the 100 meters for senior girls, the two athletes there from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Kayla Christopher and Shade John, really having a moment here, a classic moment, as we say, as we bring the curtains down on day 2 of Intercol 2026. On behalf of the entire production team, Richie and the crew, and the commentators here, Clyde John, Samantha, Worm, Bunstein, Callis, Bernard, Antoine, Sherry and Noel and Blossom Alexis. We say join us again tomorrow at 9 a.m. for the continuation of the games, the final day, the day in which the stadium will be maxed out, the day in which the euphoria would be at its peak, the day in which the champions would be crowned. And we look forward to bringing it to you live wherever you are from the Kirani James National Stadium. Until then, we say so long and join us again tomorrow morning.
Thursday, April 2nd, 2026, the official pre-Carifta, all-inclusive, all-white cruise experience is here. Hosted by the Grenada Olympians. It's respectfully yours. Premium entertainment and Grenada's top DJs. It's food and drink inclusive. All-white dress code experience. It's an Olympian hosted celebration. Secure your spot now. Ticket outlets, CotoFed.com. All proceeds support the next generation of Olympians. So on Thursday, April 2nd, respectfully yours, aboard the ecstasy. Carifta weekend starts.
Do you live or own a business in Calavini, Marianne, Hopevale, Westerhall, or surrounding communities? The government of Grenada invites you to a town hall meeting this Wednesday focused on Grenada's healthcare transformation and Project Polaris. Hear directly from the project team, ask questions, and gain a better understanding of the new hospital development in your community. The town hall meeting is on Wednesday, March 18th, 6 p.m. at the Westerhall Secondary School. The Honorable Prime Minister and members of Cabinet will be attending. You are an integral part of this conversation. Join the Government of Grenada, 6 p.m. Wednesday, March 18th at the Westerhall Secondary School. Come out and learn more about this exciting project happening in your community.
Kites in the sky, families on the beach, good food, good vibes. It's the Easter season, but parents, remember this. Even on holidays, your parenting duties continues. If they're at the beach, stay within arm's reach. If they're flying kites, keep them away from the roads and electrical lines. If they're out, know where they are, who they're with, and what time they're coming home. And remember, if you're liming, somebody must stay sober to supervise. More free time means more screen time. Monitor online activity. Maintain curfews. Keep structure in place. Because safety starts at home. This Easter, let's protect what matters most. A message from the National Parenting Program, Ministry of Social and Community Development, Housing and Gender Affairs. Empowering parents, protecting children.
Get set. Boy, it's coming. It's coming. Classic Lighting and Communal Credit Union Invitational. Rani James Athletic Stadium, April 25th and the 26th. Come and see strength and pressure, yes? Police taking on busmen in the tug of war of the century. Huggins sizes up Hubbards. Now what's up pulling down Grand Lake? Pull the pin and bow. Flo going head to head with Digicel in a fighting final. It's a family affair, yes? Giveaways, vibes, and real competition. Don't miss it. April 25th and 26th. Rani James Athletic Stadium. Be there.